Good morning. Good morning, dear friends and colleagues. It's very good to see so many people here. I just wanted to seize the moment now because it will never come back for me being here in Sweden to have this FEANTSA Forum conference. So I just wanted to be quiet for a few seconds to feel the room. Welcome to the FEANTSA Forum 2023. It is a particular privilege to welcome you all to my home country of Sweden, of course. This is not my hometown, Stockholm, but it's a lovely town. Every year I look forward to our annual gathering where we can come together and discuss and debate challenges we faced in the fight to prevent and end homelessness. As I'm sure many of you have noticed, we have rebranded our annual conference to the FEANTSA Forum because, well, things have changed and we have to change too in FEANTSA, though it's very deep inside, you know, it's difficult to do it. You know how it is. To more accurately represent the event, which share inspiring ideas on how we can rethink our approach and how to address homelessness while showcasing the latest research, evidence and policies when it comes to what actually works in ending homelessness. I hope that throughout the day you will engage in conversations in the sessions, but also during the coffee breaks, lunch, dinner, and so on. Because we each bring a unique and different perspective when it comes to working with homelessness. And with your active participation, we can enrich our collective understanding also of homelessness. I hope that throughout the day that you will, I said that already, sorry. It's great to see so many familiar and new faces here. Each year, our network continues to grow from strength to strength. Since 2022, our membership has grown by additional of 20 organizations, including homeless services, cities, agencies, and ministries, reflecting the growing urgency to prevent and to end homelessness in Europe, and the need to tap into a European network of experts to promote evidence-based policies and to make a real difference. I'm also very excited to announce the participation this year by our experts by experience from the Swedish City Missions that have made a special effort to ensure the participation of people who bring the direct experiences of homelessness to our forum. I hope that the addition of these voices will bring important and new perspectives to the discussions here today also. This morning we will hear from our keynote speaker Elisabeth Hammer. Very interesting to hear from Elisabeth, from our Austrian member in Neuner House, who will share her vision for what a society without homelessness looks like. Could be quite interesting because I haven't seen it yet. And I don't know where I am right now, actually. I feel so, engaged by all the energy and, like the things that you have here now. So I lost track in my speech also, but it's, how it is. Things happen. But I'm sure Elizabeth's speech will inspire us all to rethink how we can approach homelessness and challenge some of the assumptions we have about our own role and responsibility in that fight and what needs to shift in realizing our shared goals of ending homelessness in Europe. Thanks also to our continued advocacy efforts at national and European level. Homelessness is on the political agenda now, actually, because last week I attended to a social summit in Porto and was encouraged to see the commitment of the EU governments when it comes to combating homelessness. And FEANTSA's invitation to such international summits is a testament of the value of our network and expertise and in proposing concrete policies and action that support both the European Commission, the member states, in their respective roles in preventing and ending homelessness in Europe. In particular, the European Platform on Combating Homelessness, or EPOC as we prefer to say it, is providing a valuable role to support member states with the right policies and strategies to achieve our collective goals of making significant progress in the fight to end homelessness by 2030. In this morning panel discussion, I'm looking forward to hearing from Stefan Olsson, the Deputy Director of the DG Employment at the European Commission. Of course, also Yves Laterme, the chair of the EPOC, who will share the vision for what the EPOC can do in the coming years. Going to be very interesting to hear. I'm also looking forward to hearing from Minister Karine Lallieu, I hope I pronounced it right, who will share some of her priorities around homelessness, including her vision also on how to become a Belgian presidency of the EU and how that can support EPOC also. And we'll see if we can also hear Juha Käkkänen, who has been responsible for drafting Finland's strategy of ending homelessness, to remind us of the systems we need to change to make the ending homelessness also a reality. Juha, who is an old friend of mine and also an old friend of FEANTSA, it's going to be interesting, and hopefully we can hear him talk later on. But before I hand over to Elizabeth to get started with her keynote address, I have some practical updates to share. Of course, we have to say something also about if you have not yet registered or download the conference app, please do it now. And if you need any assistance on that, just the FEANTSA team members are eager and very luckily to help you out with that also, so it's easy to do it. The same goes if you haven't registered for this also. Feel free to join the online conversation also using the hashtag, if you're using the social media, hashtag FEANTSA Forum, and a reminder that you can find FEANTSA on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram, so don't forget to tag us. Finally, also I would say thank you to the Swedish government, to all of you here who has been involved in the site visits that's been done yesterday. Very good. And a special word of thanks also to Karin Tim Östlund in the Swedish City Mission, who has been very helpful and for all her support into work and to make this happen. Of course, also I have to extend my thanks to the whole FEANTSA team. I hope I haven't forget anyone now. In that case, I'm sorry for that beforehand. Well, but now I will invite you all to give a warm welcome to Elisabeth Hammer, who will kickstart proceedings with her keynote address on how to have a society without homelessness is possible. How a society without homelessness is possible. Sorry. Come on.
You did a great job. Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. Thank you very much to FEANTSA for the invitation to give this year's keynote. It's a pleasure to be opening this forum today. In contrast to the usual custom at conferences, I've decided not to bother you with slides. Therefore, you have the unique opportunity to focus all your attention on me speaking for the next half hour. I want to start off with a critical look at the focus and role of social organizations working in the field of homelessness. And I'm aware that there is a risk of losing all of you here, given that we have come to Stockholm, or be it at the outskirts of Stockholm, in high spirits and to encourage each other to continue the important work we all are doing. With this in mind, I promise you that my aim is to end this keynote with a positive outlook and to give you some ideas of practical things we all can be doing in our daily work to maximize our impact. So let's give it a try. As mentioned earlier, I'm based in Vienna and I'm the managing director of the social organization Neunerhaus. By taking a critical look at social organizations, I'm therefore also taking on a kind of self-critical perspective. At Neunerhaus, we offer services for people experiencing homelessness in the area housing, health, and social participation. Among other things, we have been implementing Housing First since 2012. We have developed a training curriculum for peers employed in homelessness services in Vienna, and we also have years of expertise in providing social work and health care for people who are homeless and uninsured. On the one hand, I'm quite proud of all these services and projects and the impact they have on people experiencing homelessness. But on the other hand, there is a strategic question that keeps me busy. Does our work really have a systemic and policy impact on ending homelessness, or are we just finding better ways to manage homelessness while sticking to paternalistic and bureaucratic practices which gain their ground more or less behind our backs? As we all know, social organizations in the field of homelessness are heavily influenced by the environments we are working in. We are often forced to respond to new societal developments and crises, and in many cases we have to respond without the necessary preparation time and resources, but we still do it. The structural conditions around us are also very challenging. The dynamics of the housing and the labor markets and the limitations of social welfare systems all have an impact on the homelessness sector. At the same time, as social organizations, we often have limited opportunities and resources to directly influence these wider external systems. Added to this feeling of a lack of power is the pressure that comes from knowing that without our work, the people we support would be in even more precarious conditions. In my view, this is quite a specific set of challenges we are having to deal with. When the direct support of individuals is always the top priority, there is little opportunity to work on systemic issues, even when we are all aware that these factors would contribute to ending homelessness long term. So, just to make it clear, I know that the conditions we are working in are extremely challenging and that they have a restrictive impact on our work. But in my view, we have to acknowledge that we as social organizations, at least this is my analysis of the situation in Austria, also play a significant role in limiting ourselves. We turn our focus inwards as a way to combat these external restrictions and as a way to find room to act and have impact. I realize this might sound a bit theoretical, but I assure you it has quite practical consequences. Let's take housing services as one example of how we do this, at least in Austria. We develop parallel systems and services as a substitute for access to mainstream housing. In doing so, we are only addressing issues in the short term and are reinforcing boundaries between us as the social sector and other sectors. We are also doing this at a time when we need to be breaking these boundaries down more than ever. In these, so to speak, alternative systems, we may be able to exercise a certain amount of autonomy and control, but we ultimately not contributing to ending homelessness long term. In fact, by maintaining these systems, you could say we are making this goal even more difficult to achieve. And to be blunt, this is the situation we are currently facing in Vienna. Other big European cities envy Vienna's large social housing sector, and therefore the specific structural opportunities we have to end homelessness. But we are stuck. Homelessness services are delivered by the social sector, which is growing bigger and bigger, while at the same time, very few steps are being taken to end homelessness through ensuring better access to mainstream affordable housing. With all this in mind, and being a managing director of a social organization myself, I feel obliged to call for a change of our self-perception and how we think about our role. My argument here is not that we stop offering direct support services. Rather that, alongside this, we have to recognize the contribution we could make to changing the wider structural factors needing to end homelessness and make this a more deliberate focus of our work. We need to consciously use our resources, be they financial, intellectual, or human, to engage with these factors. One example of a resource social organizations could be using more effectively, in my view, is our knowledge base. We have a wealth of knowledge about gaps and issues, knowledge we have gained through our direct work with the people we support and their daily realities. Social workers, for example, they know exactly how structural barriers in the subsidized housing sector and informal barriers in the private rental sector affect access to housing for marginalized groups. This body of knowledge is critical for shaping policy demands and developing effective strategies to end homelessness. This knowledge is also not limited to the topic of homelessness or even housing. Through our work supporting people facing multiple exclusion, we have insights into the failings and challenges of many different systems. We know how these systems interact and see the opportunities for more joined-up thinking. We therefore have knowledge that could be used to address and prevent many types of social exclusion, not just homelessness, and to address a wide range of urgent policy challenges. But I see it with my insights into the situation in Austria. Most of the time, we keep this knowledge to ourselves and don't use it systematically. I think there are two key ways social organizations need to reorientate their work to free ourselves from this position of having limited systemic and political impact. The first is a focus on policy work. This can be within our own organizations, but also in cooperation with other organizations, and especially with umbrella bodies at national and European level. I'm happy that thanks to FEANTSA, policy work at the European level has intensified in recent years. A very positive and visible result of the increased engagement at this level is, of course, the European platform on combating homelessness. And in order to make EPOC effective at national level, I believe that there is an even greater need for us to integrate policy work in our daily business as social organizations as well. In addition to policy work, the second key to achieve wider structural impact is by implementing specific projects that focus on systemic change. Projects that show on a smaller scale how our demands at the structural level can work in practice. Projects that also show how cooperation across different sectors can work and how the expertise and creativity of all stakeholders can be used effectively to bring about change. At BAVO, the umbrella organization in Austria that I'm chairwoman of, we have been running a project like this over the past 2 years. In the second part of my speech, I will now introduce you to the key components of this project before moving on to some ideas and conclusions around the systemic impact that might be relevant for issues you are facing in your own countries. Now, you might argue that one innovative project alone can by no means change the whole system. I agree with you. That is why I promote and support the call for a national strategy on ending homelessness in Austria, something we should all be doing in our respective countries, and which I know many of you already have successfully lobbied for. But looking realistically at the political situation in Austria, developing, financing, and implementing an agreed upon national strategy might not be a goal we can easily achieve in the short term. But what we can do in the short term is implement projects that show the solutions we are calling for in action. This makes it easier for policymakers and other stakeholders to adopt these solutions, as they have already been proven to be successful. The project we are implementing in Austria is called Arriving Home, in German Zu Hause ankommen. And it is a housing first project at a national level involving all 9 Austrian states. It was initially a 2-year project funded by the Austrian Ministry of Social Affairs as part of the ministry's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are currently waiting on a decision about further funding. It is a national project being coordinated and managed by BAVO. This is an interesting fact because this coordination role is a new approach for us at BAVO. Before this, our work had mainly been focused on policy. However, we saw here an opportunity to design a project with high strategic impact and to position not just only one social organization, but the social sector as a whole as an effective cooperation partner in a national strategic project. So BAVO decided to take the lead. Simply put, the project provides people at risk of poverty and exclusion with affordable housing in line with Housing First principles. Arriving Home brings together the Austrian social service sector and the limited profit housing sector. The social sector is represented by BAVO, the housing sector is represented by GBV, the Austrian Federation of Limited Profit Housing Associations. Member organizations on both sides collaborate on allocating flats and providing social care. Limited profit housing associations provide affordable and permanent homes. A very important feature of the project is that the budget covers the cost contribution tenants have to pay before moving into a flat in the limited profit housing sector. As we know, these entry costs are a significant barrier to access for people affected by poverty, a barrier which the Arriving Home project removes. In addition, the project budget covers moving expenses and professional social support. Over the past 2 years, we secured housing for 1,147 people in 556 apartments. Before accessing housing through the project, 42% of people were housed in institutional settings, 28% were insecurely housed, and 30% were living independently. With Arriving Home, we are therefore contributing to deinstitutionalizing homelessness support and tackling hidden homelessness, two key challenges we face as a sector. Looking at data on gender from the project shows that we are making progress here as well. In traditional homeless services, we tend to see a gender ratio of around 2/3 men to 1/3 women. In Arriving Home, this ratio is reversed, and women make up 2/3 of the people supported by the project. Working together with the limited profit housing sector also gives us greater geographical reach. It allows us, for example, to offer support directly in rural areas, which are often poorly served by homelessness services. This means people can find housing where they already have a local connection and social networks, rather than where homelessness services happen to be available. For me, there are few key elements of Arriving Home that make it successful and mean it has a wider systemic impact. My hope is that the learnings from this project will be used to implement similar projects in the future in Austria, or better still, to set clear-cut goals for a comprehensive and national strategy to end homelessness. I also hope that while I reflect on these points, there might be something for you to take away and use in your own national context. The first key element is having the Ministry of Social Affairs as an active stakeholder in the project. This gives not just Housing First, but the issue of homelessness as a whole more profile and visibility. This political commitment has already increased the engagement with the goal of ending homelessness at the national policy level. Having the ministry recognize the value and expertise BAVO and its members can add also makes it more appealing for other stakeholders to work with us. The direct use of federal funds also breaks up another type of inward focus, namely that at the state level. Instead of orientating administration and policy towards the status quo and the stakeholders they have always worked with, this funding creates new dynamics in developing support systems. Additionally, federal funding from the ministry gives us greater freedom in how we implement the project. We adapted the eligibility criteria and redefined who can receive support. For example, we can now focus on people who do not meet the eligibility requirements for support from services in individual Austrian states, and also on women living in insecure housing situations. Knowing what we do about the barriers these groups face in accessing support, we see this as a particular success of our approach. This is something that is currently only possible because of federal funding, but might be part of a reform of eligibility criteria in Austrian states at some point in the future. Above all, having federal funding to cover the upfront contributions people need to become tenants in the limited profit housing sector opens up a segment of affordable housing that was not previously in reach for people in poverty. This is a special added value of the project. This leads to the second aspect, the cooperation with the limited profit housing sector. While there have been examples of cross-sector cooperations in the past, Arriving Home operates on a much larger scale and also involves the relevant umbrella organizations. More than 70 limited profit housing associations, along with 20 social organizations, have committed to work to specific Housing First quality standards to provide permanently affordable housing. This is a powerful structure with the potential to scale up and to have an even greater impact on ending homelessness. This collaboration is also a good example of stakeholders from different sectors identifying common goals and working together to achieve them. Limited profit housing associations have an obligation to make affordable housing available to broad sections of the population. However, they don't necessarily have the experience to support the most vulnerable and excluded groups. On the other hand, social organizations have the expertise, but struggle to access affordable housing for the people they support. Through Arriving Home, housing associations benefit from the tools, knowledge, and experience of social organizations to make housing available to excluded groups and thereby fulfilling their social mission. With expertise on topics like matching tenants to flats and rent monitoring, the homelessness sector makes the argument for collaboration on an equal footing. Instead of being seen as a beneficiary, always needing or asking for something, the sector is instead seen as a competent negotiation partner. This professionalizes the relationships between the social and housing sectors and brings common goals around social inclusion and affordable housing to the fore. We are happy that the impact of this type of collaboration has also been recognized at an international level. In 2022, Arriving Home was a winner at the European Responsible Housing Awards, with the cross-sector collaboration highlighted by the jury as one of its key innovative aspects. I mentioned earlier that social organizations need to be better at using and sharing knowledge we have gained through our work to have systemic and political impact. In Arriving Home, sharing knowledge about the barriers to accessing affordable housing and the Housing First approach as a long-term solution to homelessness was a focus from the start. Through events and communications work, we share successes, challenges, and best practices. In all our communications, we make sure to use imagery that positively challenges people's perceptions of homelessness. At BAVO, we think that taking this approach to proactive and open communication is highly relevant for influencing the discourse on homelessness and to stress the need for structural solutions to homelessness as a structural problem. This leads me to my third point about the systemic impact of the project. All the activities I've already talked about have made it possible for us to mainstream Housing First in Austria. We have positioned it as a plan A to end homelessness, not just among social organizations, but with stakeholders across housing, policy, and public administration. As one colleague at state government level put it, we know now that we can no longer avoid Housing First. I think this is a pragmatic but adequate basis for a broader political commitment, and I really do appreciate this statement. My fourth and final point is what we learned about the potential of such projects to challenge the status quo and reframe the idea of what is possible. There is no doubt that we are in challenging times and that the impact of multiple crises on the people we support is and will remain significant. However, challenging times can also be a catalyst for change. They force people to think creatively and break down boundaries at both the organizational and systemic level. I believe focusing on systemic and political impact leads to radical approaches that can change organizational cultures and motivate key players across the social, housing, and political sectors to act. In my experience, innovation is particularly powerful when it occurs at the boundaries between different sectors or when it closely links the delivery of high-quality services with policy work. In Austria, we learned through Arriving Home that it is possible to start work on ending homelessness with projects like this, even if at a political level there are delays in developing and financing a coherent and comprehensive national strategy. We can now build on the success of the project and feed our expertise into the ongoing process to advocate for the goals of EPOC to be implemented at the national level. I want to finish my speech with a personal insight. My professional background is as a social scientist and a social worker. But in the daily business of managing a social organization, I sometimes have to be careful not to wake up in the morning as an old-fashioned, narrow-minded image of a bureaucrat leading my organization within narrow-minded boundaries. Can I give some examples? Receiving funding from the social sector means thinking within the boundaries of the social sector. Speaking the language of the social sector means only speaking to people who already understand me. Cooperation with the housing sector can be complicated, which means I stick to stakeholders I have known for decades. The idea that people experiencing homelessness primarily need emergency support means implementing short-term solutions. You may have guessed, I do not believe this kind of mindset is helpful when it comes to ending homelessness. We also need to speak to people we don't understand. We need to cooperate with people who have a different mindset to us. We need to focus on long-term solutions, even when social sector funding seems happy to focus on short-term goals, and we think the people we support are satisfied with what we currently offer. Whether you are a bureaucrat, a manager in the social sector, or a director of a housing association, we all need to think outside the box to end homelessness, and we also have to act outside the box to end homelessness. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to practice this with all of you during this FEANTSA Forum. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Ruth Owen. I'm the Deputy Director of FEANTSA. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that very inspiring keynote. I think you showed perfectly how we can change systems and make progress on ending homelessness by showing how it's done, as well as by winning the argument about the fact that it should be done. And I think that you gave us lots that we can take into our panel discussion on realizing our European ambitions of ending homelessness. Before I invite the panelists to join us, I would just like to introduce a video message which has come from Minister Ione Balera, who's the Minister of Social Rights and the 2030 Agenda in Spain. Some of you may have heard that Spain is facing snap elections, and that prevented her from being with us today, but she has prepared a video message, and we're going to show that now before we start the panel. So, looking forward to the discussions.
Querida Ministra de Pensiones e Integración Social de Bélgica, estimados representantes europeos y de otros Estados miembros, queridos miembros de la Federación Europea de Organizaciones Nacionales que trabajan con las personas sin hogar, es un honor para mí participar en este encuentro para abordar uno de los retos más importantes que tenemos las sociedades europeas, el sinhogarismo. En España, más de 28.500 personas sin hogar pasaron por centros de alojamiento en el año 2022. Una cifra que además es solo la punta del iceberg de una realidad más invisible. Muchas de estas personas llegaron a esta circunstancia porque tuvieron que empezar de cero tras llegar desde otro país, otras perdieron su trabajo y sus ingresos, otras sufrieron un desahucio de su vivienda. El sinhogarismo no es una cuestión individual, todo lo contrario, es un problema colectivo. Es la expresión más clara de la emergencia habitacional y también de la falta de protección en el derecho a la vivienda. Además de su carácter estructural, las situaciones de sinhogarismo también se han visto agravadas por las crisis de los últimos años. En España, este Gobierno arrancó su camino teniendo que gestionar la pandemia de la COVID-19, con miles de personas que no tenían ni siquiera un techo donde protegerse del virus. Por eso activamos con carácter urgente un Fondo Social Extraordinario que destinó 21,5 millones de euros a atender a más de 36.400 personas sin hogar. Esa voluntad se trasladó también a la reconstrucción. Aprovechamos los fondos europeos no solo para restaurar lo dañado, sino para poner en marcha más y mejores políticas. Bajo esta convicción destinamos 37 millones de euros de los fondos de recuperación a proyectos de prevención y programas que implementan soluciones comunitarias e innovadoras contra el sinhogarismo. Y seguimos trabajando en esa línea. Nuestro país ha suscrito la Declaración de Lisboa y participa en la Plataforma Europea para combatir el sinhogarismo. Y en el plano estatal nos encontramos elaborando en este momento la Estrategia Nacional para la Lucha contra el Sinhogarismo. Pero sobre todo quiero destacar la reciente aprobación de la Ley de Vivienda. Esta nueva ley, la primera de nuestro país, contiene soluciones amplias y estructurales. Es pionera dando garantías a las familias en riesgo de desahucio, protegiendo a los inquilinos a través de la regulación de los alquileres o aumentando el parque de vivienda social, exigiendo también corresponsabilidad al sector privado. Es una medida clave que supone un punto de inflexión al tratar la vivienda como lo que es y como lo que recoge también nuestra Constitución, un derecho de los ciudadanos y las ciudadanas. Aún así, somos conscientes de que quedan importantes retos pendientes. Por eso, pensamos que la presidencia española del Consejo de la Unión Europea es una cita clave para avanzar en estos retos a nivel europeo. Durante la presidencia queremos impulsar una declaración en la que, junto con los países interesados, traslademos la importancia de la presencia en la agenda política de la lucha contra el sinhogarismo, así como la necesidad de mantener y también de reforzar la plataforma europea. Además, también queremos trabajar con las siguientes presidencias para dar continuidad a lo avanzado durante este semestre, como ya lo estamos haciendo con Bélgica. E igualmente vamos a convocar una reunión dentro de la agenda formal de la presidencia el próximo 13 de septiembre en la que abordaremos dos cuestiones centrales: la definición de las políticas públicas en materia de erradicación del sinhogarismo y también la desinstitucionalización y las respuestas basadas en la comunidad, como soluciones para erradicarla de forma efectiva, poniendo siempre en el centro los derechos de la ciudadanía. Como ven, tenemos mucho trabajo por delante en los próximos meses, pero estamos afrontándolo con toda la ambición. Sabemos muy bien que la vivienda es un derecho que abre la puerta a otros derechos. Un hogar es fundamental para que los ciudadanos y las ciudadanas tengan vidas dignas y felices, y por eso vamos a hacer todo lo que esté en nuestra mano para garantizarlo. Estoy segura de que en ese objetivo todos y todas vamos a seguir encontrándonos. Muchas gracias.
Okay, so I'll invite our panelists to join me on the stage, please. Okay. Thank you. It's always a bit worrying to start a panel with an empty chair, so maybe I'll just get that out of the way first. We were going to be joined by Juha Kakkonen, who is a professor of practice at the University of Tampere and at the absolute forefront of putting Finland on the world map in terms of ending homelessness. He's here at the conference, but something unexpected and urgent has come up at home, so he's not able to join us for the panel discussion. But we have more than enough expertise to keep us engaged in a conversation on realizing our European ambitions of ending homelessness. And before I hand over to the panelists, I'll maybe just say a few words of context about our European ambitions of ending homelessness. I presume it's no surprise to anyone in the room that FEANTSA has an ambition of ending homelessness in Europe. But I think we are having this conversation in a new and exciting context of the European Platform on Combating Homelessness. And since June 2021, not just FEANTSA, but all member states, the European institutions, and a range of other stakeholders have signed up to this common goal of ending homelessness, with a timeline of making significant progress by 2030. So I think that that's a new context in which to have this discussion, an exciting context in which to have this discussion, but also a challenging one, given the long-standing trends in terms of housing affordability in our member states, the cost of living crisis, the ongoing war in Ukraine. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context to what we mean with this, our European ambitions of ending homelessness. Shell introduced the panelists briefly during his introduction, but I'd just like to thank each of them. So thank you, Minister Lallieu, who is the Minister of Pensions and Social Integration in charge of people with disabilities and the fight against poverty in Belgium, to Yves Leterme, who is the chair of the steering board of the European Platform on Combating Homelessness, Stefan Olsen, Deputy Director General at DG Employment of the European Commission, and Elizabeth, who is still Managing Director of Neuner House and Chair of BAVO. I would like to kick off the panel by just inviting each of you to share some key takeaways from Elizabeth's keynote. Minister Lallieu.
Good morning. It's okay, yes. Good morning to everybody, and thank you, FEANTSA, to host this evening. It's an honor to be part of this panel today. I would also like to thank Mrs. Hammer for her keynote presentation. It's important to hear feedback from those working in the field. This kind of feedback enabled us to develop appropriate policies. The need to move forward in a cross-sectoral way reminds me of the work we're trying to put place in Belgium, Currently, we can sum up the policy of combating homelessness as the action of the hummingbirds. Everyone is doing their bit. Social workers, whether in the public or private sector, are working to reduce the number of people living on the streets. But these hummingbirds, these social workers won't eradicate homelessness on their own. We need to coordinate and cooperate between the various actors. We need to rethink our action according to the pathway of the homeless. And thank you for your experience.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, first of all, and I would like to commend you for being here. I think it's also congratulations to FEANTSA for its convening power and bringing together all this expertise and all this, these people working very hard at a subject, I think, that deserves more policy attention. You asked for a reaction route on what we heard from Mrs. Hammer with an excellent presentation. I would say that the message I would take away from the presentation, there's of course the project you described, but it fits very well, I think, into what I would call the next stage of what we are trying to do with the European platform. I think that thanks to FEANTSA, and all the credits should be really to FEANTSA, and it's not because it's a home play here in this meeting room of FEANTSA Forum, but it's thanks to FEANTSA indeed that homelessness is now at European level really on the agenda. And I think there's an opportunity for the sector as such to be taken more serious and to benefit from this policy attention. I think for member states it's also an opportunity to catch up with the better member states. Our good friend, Finnish friend, was supposed to be here in the panel, but Finland is a kind of beacon of hope in terms of policy making and policy design. And so this platform, learning to know these examples also in other member states, seeing that national action plans are step by step spreading all over the member states. So it's also an opportunity for member states to catch up. The point I would take away from the presentation would be in connection to that. FEANTSA managed to put it on the policy agenda. There's a European platform now. Member states have the opportunity to catch up. The NGOs are more at the center of the policy attention. The takeaway for me would be the word systemic and make it part of structural policies. I mean, there has been in the past, there have been some policy responses, initiatives in all member states. We know the best, the Belgian example, but all over Europe, you see that in all member states, the policies at all levels, because it's typically a multi-level governance issue, but there have been responses. And I think we are now at a moment where all these policies should become more adult, should become, and for me that means to go to a stage where prevention, to prevent and to combat homelessness should be more integrated into other policies, should be a normal point on the agenda of healthcare, education, tax policies, housing policies, of course, but should be part of the normal policy design, policy debates and discussions. So to manage, not only to, I will use a German term, kurieren am Symptom, people are homeless, how do we fix the issue? And there I think there's also a risk, what at another meeting I mentioned, as I described as a kind of gadgetization of policy. You see an issue, a problem, you very rapidly try to design a solution, and then you roll out, and that's it, more or less. And you evaluate in best of all cases, but final stop, final point. And I think that this is in most of the countries put in place. The point is, can we, all over Europe, follow the example of some member states that manage to have a real structural, systemic approach? And there, of course, once again, the Finnish example is a beacon of hope, but there are other member states. And for instance, the introduction by the Spanish minister points at very relevant points and could make us hopeful for the future, and the same with your presentation. So just to stop and to summarize, I would say that is the essential. There were other aspects. I mean, the project you described, also the hidden homelessness, the rural areas and so on. But I think I don't know if it's a good English word, but systematize or to make it more systemic, structural, to have it at the core of all policies all over the place. And our role would then be, as Europe, starting from the subsidiarity, not doing things instead of the member states, would be to support this, to support these dynamics, making policies trying to prevent and combat homelessness more a normal part of the engineering policy making cycles that are used in different domains. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stefan.
Thanks, Ruth. I don't want to. I fully agree with the minister and Yves Leterme. So, what I first take away, I think, is something more personal that you brought up, which is this need for us all to really keep questioning ourselves and not get stuck in our roles, and because not as a personal issue, but because we easily then stop questioning and we stop developing the policies. And I see the platform as a very good response to and a tool for us to be able to interact and to do this, in the sense that it provides for this exchange between policy makers and many of you here, the people who work directly, who know directly the structural issues, who can see the issues of the silos, and that type of dialogue and exchange is so important. But the platform, of course, goes further. in that it builds on collecting data. It looks at, it brings good and bad practices, but it also looks at the funding issue and how to do this. And so we need to use this very, very good tool and to really walk into this with open eyes and with a lot of enthusiasm and commitment. And here I would fully agree with the very strong role of FEANTSA, who is really taking a leadership role, but also of you, even in the sense of having your personal commitment and all your political experience in doing this, and also the presidencies, as we've seen now with the Spanish and the Belgian coming in. And if I take the concrete example that the Spanish minister brought up with the big funding that came in the reform programs and that are there in the ESF Plus. I mean, here you have a country like Spain, and I've had the personal privilege of working with Spain in using this money. It's so important then that there is a system, there are examples, there are data to build on, so that this is done, because this comes very fast. These plans are done very fast, and here we see that involving the social organizations together with policymakers at all levels to do this right, because you can also spend this money in a short-term wrong way. So, and here the platform is playing, but will also in the future play a very important role to guide this funding and innovation. So I was very pleased to hear that this combination of questioning and enthusiasm, and but also recognizing all the difficulties that there are. Thank you.
Okay. I think the idea that the platform can become a space for a kind of critical, reflective practice that enables people to work together towards this goal of ending homelessness is a very inspiring one. I would like to kind of dig into a little bit more where we are currently on the path to ending homelessness, and starting with the member states that are here on the panel. So perhaps Minister Lallieu, could you share with us some thoughts on where's Belgium on this journey towards ending homelessness?
I'm trying to share our vision and progress with you on the issue of combating homelessness. For many years, the Belgian government has been working closely with FEANTSA to combat homelessness. It was and is crucial for us to put its eyes on the national and European agenda. We hold the presidency of the Council of EU in the first half of 2024. Therefore, we see it as a duty to give guidance to the strategy of ending homelessness, and we did in the past. Since Belgium presidency in 2010, Belgium has been pioneers in Europe. Belgium started the experiments of Housing First in 2013 with very positive results. More and more cities participate. In 2016, when we finished the project, FEANTSA, the Finnish Way Foundation, and Belgium decided to start the Housing First Hub, a network to promote Housing First throughout Europe. This is important to see because it shows that European policy and initiatives have an influence on member states' policies, even though it still is soft law and it takes more time than directive of regulation. European initiatives do enforce the dynamic within member states. Belgium is a federal state, and the fight against homelessness is shared between all levels of government. For example, housing is a regional competencies. Being a federal minister, I have very few ways to act in the matter, but I have taken many initiatives to stimulate the housing first methodology. For example, I have a true desire to implement the point in the time counts more often and in a more structural way in national level. But it's not always easy in Belgium. Reinforcing the count of homeless people to develop appropriate policies is one of the main objectives of the epoch. And our ambition is to develop a national count by 2024. However, we should now wait until we know the number of homeless people to act. You only need to walk in the street of our cities to see that there are still too many people sleeping in the streets. Despite the limit means at my disposal, we have developed many calls for projects to increase the number of housing first trajectories in Belgium. The last call for projects allowed us to accompany nearly 350 people. Recently, we have taken an initiative to launch a call for project for municipalities. With the available budget, they will be able to buy real estate to develop housing for young homeless people. We have also perpetuated a structure that we call the Housing First Lab. The lab aims to develop housing first practices throughout Belgium. The lab initiates projects to reconnect homeless people with social network. It organizes training for existing of new operators and promotes the rollout of the housing first model. A little resume.
Thank you. I think one of the things that's come up very early in the European Platform on Combating Homelessness is you can't end something that you can't count. And this whole area of monitoring progress and improving the capacity to monitor progress on homelessness within the European Union is a really important priority. Maybe Elizabeth, could I ask the same question about Austria? Where would you say Austria is on this path to ending homelessness?
Thank you. In Austria, about 20,000 people are registered as homeless. Since this number only depicts people recorded in the system, BAVO assumes that there are many unreported cases which could go as far as doubling this number. And I have high hopes in a more and better ways of data collections as the epoch is lobbying for. Unfortunately, since the beginning of the time series in 2008, there has been no significant improvement, even if the numbers have fallen again after a peak in 2013. The number of evictions have also been roughly the same since 2011, with a small drop during the pandemic. So looking at the statistics, little has changed for the better in Austria. But numbers are only one factor when it comes to ending homelessness. Other factors are the attitude of politicians, the media, and the population towards the topic and the development of the services. A lot has happened in the last years. Quality has improved, especially in a lot of emergency shelters, and Housing First has been state-of-the-art in many provinces and municipalities for 10 years now. Not only individual factors, but also structural problems are increasingly pointed out in media reports. In addition, the Ministry of Social Affairs has reacted and created its own unit. It's called the Competence Center for Social Policy Affairs of Housing Policy. Despite only having limited responsibility right now, because social topics and housing are a matter of the federal states. Nevertheless, this Competence Center is important because it deals with the interweaving of social and housing affairs. Apart from this, big cities like Vienna have developed and implemented their own strategies. But as I pointed out earlier, there is no strategy on ending homelessness to be launched that I know of, but there are two relevant projects being funded by the Ministry of Social Affairs. One is Arriving Home, and another one is focusing on prevention. More than 100 million are now spent on both of these projects, and I think that these projects could also serve as more or less the core of the operational side of a national strategy. For BAVO, during the last years, we focused more and more on policy work. For example, we calculated in 2021 that 25,000 of affordable apartments would be needed to end homelessness by 2025. This is a high number, yet most experts agree could be achieved. And at BAVO, focusing on policy work more intensively, we feel that we succeeded now in more or less having a place on the table where policies on ending homelessness are designed, and that's quite an interesting shift in the way we do our work and in the way we are perceived by stakeholders from the bureaucracy as well as from housing, for example. And I really think that EPOC is also helping us in our interaction with the ministry, because they hear from others that homelessness is an issue, so we can build upon this, and we can intensify our lobbying at the national level, because the ministers also get feedback from other colleagues from other member states and from the European level. So I think there are interesting news to come.
Thank you. I think that answer was a really good illustration of the kind of quite sophisticated way that you need to answer the question about progress towards this goal of ending homelessness. And I think that's something that we're still in the process of building into the European Platform on Combating Homelessness. And it won't be enough if we just have a database of numbers in 2030 and can take stock on that basis. Also, we need to find the right mechanisms for monitoring policy progress, from capturing some of this intersectoral and cooperation work that you need if you want effective strategies to end homelessness. I think, the number of member states that have an integrated homelessness strategy will be an important criteria to judge progress, but then we'll also have to dig into the quality of those strategies, the sustainability of those strategies. So thanks for that answer. I think it was a very good demonstration of how we should be thinking about measuring progress on this goal of ending homelessness. So I think we've taken the message already from the panel that the presidencies have a really key role to play in owning the European Platform on Combating Homelessness and in helping it to continue to move forwards. We heard about very exciting plans of the Spanish presidency, the idea of this meeting in September and of a presidential declaration. I'd like to invite Minister Lallieu to say a little bit more about what Belgium's vision for EPOC is and how that will be translated into your presidency.
The goal for the Belgian presidency is to reach conclusions that will be basis of recommendation to the strategic agenda for the European Commission. For this recommendation, we work closely with federal colleagues as different departments, such social security, labor, and social dialogues. This will give the direction of the next strategic agenda of the Commission, talking office late 2024. We need to show our ambition of combating homelessness before 2030. And this is an ambitious goal, and 2030 is tomorrow. The member states will not be able to develop public policy without the means at their disposal. I speak to the Commission. I discussed this subject, with Commission. They advise us, the states, to use existing funds such as the ERDF of the ESF+, but we know any use of these funds will be at the expense of other social policies. The fight against homelessness deserves an independent budget, and the Commission must give himself the means to achieve this. This is a message for the future Commission.
Sounds as music.
Okay. I don't know if the Commission would like to react to that message, perhaps, Stefan.
No, but first of all, I think it's really positive to see. As I worked with you, Ruth, and Freek many years ago, 10 years ago, I think it was directly, and on this issue, and together with FEANTSA, the movement to housing first and as a real basic principle, and the acknowledgement now we see with the big survey that is going to be done, that homelessness is really a key in the social inclusion policy area. So that is for me personally a very important step, as I can see it very tangibly having happened. So I'm very happy to see that here today. The Lisbon Declaration is 2 years old, and we're already the national strategies are being developed. There is a real debate. We heard from Spain here that it's being developed, and we are hoping that countries like Germany and others who don't have a strategy yet will soon come with one. So I think this is very important. In terms of funding, it's great that the Belgian presidency. It's a fantastic moment for such an experienced country as Belgium to have the presidency just before a new Parliament, a new Commission, because I don't think there are many countries who understand how the EU works better than Belgium, it will be very important, I think, to make this call. When it comes to budget, I think it's important also to underline that the budget is in the end decided by the European Parliament and the Member States, and the Member States are going to be the ones who put the money there. So the Commission plays an important role, and I think you can feel and you see from our Commissioner, Nicolas Schmit, a very strong support for this dossier. Yes. But the political issue is bigger than a Commission initiative. So therefore, it's so important that you at political level, together with the other member states, together with the European Parliament, have this discussion. So I think you have the support of the Commission, but the Commission is not going to be the absolute key actor here, and therefore the work done by FEANTSA and the platform is going to be essential. So I think that is very, very important. I think it's important just based on my own experience. The role that the Regional Development Fund and the ESF Plus plays, but also this new reform funds, and it is very important. But it is very challenging for the member states to manage all of these new tools, and here awaiting or a possible specific instrument. I would really emphasize the importance of all of us to, and the working group in the platform will be very important to really look at all the possibilities that are there already, and use them to the full. Because even if there would be a new fund or a new money, it will not be active until in several years. And if we want to end homelessness by 2030, it's action now. So I think here, and we're working, and Alison and the colleagues in the Commission are working very closely with the different teams working with the different countries to make sure that we really be clear to the authorities that are managing this money, the potential there is to use this, and the investment in homelessness, in fighting homelessness, in using housing first, pays off overall on social inclusion. So, because it competes with a number of other issues. So I think that the fact that investing in homelessness, even if it can be quite expensive, as we know, per individual, per housing, it does pay off. And I think this is a message that the platform is taking forward, and that we need to bring to the ones who are actually managing the details of the funding. And that will be a very important challenge. So I take the call, but let's also remember to continue the fight, to use the tools that are there.
No problem, we continue.
Okay, thank you. I think the reticence to create new funds or new standalone instruments is a kind of well-established one within the Commission, but also amongst the Member States and the European Parliament. But it's, I guess, not the only option, and we had quite a few precedents in this multi-annual financial framework with the earmarking of parts of instruments for an issue which is a particular political priority for the European Union. And as we know, that unless they are specifically targeted, the most vulnerable people are often missed out. I think that's an option that perhaps deserves some attention, or it's a possibility that might be useful. I think it was Minister Lallieu who said in her intervention that 2030 is tomorrow.
Yes.
And it's true that we had 9 years when the Lisbon Declaration was launched. We're now going into European elections in 2024, and the clock is running on 2030. So I'd like to ask perhaps Eve, and then anyone else who would like to answer this question as well. What does the platform need to achieve in the coming months in order to get itself on track for this very short deadline?
Well, then give me an hour. No, maybe we have this very good exchange here, and it sounds like soft music in the ears, and thank you very much sincerely also for helping us to make the transition to the new commission, the new parliament, and so on. It's a critical moment. Seed was planted, the plant is growing a little bit, but now there's a difficult time, and it's good to have people that allies to bridge the gap to the next presidencies, the Belgian, the Hungarian, the new commission, new parliament, and so on. But I would like to say a few things about where we are now. First of all, let's say the problem as such, it's not decreasing. I think while we have this a good exchange here and these nice meeting conditions, I think the situation is deteriorating. And so we have this very almost unrealistic goal, 2030, eradicating homelessness. And we know there's an issue of definition and structural homelessness and blah, blah, blah. But I think in the streets of Europe, because of Ukraine, because of all kinds of issues, the situation is getting worse. And so I think for the next decade, so to say, it's a matter of credibility for the political leadership, but even more for the for the European societies and for our social model, whether we manage or not to solve to a certain extent this problem, this directly will impact the future credibility of political leadership and of societal cohesion. I think I'm not the only one, and I won't elaborate too long, but I think genetically the DNA of European societies, which makes them different to Anglo-Saxon American societies or collectivist systems in the world, is that we have these market economies that are socially corrected, where people are respected as a human being and have their place, and where we have strong inclusive policies. We shouldn't take it for granted for the future. And I think homelessness is one of these 2-3 critical dossiers where the difference will be made in the future. The difference in terms of, can we take this serious, this ambition, this characteristic of the European societies? And all these structures, the administrations, the commissions, the treaty, all these political gatherings, do they at least deliver that what we like so much in Europe, apart from cultural issues and so on, and exchanges and open borders, that we have this social model that has been built after the Second World War? Can it be kept in place? Will it really be inclusive also for the people that are sleeping rough? Do we find solutions for these people? And I think that's really a decisive element whether we can be taken serious in the future. Then I come to your point. Where is the platform now? Because I feel it as a duty also towards you stakeholders, and certainly towards the FEANTSA community that has done an enormous work to make this platform possible. And of course the stars stood aligned. There was the council that was under the leadership of Minister Godinho has done a good work. The European Parliament produced a report. Our friends in the Committee of the Regions, ECOSOC, I mean, the stars stood aligned, but it was thanks to FEANTSA that Commissioner Schmidt was convinced, and that Schmidt was the driving engine 2 years ago, together with Minister Godinho, to put the platform in place. So I feel a little bit as a duty to report where we stand very briefly, and don't be too concerned. But from the start, we've said we have the Lisbon Declaration. Let's try to translate part of the Lisbon Declaration in a kind of work program for the first years. And me, myself, I argued a lot, I advocated for a realistic approach and to select a couple of issues where we really can make a difference in terms of bringing added value and respect you as stakeholders, not have unrealistic goals that we can't deliver on, but have realistic work streams, as we call them. So we selected 3. They were mentioned already by Stefan and referred to by other panelists. The number 1 was, or still is, to make a problem having a place at the forefront of policy attention. It's important to agree amongst the 27 member states. What are we talking about? To find better ways to bring what's happening in our societies in terms of homelessness and exclusion to the forefront, to make it more visible in terms of counting, definition, counting, monitoring, to come to better systems and also streamline existing practices in terms of counting and monitoring. So that's the first work stream, so to say. Where we are, more or less, I won't enter into the nitties and gritties and the details, but I think that the end of the year, starting of 2024, that will coincide with the Belgian presidency. The work done by the OECD, by other people, will be on the table, and we will be able to have a good discussion within the platform, and I hope also at the level of the ministers, to say, well, do we agree this is the problem we want to solve? And we agree on monitoring instruments, practices, can have a kind of toolbox in terms of definition, counting, monitoring. That's the first work stream. So I think that there we are now depending to a certain extent of the progress made by the OECD that was mandated, commissioned to do that work. But I think more or less, and I see the colleagues of the Commission nodding, so yeah, I think more or less the end of the year, beginning of next year, we will have something to present to you, people from the FEANTSA community, to say, well, at the European level, 27 member states, this is what we are talking about. And if we say we want to eradicate homelessness, this is what we want to solve as a problem. And then, of course, it will be a question of every year, every 2 years, do the counting, the monitoring, and agree on what kind of consequences, including political consequences, we attach to that, we connect to that. The second work stream was to see the European platform and the initiative as bringing support, bringing added value to the stakeholders, be it public authority linked, NGOs, to offer them a possibility to exchange best practices, to exchange, to do some mutual learning exercises, where of course we have to be careful not doing what FEANTSA already is doing, because it's always better done by NGOs that are specialized in a sector than public authorities would be able to do it. But there's more than FEANTSA, of course. There are other NGOs, there are lots of public authority linked people working on homelessness. We are, let's say, in the last half of a first series of 6 mutual learning initiatives that are kind of traditionally designed with people in an audience, in a room, and listening to people that do presentations, excellent presentations. And we have discussions, member states presenting what they are doing on homelessness, what the pluses and the minuses are, what the SWOT analysis is of what they are doing, and learning from each other. I think now it's time to go to a second phase where we can better customize, have more flexibility, and have a wider range of an offer of all kinds of possibilities for you to learn within Europe, in all member states, to learn from what is happening in different member states. And there I hope that more or less in terms of timing, the end of the year, beginning of next year, almost everything will coincide with the Belgian presidency, that's by coincidence, that we will have that offer of all kinds of different possibilities for you to say, well, that kind of aspect, for instance, homelessness in rural areas related to the lack of housing for women with isolated women with children, very specific aspects. You say, well, we want to learn from what is successful as policy responses in this or so member state. Well, I think we will have more or less next spring an offer to support these exchanges and to support these learning moments. So I think there more or less we're okay. Let's hope we deliver timely. The third one, I think the most complex one, is this promise to work on a better access to financing, which has already been briefly discussed here. And there is, of course, the political issue. There's the new multi-annual framework that will have to be discussed. I was in the Belgian presidency, the earlier one in 2010. I held the EU presidency for the first debate negotiation on the multi-annual framework, so it's a very complex one. But in any case, that's a political discussion. What we try to do is to say, well, Europe is faring better than we expected after COVID, because there has been an enormous volume, not like the dollar zone, but comparably, put into an enormous volume of money put into the system to reboost, to relaunch the economy. It's about hundreds of billions of euros. And inflation is part of the consequence, but it's managed quite well until now. Let's also be positive. Well, what we say, what we have been advocating for with the support of ministers and also commissioners, it wouldn't be more than fair that a tiny little bit of all that money for green policies, for reboosting the economy, that a tiny little part would also be allocated, and then it's the back office, whether it's in a separate fund or whether it's in through the existing budgetary allocations and funds. But at least that the part of that money that we could think about, can we have specific projects and facilitate, make more easy for you, people in the cities, in the municipalities, in the regions, in all kinds of responsibilities, public and private, to make the access more easy. I've been active in my country at different levels of governance, and to submit a project for European funding is a hassle, is a very difficult exercise. And so what I heard from people in different places over the last 18 to 24 months, it is that for NGOs, for local authorities that have the best intentions to set up a program, a project, but that don't manage always to bring together the money, although they bring together quite an important chunk, an important part of that money, they want to submit something to Europe, but it's very difficult for them to understand, to access, to find the right offices, the right people, the right files to fill the right forms and so on. So we want to make this a little bit more easy. And the ambition, of course, is also to engineer new systems of funding. We've been trying, where we stand now is that we've been trying with the EIB and with other people to approach this. Within the Commission services, I think that some people are really working hard on this since already a long time, and there are already existing structural funds and administrations. We are helped by, and I think the representative is sitting in the back of the room with glasses on his head as usual. I don't see him now, but he could maybe stand up and wave to the people. He's there in the back of the room. We're helped by the Council of Europe Bank, which is a little bit of a hidden diamond, a hidden jewel, based in Paris and specialized in programs more in Central and Eastern Europe, but has the knowledge, I think, in terms of housing policies, social policies, to help us, to help the European Union, to help the European Commission also to engineer specific approaches, but also maybe new tools that would be closer to the possibilities, the capacities of stakeholders in the sector of combating homelessness. So I stop here. I am talking too long. I've been in politics, so you can hear that, but I won't abuse more of your time. But that's more or less where we stand. The 3 work streams, we are more or less on track to deliver. I think the access to finance is the most difficult one in terms of timing and in terms of how it will look like, but we're making progress. Just a final word. I think from, let's say, Q3, Q4, the autumn on, it will be much about communication, bringing all this out to the people, to the public opinion, and then what was said by the Austrian, by the lady, I forgot your first name, but anyway, it's can we also have a discussion to make these, what we have been discussing at the European level, to make these approaches more systemic. And now that member states get the opportunity to catch up with national plans increasing in increasing numbers, can we make the policy attention for prevention and to combat homelessness, can we make it more a, let's say, normal part of the policy engineering cycles also in other domains where we then come close to the housing first concept that was, that of course is very, it's the beacon of hope, and it's the best example of the best practice in this field. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So a lot achieved, but an awful lot of hard work in the coming months and years for the platform. I think that in your introduction there, you mentioned the sort of political dimension of this, and sort of set out homelessness and this new ambition of ending homelessness and working together at the European level to do that as almost like a test of social Europe and a real test of this commitment to leave no one behind in the European project. And I think that that's a really important point for our discussion today. And I think that the stakes are quite high, and especially from the perspective of the homeless sector, that if you have this kind of ambition and then you don't take it seriously and you don't put the firepower behind it to actually deliver, that you're faced with a credibility problem, and that can also have negative consequences for homeless people themselves, because if people, it can reinforce the idea that actually this is inevitable and it's just something that society has to live with. So I think that idea that this is maybe a new way of doing policy cooperation at the European level in the social area, in the framework of the European Pillar of Social Rights, and that it's a real test is a really important message. And I think on the funding side, the ambition of this new working group on funding and finance is links very much to something Stefan said earlier, which is about seeing ending homelessness as a social investment. And one part of the equation is the funding and the structural funds and the grant instruments that we are quite familiar with in the homeless sector. And the other side is really making this transition to housing first and housing-led interventions, and that comes along with a lot of financing needs and the need to actually have infrastructure loans and maybe develop new affordable housing solutions for homeless people. So that's a really exciting, I think, and challenging and new added value that's in the pipeline of the platform. So it's really exciting to hear about that and to know that it's launched now, and it's we're looking forward to seeing the results of it in terms of a pipeline of projects, etc. Stefan, I wonder if there's anything that you wanted to add on this question of what does the EPOC need to achieve in the coming months in order to be able to show some success, I guess,
well,
for the new Commission.
Yeah, I mean, you referred to the social pillar, and I think that the platform and the work on homelessness is one of the very good examples of how you implement the social pillar, because there is always a danger that when you have an instrument at EU level, that it becomes an instrument in itself up there, while actually the implementation in the employment and social area is going to depend on the commitment of all levels and the interaction of all levels, and so I see that, I mean, the way of working and trying to bring everybody on board based on data, based on hard work, on innovation, and also I think in terms of the funding, and it is also a certain realization that there's going to be a bit of a higher element of risk involved. And that is something that is very difficult to manage at EU level, at least. We know the auditors and we know the discussions, but I think that is also a discussion that we will need to have for the next MFF. And because if you want to do an innovation and you want to do these things, you have to accept a higher amount of risk as well. So, and that is the type of issues, and therefore, again, we are very happy that Yves Leterme is leading this, because of, with all your experience in all those different issues, because we need to ask and put those questions on the table. So from the Commission side, and I know from our Commissioner, Nicolas Schmit, we are extremely happy that in spite of the tough work of putting this in motion and getting it, that this is really advancing. Again, with the point that the minister and Yves has made, that it's not being complacent. The problem is getting bigger, but the work is really going in the right direction.
Thank you. Elizabeth, I would like to ask a question that relates back to your keynote. You laid out a kind of vision for ending homelessness, and I wonder what does mission accomplished look like from your perspective in terms of ending homelessness? And especially, what does it look like from the perspective of a homeless service?
You know, I wrote this book for a broad audience, and laying out this vision to end homelessness. The aim was also to set out a goal. All people say it's unrealistic. So I wanted to reverse this this kind of way. I feel it is talked about homelessness. In Austria, we have to accept homelessness as an issue. It will never go away, and look at the housing markets and look at this and look at that. So writing this small book was the idea to reframe the issue. So I really do have hope that with EPOC there might be a way to reverse also this discourse on homelessness. And I agree with Yves Leterme and all the others that the situation, I think, in Europe is deteriorating. We see many more people sleeping rough in many European cities. And we also see, for example, this is the case in Austria, we see many more people receiving services from our organizations which have never had any rental contract before. There's quite an interesting study which was undertaken for Germany, that this number is rising. So these people cannot be reached with prevention because they never had any rental contract before. And for example, young adults and also people migrating, they even if they are not illegal, they haven't had a rental contract as we know about it. So I think ending homelessness is not only a matter of human rights, but it's also a matter of social cohesion. And we have to keep this in mind that the fraction of the population in risk of losing their homes even for a short period of time is rising. And so we have to reach all these people and to ask for their solidarity and for their finance to end homelessness. So for me, ending homelessness means that people have a secure home. They also can finance from their own sources. And what I'm also happy about is that we, in our social organizations, we work more and more with people having experienced homelessness themselves. I think these are really important aspects to integrate also in our policy work. They know about barriers in accessing our services, and we need to have these people and this expertise integrated.
Okay, thank you. I feel sort of duty-bound in the absence of Juha to say that although homelessness is getting worse in most member states, there are some rays of light, and we hear a lot about Finland, but also in Denmark, the recent statistics show a significant decrease in homelessness. So it's this constant balance between being grounded in the reality and not sort of sloganeering about ending homelessness, but also kind of holding on to this hope and this change of narrative that you spoke about, and that we have now agreed with the Lisbon Declaration that we're no longer going to tolerate homelessness as a reality in the European Union, and now it's time to deliver on that, which is a challenging but not impossible task. I would like just to give the opportunity to all of the panelists to share maybe some closing thoughts to our discussion before we close the panel and you can have some coffee.
I just want to say thank you for at FEANTSA, and to say that we will in February, 8th and 9th February 2024, all the members of the EPOC in Belgium bring together for recommendation for the Commission, and you are invited.
I think we're all very much looking forward to it. Yves?
Yeah, I would like maybe to close with a political remark. It's difficult to forget the animal have been during some decades. I think, and yesterday with Patrick pointed at that very rightly. We more or less, as people here that are very concerned by this unacceptable phenomenon of people sleeping rough and not finding housing solutions, at a European level at least, I think we suffer from the fact that the methodology that was used to launch the European integration, which by the way I think is worldwide one of the major achievements in mankind of the last century, but it started with an economic story. It started with bringing together the coal and steel production, because this was the basis of warfare, and it started with 6 countries, a couple of big shots, and then the smaller ones to be the glue. And step-by-step methodology. Then there was the bringing together of, opening the borders, and we came to the internal market and the 4 fundamental freedoms. But it was always linked to that original idea of a market. And so free movement of people, of services, of capital, and of goods was always more or less, even unintentionally, linked to this concept of a market. And then we added, during the treaties, kind of different governance. Still too much unanimity asked for, but we added all kinds of policies, including social policies and attention for values and for the rule of law and whatever, and the Copenhagen criteria. But we still have this kind of inertia that when it comes to these new ambitions and new domains, which, and I come back to my earlier statement, which relate to the footprint of European societies, to say a human being is more than a consumer and is more than a worker, is also a human being that should be respected and that should have possibilities offered by this European integration to deploy his personal life and so on. And this free movement of people, this free movement of persons, is not per definition linked to the labor market. And so we are in a situation now that Europe has been producing a lot of homelessness because of this free movement, stopping borders, which is a very positive development in history, certainly on a continent with all the warfare and the bloodshed of the 20th century. But we have to, let's say, to draw the consequences of what we did in all domains. And it means that we should feel more responsibility for the downside of that free movement. That free movement, that also means people have rights, have entitlements. Yesterday at the Mutual Learning event, we heard from difficulties people are experiencing in just getting access to social rights and housing and so on. Well, it should be on the agenda to combat this, and not just because, well, it sounds good and it's fair and it's a matter of justice. No, it's just in the treaty. It's a consequence of the treaty. And so I think one of the further stages, but then I'm dreaming aloud, of this platform, I think should be also to do some advocacy around that aspect of the story. And of course there we have to talk with FEANTSA, not let's say, to be counterproductive in trying to do the same work twice. But I mean, FEANTSA as NGO, as an organization, I think has more right to be the first ones to point at it. But at a certain moment, I think also in the European platform, we should draw the attention of policymakers, attention which they have. I mean, these are grown-up adult people, they know better than we do how it works now. But still, to keep the people with sufficient attention to that aspect. Europe is different to others, but it was an economic story at the beginning, and step by step we added ambitions, and we should be, we should show, we should stick to these ambitions, but also draw the consequences for what we decided. If you say free movement of persons, this means that these people have some rights, and that you have to take care of especially the people that have difficulties to have access to these rights. Yeah.
Thank you. I actually learned recently that at the very kind of beginning of this economic story, the European Union launched quite an ambitious social housing program for coal workers. It was not something that I was aware of until recently, and I think it would be great if we could recapture some of that creativity and social ambition that was even there at the very beginning. Stefan, I know that you have to go on to another event. Is there anything you'd like to say before you leave us in terms of concluding thoughts?
No, I can only agree and thank for the invitation under the Belgian presidency, and just to take this opportunity to thank all of you for all the work you do, which is very some of you very practical, very daily in actually making a difference. Because that's really what's behind all of these words and thoughts. So thank you very much for that. And then in order to break silos, I will then run off to my next event. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth, I feel that in the interest of fairness, I should stand between everybody and coffee for a couple of more minutes just to give you the opportunity as well to share a closing thought.
I think social organizations have been for long struggling to end homelessness on their own. We didn't achieve this goal. So I'm more than happy that now homelessness and to end homelessness is on a political agenda in many of our member states, but also at the European level. And we as social organization and also all the umbrella organizations working with FEANTSA, we are happy to share our expertise, and I hope for comprehensive effort in the near future, 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. And now we can continue the discussion over the coffee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Everybody. Oh my God. I have a microphone on. I'd like to ask you all a favor. We're going to be a smaller group than we were this morning because it's a workshop. We are in a gigantic room. So could I ask you, please come and sit at least in the first couple of rows, especially people I know, like Johan. I can see you there. So please come. Like, the front row is gorgeous. Come on. Scottish people too. And just a quick check that everybody is here for this workshop, Insights into National Housing First Platforms, because there was a little bit of a confusion in the rooms. So we're all in the right place. Please come close. We won't bite, promise. Okay. I guess that's as good as it gets. All right. So, despite the very formal setting, we want to have this as an informal workshop. And I'm supposed to look at the camera. This is being live streamed, so greetings to whoever is out there. And what we want to do is take advantage of having 5 fantastic people here who are all trying to do the same quite difficult job in different countries, which is to create, establish, maintain a national housing first network in one form or another. So, because it is a workshop, what we've decided is to give everyone an opportunity just to tell us a little bit about where they're from, what the sort of shape of their network is, where they're at, but then to really do this as a kind of question and answer session rather than as sort of formal presentations. And that also means that I'll get a chance to ask you questions, you guys will get a chance to ask each other questions, and we would love for you to also ask questions. And we also hope that we will definitely take some time to do a bit of small group discussion as well, because we have this giant space, we might as well use it. So maybe I will introduce myself briefly and quickly at the beginning. So I'm Samara Jones, and I'm the coordinator of the Housing First Europe Hub, which is a partnership of cities, organizations, housing providers, researchers, national ministries, who've come together since 2016, 2017 with the ambition to really work together to end homelessness and use Housing First as a way to start that conversation and to see Housing First as a step along the way towards ending Housing First and as a real driver for that. So we work on supporting newcomers to Housing First, to people managing Housing First and developing programs, but also with a real focus on supporting that idea that we need to change the system in which we operate to make sure that we really move to ending homelessness situation rather than just a managing homelessness situation. So one of the things that we do in our work as a Housing First Europe Hub is support, or at least try and bring together national networks on Housing First and I don't need to go into why they're important because I think that will be touched on now. And so we wanted to use this opportunity as a workshop where we can learn from you guys and also try and think about what more we might be able to do in the future to support the work of national networks. So I think I will hand over right away to Melanie. I'm gonna grab my computer.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's not working.
It's working.
It is working.
They're magic over there. They know what they're doing.
That's great. Hi everyone. I'm Melanie Smit. I'm from the Netherlands, and I run together with my colleague Anke Jansen, run the Housing First network in the Netherlands. It's called Housing First Netherlands. And we promote and support the proven effective way of doing Housing First, and also, like Samara said, the systemic change that is needed to end homelessness sustainably. And we are in the forefront of this new way of acting and thinking in the Netherlands. And of course, we do this with all of you, all the people who are in this global movement to make this happen. And this year I've been doing work on Housing First for like about a decade, and but since last January we actually became an independent foundation, because we assessed that would be a better and maybe faster way to achieve that systemic change. So let's hope that it turns out that way. And the things that we do are different activities. Through our movement, we do advocacy. Also, we provide support to all parties that implement or further develop Housing First. So, like municipalities, housing corporations, care organizations. We do a lot on knowledge exchange and learning, like our national platform for stakeholders. There are mainly a lot of care organizations, but we are now also involving housing corporations, municipalities. We also have a university course on Housing First in the Netherlands. And last but not least, we do research to continue to strengthen the scientific basis of Housing First in the Netherlands.
Hi everyone, I am Giuseppe Dardes, I come from Italy. I am the coordinator of HFI, Housing First Italy, the Italian community of Housing First. Our network is called Housing First Italy and was born in 2020 at the height of the pandemic to take up and relaunch the work of Housing First Italian network. The network, born in 2014, associated private social entities and public bodies interested in experimenting the Housing First approach in our country. In practice, it was thanks to the meeting with FEANTSA and exchanges arising from moments like this that it was decided to launch a nationwide experimentation. The network, set up within FEAPS, was open to those who wanted to invest with their own resources for third sector organization or with budgets drawn from general budget for public bodies, or training and accompaniment consultancy to start up Housing First projects in their territory. From that first and fruitful experimentation, conferences, research, publication, it was decided to stabilize and consolidate the space for the exchange of practice, training, and study and monitoring for those in Italy who had chosen or intended to choose to work with Housing First. Today, the community has 56 members, distributed in 14 regions and 35 cities. Practically, the whole national territory is represented with a prevalence of adherents in northern Italy. What we do? Community coordinated by a trainer, I am a trainer, could only focus on training. But our offer, always being evaluated and improved, today includes basic courses, webinars, community of practice, continuing educational school, operational coaching. And in the first phase of the network, data collection and monitoring were included in the overall cost for members to contribute to the work of the network consisting in training, research, and monitoring, as well as communication. With the community to make entry more affordable, we opted to give everyone the opportunity to be the tailor-made package, separating training from research and monitoring in the costs. The unintended effect was a drop in membership in the monitoring programs. This made the work of colleagues of FEOPS Observatory much more complex and difficult to sustain financially. How we do function? HFI has an agile, a clever way of saying poor and limited structure. As already mentioned, I am the coordinator. I have a part-time contract as a consultant and trainer for FEOPS. The entire FEOP secretariat, in all we are 7 members with only 1 employee, while the others are, like me, consultants with part-time contracts. Alongside us in secretariat, other colleagues work on individual projects. In my case, often days and or entire training projects. In particular, I am supported by a colleague, Margherita Neri, a certified HF trainer who for 8 hours a week plans and carries out the community activities with me. For the community, we give priority to fellow trainers who have completed the trainer training offered by the hub. Thank you really for all you do. Let's talk about money and stop my contribute. Community membership costs a symbolic 120 euro per year. This small economic base allows us to support a small part of personal costs. The rest of the resources come from training activities, both specific on Housing First, on generic, on homelessness, and proposed by FEOPS. This is our picture.
Great, thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Juha Soivio, I'm from Finland. And together with my colleagues Maria and Mia, we are coordinating the Finnish Housing First National Development Network. It sounds quite similar to the other ones. I will talk about what we do. Finland has had the national program since 2008 for ending or reducing and ending homelessness based on the Housing First model. And a decade ago, in 2013, the network was established to kind of help this program to become true. The aim was to implement and scale up Housing First nationwide in Finland, and that's basically what we still do. The focus of our activities has changed a bit on our journey, but the basic thing is still the same: implement and scale up Housing First. We do a lot of trainings. We do have different bodies for development work. We cooperate with cities, NGOs, service providers, ministries, and whoever is a stakeholder in ending homelessness. We try to get them involved in our activities. I would describe it as a kind of open platform for everyone who is doing stuff with homeless people and trying to end homelessness. It's open in the sense that agencies contact us and we welcome them, and we contact the agencies and invite them to work with us. It's free, and we kind of try to find solutions and kind of share good practices for everyone to use. We are coordinated by Y Foundation, but our funding is from the sorry, I have to look at the paper. Funding Center for Social Welfare and Health Services in Finland. It's basically lottery money, but our salary is paid from that grant. What else? Yeah, basically that's we can continue afterwards.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Allen. I'm Director of Advocacy in Focus Ireland, which is one of the leading housing and homelessness organisations in Ireland. And we coordinate or facilitate a Housing First platform in Ireland. It's a slightly different story than the other stories in terms, and I think that one of the big differences is the role which the state directly, the national government, takes in Housing First. So Housing First started in Ireland at a pilot level in 2008 and so on, and then in Dublin there was a major program which was trying to get about 100 people, and then that was pushed up to 300 people. And about 5 years ago, a national program on Housing First was rolled out, and it was done as every municipality was given funding to do a contract on Housing First in collaboration with the health authorities. So there's a formal tendering process through which Housing First programs were set up right across in every town and city in the country. And at the same time, first of all, a national director of Housing First was appointed, and then subsequently a national office for Housing First was set up in a national state agency. So it's a state employee, a state function to promote and maintain standards and drive Housing First. So all those are really good things, because that's sort of a lot of the advocacy that we do, is that the state should take responsibility for this rather than it be an NGO or charity sort of situation. But success has its own challenges. So the question then is for the voluntary sectors, for organisations like ourselves, what is our role in Housing First? So the platform in Ireland arose really when the Housing First Hub was set up with FEANTSA and the Y Foundation and the Belgian government, as I heard this morning, which is great to hear them, that the hub has been so successful that they wish to claim their involvement in it. That's really good. For the success as many fathers. Focus Ireland was one of the founding group members of the hub, and in Ireland we were saying, like, okay, this gives us sort of advantage, knowledge, access to training and skills and so on about Housing First. Do we see that as a competitive advantage against all the other homeless organisations, or do we see that as a core set of skills that everybody who's working against homelessness should have access to? And we took the second position. We said, look, we want to share this. And that's why we took the initiative of setting up the platform, and all the voluntary organisations which deliver Housing First in Ireland, in the Republic, and in the North are members, which is quite unusual, particularly DePaul being the main northern player. But it's really difficult then to work out, well, as it develops and there's a national office, what are the things that we should be doing, and what are the things, in fact, the Housing First National Office is going to do anyway? So we don't want to duplicate, we don't want to get into conflict with what's happening at the National Office. So what is our role? So there's a really strong consensus across the voluntary organisations that there is a role for this voluntary sector platform. And there's also support for that from the National Housing First Director and his team, that they see the real role for the voluntary sector. It's just that nobody is exactly clear what it is. And it's a matter of working that over time. So it's not funded. It's not a legal entity, the platform. It's a sort of a voluntary association of everybody who's involved. We meet on a monthly basis and we exchange experiences and information and identify particular problems that are emerging and see where we can work together on them. So at the moment, for instance, there's an issue, well, there's a long-term issue. The relationship between the local authority and the health service in each of the different towns and cities is different. And we're trying to get a close picture of exactly what is the relationship, so that health authority might be providing a staff member who is their employee and is seconded into the Housing First project, or they might be providing money and the Housing First project is employing the person, or they might have a part-time person who's available. So there's different ways. So we're trying to get a picture of where that is, and then that allows us to say, well, actually, which ones of those work better, which is most effective, and so on. So we're trying to constantly identify that. The just final point I'd make is, it happens in the context where 5-year tendered contracts to deliver Housing First. So we're now coming to the end of the first round of tenders, and everybody who's in the platform is aware that their organization is going to be involved in a winner takes all in each area, in each city, one organization or one, if you go into a voluntary partnership with one other partner, but one tender wins the contract for Housing First. And that creates, it's very hard to maintain a level of coordination and cooperation and sharing of problems when you know that in some time in the next few months, you are going to be required to fight to the death with the person across the table in order to get your access to delivering the Housing First programme in Cork or in Dublin or in Galway. And we're trying to negotiate, trying to see ways in which, are there ways in which tenders can be approached which will reduce that conflict or tension between the member organisations and build collaboration over time. So.
Thank you. Were we supposed to get questions right away, or
no? I mean, the first question was just to sort of like introduce yourself and your national network, provide a snapshot of the situation in your country and some of the practical aspects of the network. And then a second round of questions will dive more deeply into the challenges, and I have lots of questions for Mike on that one. It's always, I know,
yeah, that's good.
I know you don't have answers necessarily, but I find it fascinating. So please.
Well, the Swedish situation is more like we started like 2013 with some enthusiastic souls that wanted to do, Housing First or were doing Housing First, and they wanted to gather once a year and have a conference on that. And it's been going on like that since 2013, and somewhere when the European Housing First hub started also, we became partners. The Swedish Association of City Missions became a partner also, like Mike and some other people too. And we realized that we should build a Swedish national Housing First hub first, and then we could in some way collaborate to have the national Housing First network inside the hub or the opposite around. But we haven't really achieved that yet. It has been difficulties. And last year we got a new homeless strategy in Sweden also, and in that sense we also have like more players along that are doing stuff by themselves, because there's a organization also that gathers all the municipalities in Sweden that are inside, that have their own kind of a group where members can or municipalities can gather in that place to talk about Housing First. We have the Housing First network. We have the Housing First hub. So it's a lot of, like, it's a bit of a mess actually right now. So and it's always good to meet Melanie, because I remember I was when you were supposed to start your national Housing First network, I was there and we talked about European Housing First network and stuff like that. And now you have proceeded to be your own, like enterprise and doing this very well, I think, because it's we see you everywhere now and on social media and stuff like that. But I think we have the resources in Sweden in actually to achieve something really good now. But in order to gather every resource into getting into one unit like you have in Ireland would be quite good, I think, for us. And it can't be built on enthusiasm all along, because then it's going to die, like when people are not working there anymore, it's gonna, you know, slowly evaporate and diminish. So in that sentence, so hopefully in 1-2 years we're going to say that now we have everything in place and we're doing really good now on our fusion with the Housing First network and also the Swedish Housing First hub.
Okay. Thanks. I mean, I think it's interesting that the shape of the network is quite different in different places, but like obviously a lot of the objectives are shared, and I think some of you already touched on this, but I think it's also interesting to use this very again gigantic space, but it's a safe space, and it would be just nice to talk about some of the things you find most challenging in what you're doing, and then I have another question about impact, right? So maybe just talk a little bit about the challenges, and then I had another question about where you think you'll have the most impact. So, do you want to start again, Melanie?
Yeah, maybe I can start by saying some things about the practical side also of the Dutch network, because I heard you talking about that, and I thought, yeah, maybe you would like to know how that is organized in the Netherlands as well. So around staff, Anke Jansen, who I mentioned earlier, and I lead the network. We have a supervisory board who checks whether Anke and I reach the goals that we set. And in addition, we have 2 freelancers who provide our organization the internal support all year long. And they both have lived experience. And that is something that we kind of made policy in our organization, that we hire people who have lived experience, and not just for their lived experience, but on all the positions that we have. And now starting this summer, we will also have Rick, who is starting, and he will lead the Housing First Academy. We are already doing a lot on training and courses, but we are going to professionalize it even more with Rick as a project leader on this. For funding, we receive funding from a fund in the Netherlands called Kansfonds. And they offer us with this finance a basis to build up our organization coming years. And they do more than just give money. They are really our partners in our mission. So we've been really fortunate with that. And this year we also get a subsidy from the Ministry of Health to help municipalities to translate the national strategy that has been launched. I will say something about that as well. And support them in implementing it. And lastly, we also have income from things like training and consultancy. And so those are the main income streams that we have. And as I said before, we once originated from care organizations as a platform, kind of like what the others were telling us. So that is our origin. And now that we are our own foundation, we're going to look at if we can broaden that to get all the stakeholders and partners you need for a successful rollout of Housing First to get involved. And you were asking about challenges.
Yeah. If you...
Yeah, maybe something about the Netherlands, like how the situation is right now. We have about 40,000 people estimated to be homeless in the Netherlands. But that is a very conservative figure. It's probably more in the 100,000s if we did a right count. In response to the sharp increase and a lot of advocacy for years by the Housing First movement, there is a new national strategy since last December, and it focuses on Housing First. So that was a very good step. There are also a lot of challenges left, even though we got the first step that it's national policy. There are currently 49 Housing First practices in the Netherlands, and those are in 93 different municipalities. And it represents a cautious starting point. I know it might sound a lot, but the reality is that only 6% of homeless people in the Netherlands get access to Housing First. So there's still a lot of different other accommodation for people experiencing homelessness. And hopefully we will make big steps coming years. And I think one of the challenges is related to this new policy. I think the first challenge is that it didn't come with a policy on housing. So it's a policy from the Ministry of Health, and we need a really good plan on how there's going to be housing available to match this plan. So that is a big challenge. And also, and this is a little bit hard to explain in English, but the Dutch government chose to not call it housing first, but translate the word into Dutch. And you can probably say, yeah, what's the problem? But the problem with that is that they don't enforce that it has to be the proven effective way of housing first. So they leave a lot of freedom for municipalities to do it in whichever way they see fit. And so that presents a challenge for us to really convey every part of the Netherlands that you should do it in the proven effective way. So I would be very interested also, I'm very interested in why you are all here, because maybe you want to start a national platform, or that would be interesting to hear. And also, maybe you have thoughts on this, because this might happen in your country as well, and you might have some really good ideas for me. So.
Thank you. As Melanie, also I start with report a synthetic country situation to represent our choice about challenges. The official number of homeless people in our country refers to 2014 survey. That year it was estimated at 50,700 people in homelessness, people experiencing homelessness. For the two most severe ethos categories, only for the two. We are certain of a general increase in the phenomenon, but we are lobbying our government to launch a new official survey. We had a strong necessity to have a new number and a real number of homeless in Italy. On Housing First, for example, the number of people accommodated is higher than the number of people accommodated by community member organizations. For these people accommodated in projects unrelated to our work, we have a difficulty in estimating and monitoring. For example, on the adherence to the model fidelity scale. Political scenario, center-right government, signs of blaming poverty. Alarm over the sharp drop in citizenship, income, and the real risk that it will be taken away from homeless people. This last situation could regard many housing first projects that value the contribution of citizenship, income, and an additional special contribution on housing. For many entities, it will be a step backwards of many years compared to the progression of a method, activation of homeless people, and co-participation achieved in recent years through the adoption of Housing First. Overall, with respect of policy for serious adult exclusion, there is a risk of a contraction of proximity activities of reception and the offered integration paths, second level. At the same time, we have a very strong increase of European funds, recovery fund, after the pandemic. Yesterday, Frank speak about Italian model. There is some problems in this Italian model. In particular, two types of projects called service center for homeless people and housing first and temporary housing in the same point. When we found out, we had the same reaction as you. Joy and surprise for the first part, housing first. Finally, the government has chosen to invest in it, sees it strategically, promotes its adoption at a territorial level beyond the usual perimeter of the big cities. Immediately, afterwards, sadness and bewilderment. Why just expose temporary with housing first? Why this contradiction in terms? FEOPS was asked by the ministry to make an evaluation of these projects. In the coming months, we hope to be able to monitor and support the territorial ambits to help them give the right name of the activities. For example, by not confusing housing first and temporary housing, and thus offer our support to make housing first projects as faithful as possible to approach as codified at European and international level. Wish us luck. We will need it for the next time. Our challenges. The first for us is improve and grow community membership and participation, strengthen listening and connection with adherents, increase membership, promote an horizontal exchanges and twinning study visits and comparison between organizations on the Italian territory and in the future European by exploiting dedicated calls for proposals. We think to activate interest groups to deepen crucial areas issues for the development of housing first. Now in Italy, there is an interest on housing first for young people and support to LGBT people. The structure and partly enrich the training offer with a stable and clear program during the year. It's amazing the idea of Housing First Academy. It's a really interesting name, it's interesting way to promote training. Promote loyalty to the model and encourage experimentation and social innovation. This will be a demanding challenge because we will have to help those who are planning and are close to realizing the 250 projects financed by PNRR, Italy National Recovery and Resilience Plan, to distinguish housing first from the other forms of housing, and there were possible to use those funds to start up housing first projects, and then give them sustainability and continuity with different funds. We hope to help them for this. These are interesting points, strengthening the credibility of housing first approach in Italy, data collection, and European international connection. Since we were born in 2013, two things have been important for our credibility: study and research through monitoring and data collection on housing first projects, and the European connection, the participation in this hub and the training of 7 operators in different editions of Train the Trainer. Today, we must quickly resume by finding ways of funding data collection and the publication of a report on the results of housing first projects in our country. This is a really strong challenge for us. And connecting with Europe at times like these, rather than with the training and exchanges, strengthens our credibility in Italy because it is perceived that we are part of a larger movement with the international authority. And to end, finding resources to give sustainability to the project in the coming years. For us, this is an important challenge. Thanks.
Thank you, and I wish you good luck. Yeah. A snapshot of challenges. Yeah.
Especially because when we look to Finland, we think they've sorted it out. It's all done. So I think it's interesting from your perspective, what are the challenges that you still face and that the network can have an impact on?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that it's not done yet. It's kind of, one of the challenges is that, as Melanie said, we started as a quite intensive group of NGOs and service providers, and we managed to create a kind of, I think it was quite good culture of collaboration between the NGOs and service providers, and with the kind of the national strategy, including the big cities and the ministries. And this kind of collective effort, there was kind of, you could feel the sense of spirit that we are doing this together. I think that one of the challenges right now, as you said, that we are like close to the end. At the moment, there's in 2022, the statistics said that there are about 3,700 homeless in Finland. 1,100 of them being long-term homeless people, and this is kind of a situation that there's a you have to keep the kind of spirit up, that it's still important, that kind of try to avoid the feeling that okay, we did it, because we didn't. It's not yet, we are not there yet, and it kind of creates also a threat to the culture of collaboration too. Partly because it's so close, that we are so close to ending homelessness. The other thing is, well, actually, as I was listening to Hammer in the keynote speak today, she was speaking about integrating homelessness or homeless problems into every sector. It's kind of the task of every sector and service. And when this happens, and when you try to kind of make it a part of every sector, then you kind of are dealing with prevention, you're dealing with housing, counseling, you're dealing with things that are not quite nicely put as housing first. So you kind of have to keep on the discussion on what's housing first, what does it mean, and why are we doing this, even though we are not kind of directly involved in support work or kindly doing things with homeless people, but also with people who are under the threat of becoming homeless. What was my? I guess the point was that this is also a threat to the kind of erosion of the common understanding of what we are doing and the importance of still doing it. There was a change in our system in the beginning of the year. Earlier on, the communities and the cities were responsible for housing and the support work, the health and social work. So it was in the hands of the same kind of agency. But there was we established a new level of management. It's kind of regional management, and this meant that the housing is still on the responsibility of cities and municipalities, but the social services and the health services are on the responsibility of the new kind of larger areas. And this is kind of blow to the kind of integrated way of thinking, if you think of homelessness, because as Melanie and you were talking about the importance of availability of affordable housing. So now it's under the different door or different, and this is a big challenge for the network also. We have to kind of make new contacts, be prepared to invite different bodies to take part in our work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks. It's good to know that there's still work to be done in Finland. It's still an inspiration, but you haven't quite finished.
Presumably, as you get closer to ending homelessness, more and more of the work doesn't need to be labelled homeless. Like I remember years ago when we were first starting, I suppose our current phase of work in Focus Ireland, we had a seminar about prevention of homelessness, and Volker came over from the observatory to talk about prevention of homelessness, and he was listening to the debate, and we were saying all these services needed to prevent families in particular from becoming homeless, but young people and so on. And he was asked, well, what are the equivalent services in Germany on these? And Volker said, well, we have a lot of the services you're talking about, but we don't call them homelessness prevention services, we just call them social services. And that really stuck with me as a sort of, there's a lot that the homeless sector can sort of end up trying to make things that shouldn't be about homelessness. Like, we do lots of youth services in Focus Ireland, and there's a lot of effort to make sure that they aren't youth homeless services, they're just youth services to prevent people coming homeless. And it's one of the ironies or paradoxes that you do a lot of work to prevent homelessness, but in doing that, you add the label of homelessness in. So preventing using even the word homelessness might be. Anyway, that's a diversion.
But that's where I think Housing First helps, because
exactly,
you can,
it's about the housing, and it doesn't mention homelessness. And, I talked about the challenges facing the platform, I think, before, and I can say more about that if people want to, but I think it's more interesting perhaps the challenges facing Housing First is what you want to talk about now. So the biggest problem, I think, in Ireland, everybody would agree, is we don't just have a homelessness problem, we have a housing crisis. I think lots of other countries have it as well. And we have a particular problem with it because we completely stopped building housing of all forms during the crash, but we kept on. The population is continuing to grow, partly through inward migration, returning Irish people, other people coming to work. The economy is booming, and the population is growing, and that's huge demand on housing. The government has introduced a rule that Housing First can only use one-bed apartments. So not only do we not have many housing units, but we have decided that the only ones that we can use for Housing First are the ones that we have the least of, because the private sector doesn't build one-bedroom units, and the public service, public housing, has historically not built one-bedroom units of any number. So that is a huge self-imposed barrier. A lot of towns would have only a certain number of one-bedroom units, and all the blocks of apartments where there are one-bedroom units already have Housing First or other supported housing tenants in them, so you've reached the sort of threshold of maximum density. So that's a huge problem. There's various measures being put in place to build more, but if you're not just looking for housing, you're building the housing. That's quite a long-term plan, and obviously you can't build a block of 10 one-bedroom apartments and put 10 Housing First people in them. You've got to build the 10 apartments, and then you're only going to get a quarter of those filled with Housing First people. So it's a very low ratio of units to housing. So that's one challenge. And as I say, in our view, and shared by a number of people in the voluntary sector, quite a self-imposed problem. Right? There's not a lot of housing, but there's more two-bedroom units, which are quite small anyway. A second challenge is around staffing. So one of the peculiarities of Ireland is why we have this housing homeless crisis is the economy is booming. There's lots of changeover in staff, both in the voluntary sector. Most of the homeless organisations have very significant vacancies levels, like 20% empty places and so on, because they're trying to fill the vacancies, because people are moving on to employment in the public sector, where salaries are higher and people get pensions and so on. So you're getting skilled people constantly moving out of the sector, and we are funded by the public sector to do some of the same jobs, but they give us less money than they provide the job themselves. It's a mad system, But in the local authority system, there's also quite a lot of changeover of staff, which means that training becomes a hugely problematic area. You train somebody to get an understanding of Housing First. It's very different than the way that municipalities look at housing and social problems. Housing First is a very different way of looking at it. They get it, and then they're gone. And then there isn't a sort of a unified training program in the system for the reasons I've mentioned before. There's also the third sort of issue you'd mention is exactly how do you integrate the health system, mental health system, with the housing system? It's the heart of Housing First, that integration, and it's so at a national level there's a strong commitment to it, but both those systems are quite autonomous at local level. They're not controlled centrally, so you can ask the local health services to integrate with the housing services and have a policy for it, but you have very little. You can't instruct them to. You can't make them do it. So that's working out that locally level. Sometimes it's brilliant. In lots of areas it's brilliant. In some places it's quite challenging, and sometimes it just depends on the people, and then somebody moves in it. And so that's just making it systematic. The fourth challenge, and last challenge I'd mention really, and not everybody would share this view, this would be a Focus Ireland view, some would share it or not, is Ireland has a very effective, we've got almost 900 people on Housing First tenancies. Okay, so it's quite a big growth over the years. There's about 12,000 individuals are homeless in Ethos 2 and 3. There's only about 100 people rough sleeping. So it's a very small group. But the Housing First program is really just for single people. Okay, there's a single, primarily older adults by definition, but you have to have been long-term homeless and with chronic support needs to be eligible for Housing First. So if you're 21, you can't be long-term homeless because you haven't been an adult for long enough. So young people are excluded on that basis. And families, even though a very substantial family homelessness problem, even if they've got complex support needs and the parents aren't included in the program. Okay, and that's quite a distinct policy, government policy decision on the basis that they want to solve this problem of the integration with the health service. And essentially what they're saying is, look, we want to get that right. If we start broadening it and bringing in different categories, we will lose the focus on that issue, and we want to deliver this first. That's the explanation, and we still think it should be broadened. But if you say it's for single people, then the total number of homeless people is, single people, is around 7,000. So we've got 900 people in Housing First and a commitment to increase that by another 600 over the next couple of years. But as Housing First has gone up substantially, the actual number of single men has gone up even, of single people has gone up even faster. So you're not having an effect of, you're not seeing the benefit because it's happening in the context of a housing and homelessness crisis. It's different people, and the chronically most vulnerable people who've been homeless for a long are definitely out of homelessness, but they're being replaced by a new flow in, and that. So the narrowness of the definition of Housing First is obviously a problem if, as we do and others, work with families with complex support needs or young adults with complex support needs who are excluded from it. But it's also a problem in terms of systematizing the approach of Housing First. So in Housing First Hub, we've sort of talked about a problematic approach which sees Housing First as just another program along with other programs. So we continue doing all the things we do, and we add Housing First to the mix rather than we change the whole mix. So Ireland, I would say, is a particular case of doing an extreme case of Housing First as a program amongst any others, but doing that program very well. Yes. So it's not a bad story, it's just a paradoxical story.
Yeah.
Thank you. Interesting to hear about Ireland also. But when I said before, we have a Housing First Hub in Sweden, and we've been running that, and we are an NGO also, and we've been doing that as a project first, and then the pandemic came and it was a bit slow on the development, but last year we decided we should hire someone who should coordinate the hub and make sure that we could do trainings, and now we sell trainings, so we don't get any other funds, but we sell training to get some money in that sense. And we are doing some following up also on the municipalities where we sell training to see what they need also. Because we, as you all know, we decided in the European Housing First Hub that we should go for a new vision where we should change the system instead of, making a lot of new small Housing First projects instead. And that's a challenge or problem. I don't like the word challenge. It's I dislike it really. It's a problem that because as an NGO, we can't be the one who's telling the municipalities to how to change the system. It must come from somewhere else, or from the municipalities themselves, or from the government. Should, you know, like, have that in our strategy to say that you should work with housing first, but in order to do that, you must maybe look over your homeless system, how you're doing that. And that's a problem. I think it's, I can see it it happening all over, and Sweden is 290 municipalities also, so it's a lot of municipalities to talk to and to talk with. And we also have, now the government has ordered the National Board of Health and Welfare to achieve these goals that are in the strategy also. And it must be much clearer, I think, also. I don't know what the point is really here, but I know when you said that, Melanie, about housing first, it's not, you have a Dutch word for it instead of housing first and stuff like that. Well, we have it too also in Sweden, of course, but it's a problem when the government doing stuff, well, good stuff, but not really think them through, because that could give long-term problems that takes a long time to change, because it's but still it's good that they do something, but it's a problem that we can't really achieve what we want to achieve. And with our problem, as I said also before, when we can't really make a fusion also with the hub and the network as we have wanted to do it, we haven't really, you know, like, it feels like we're doing stuff but in different places. So there is still a problem, but there are resources, we can do it, but we have to make sure that we are speaking the same language, all of us. So, but changing the system is easy to say, but what does it mean also for a municipality? So, well, thank you.
So, okay. Yeah, it's on.
There is another challenge that I don't tell before. Today, our federation, FEANTSA, asked us to valorize the specific know-how of Housing First so that it can inspire and orientate experimentation and adaptation also with other targets. Making the challenge is making Housing First a node in the political network on the housing challenge. There is a growing mobilization to address the problem of accessibility of housing affordable. For example, with the creation of a national networks on the issue of housing policies. And with Housing for HEFI, our community, we want to be able to tell the need and the value of being able to give space also to the right of homeless with successful experience of Housing First. This is an interesting challenge for us.
Yeah. No, it's on.
I just want to, oh, sorry. I just want to mention also that we've done a survey or a mapping on homelessness also this year, but we're not going to get the results until next year. And we're only doing this every 6 years in Sweden. So it's kind of a, when I think of Ireland, doing it once a month. And it takes 8 months to produce results also from the mapping. It could be done better also 2023 when we live in a digital world, but it is what it is, and that's also one thing we hope that we can say that the next time we are doing much better. But I don't think every month is a very good way of doing mapping either, but maybe once a year or once every 2 years is enough, I think.
So I wanted to, but I'm gonna think we'll go into a format where we're gonna talk in some smaller groups, if that's okay with you guys, and we'll move off the stage, or we can invite everyone on the stage. And I think in the smaller groups, I'd like people to sort of, all of you, and you guys too, to think about, where's the impact that national networks is having? Like, what are the sort of, where do you see in, like, some of you've had a national network for a shorter or a longer period of time, but we've talked about the problems, the challenges. We can put both the word challenge and the problems aside for a minute and think about, where is the impact? Where are you having impact in terms of systems change, in terms of, accepting that we all operate within the system, so we have to be part of the change as well. We can't wait for someone else to change the system. So is there impact that you've seen with your national network? And I think it's also really useful if we break into groups so that we can just have some sort of smaller discussions from your own contexts where you are. It's useful for us to know, all of us, like, do you also have a national network? Are you also working in these kinds of ways? I don't know if we have anyone from Scotland still in the room, but they have some really interesting tools that they use with their national network, not necessarily a survey it's a survey about the impact that that Housing First is having. And I think that that's something that is interesting. I don't know how transferable it is, but I think that it's interesting to think about. So it's a very weird space, this room, I know. I apologize for that, and I will get Robbie to buy me a drink afterwards. So how about if we split into, there's not loads of us, so what if we split into 3 groups for discussion, and we could have one in the corner back there, maybe one down here, or one in that back corner and one in this sort of front corner, okay? And there's 5 of you, so 2 of you get to go with partners, and one person has to go all by themselves. But feel free to split up. So please, let's make it interactive, and you don't have to use a microphone in this small group session, I promise. So we'll send one group to the corner there. We'll have one group down here and one group over there. So choose to go wherever you wish.
Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the session on preventing homelessness, and welcome to the speakers. My name is Caterina Cortese from Italy. I work in FEOPSD, Italian Federation of Organizations Working with Homeless People, and it is my pleasure to moderate this session. Let me say a few words for introducing the topic of the session and the situation in Italian context. How prevention is developing in Italy. During the last decade, the political interest for homeless as a public issue has increased. Now, is it possible to identify the progressive introducing of homelessness in the political framework and developing of instruments and intervention for tackling homelessness by ministry and local authorities, NGO organizations. The traditional approach, however, based on the shelter, accommodation, food and material distribution, volunteer support system is still prevalent, of course. My colleague Teresa Consoli have explained in the recent Italian paper for the European Journal this situation. On the other hand, housing first, housing-led programs, as well services with high support based on professional case management are increasing across the Italian cities. And this positive trend have started 5 years ago, more or less, thanks to the virtuous use of the structural funds from European Social Funds and FEAD, as well the national poverty funds. Currently in Italy, we have a large investment for homeless sector, get from the National Recovery Plan. We have 450 million of euros and for realizing 250 new housing solution units and 250 new daily and night centers for promoting case management of homeless people. But we have no formal national strategy against homelessness, but we working strongly to realize the political goals. We are working now on implementation of LEPs. LEPs are a sort of minimum level of services for homeless people, like residence, formal address, and register in municipality, and stazioni di posta, called a place where the homeless people can stay during the night and the day for the case management. So, about the topic of the session, the prevention. Okay, what means prevention? Okay. And we are lucky because today we listen to a good example of prevention policy from Canada and from Finland, housing policy and prevention of youth homelessness, and thank for that. But recently I have read a paper by Peter Mackley from University of Cardiff, and he explains then that the preventive approach is missing across European countries now. We are to work along. And also the Professor Sullivan observed that universal preventive approach is still limited in the most part of European countries. So, what means prevention? Prevention means prevention of risk to move in the severe marginalization condition. Prevention could be reducing the dependency from the shelter of accommodation or emergency solution. Prevention could be minimizing the period of the condition of homelessness or providing accommodation long-term and safe solution for homeless people or for caregivers, or for ex-prisoners, or for people under eviction. These are examples from preventive approach. Okay, we listened today morning about the plenary session from the EPOC. EPOC, we all a new perspective in the homelessness sector. It is a challenge for us, for everybody. And the challenges are change a vision and to overcome to the emergency solution, to promote advocacy action, and to invest appropriated resources in housing initiative and solution for homeless people, all together with other ministry and other public issues and other actors that play a key role. Okay, the list of challenges is very long, and we leave the floor of the speakers for the first speech from Finland, and present yourself, and welcome, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. My name is Mirka Järvinen. I come from the Housing Finance and Development Center of Finland, and I work as a project coordinator with housing advisors, and we will talk about that very soon more.
Hello everyone, my name is Vilja Kampila. I'm a colleague of Mirka from the same organization. Very pleased to see so many of you here and already some familiar faces from yesterday.
Hello everybody, my name is Heidi Walter. I'm from Away Home Canada, and I'm going to be presenting on the Family Natural Supports model today.
Yes, so we can start.
All right.
You can go sit down if you want.
Oh, okay.
Right, just a bit of a background from where we come from. So we work under the Ministry of Environment in Finland. We work nationally, nationwide, all around. Our aim in ARA, which is what we call ourselves in Finland, because the name is so long and complicated. So our aim is that everybody would be entitled to good housing, and we implement the housing policy of the government. So we receive our funding straight from the budget of the state, and we basically work by giving out grants and loans, guarantee loans to municipalities and non-profit organizations, housing companies that work with a non-profit principle, and we have been very much involved in combating homelessness from the very beginning, because in Finland we see that homelessness is an issue of housing, and it will be solved with providing housing together with the needed support. In the recent years, our duties have also multiplied a lot, and our office has grown, especially in these recent years with all the green things coming. We also now oversee energy certificates and give grants for renovations to improve the energy efficiency of housing and this sort of thing. So we're an office of architects and engineers and us social people. Right, so here from 1987 to last year, our office has been responsible for gathering data from municipalities on homelessness in Finland. And this has been a huge effort nationwide with all different ministries, all different municipalities, all different NGOs. There's been a strong will to work together to diminish homelessness and eradicate homelessness. In the beginning, the work was mostly concentrated on giving permanent housing solutions to long-term homeless people, and since then, as these sort of very rough problems have been solved, our focus has shifted more to preventive measures. And in the recent years, we've had a number of programs on preventive methods to end homelessness, and also we've been giving out grants to fund this work in municipalities and NGOs. So we have a plan to end homelessness by 2027, and already next year in 24, the number of homeless people should be halved. We're not quite there yet. You can see that the trend is not quite steep enough, but we are optimistic and doing our best.
Yes. Yes, so let's talk a bit more about how do we prevent homelessness. And one thing that we do in Finland, and I think is quite unique to Finland, is that we have this service called housing advice, also sometimes called housing counseling. We're not quite sure which is the right term in English, but today we have decided that it's called housing advice, and let's talk a bit more about that. So housing advice is a preventive service that aims to tackle issues before they turn into a crisis. So it's a really efficient way to prevent homelessness. Housing advisors normally work with rental debt problems, or if you have problems maintaining a clean home, for example, hoarding, or if you have parties every weekend and that's why you're getting evicted. And housing advisors' main goal is to prevent evictions. And in 2023, we have given out grants. We have given grants to municipalities that they could hire new housing advisors to every municipality in Finland. And with our grant, there has been this year, until May, there has been 66 new housing advisors in Finland. And for comparison, Finland, we are a population of 5.6 million, so we are quite a small population. So 66 housing advisors is quite big. Yeah, for some people that probably doesn't. That sounds a bit small, but for us it's quite big. And but we have already given out grants since 2009, and housing advisors has actually been working in Finland. I think the earliest was in 2002. So housing advising has been many years in Finland, and it started in the rental companies. The rental companies started to do it on their own. They realized that, okay, that people are getting evicted. For example, in Turku, the city where I live, there were 5 fires caused by drug problems in a housing company, and they decided that something has to be done. And in 2004, they hired a housing advisor, and then it started to spread among the housing companies. And in 2009, we started from ARA to give out grants to municipalities and housing companies, and started to develop this housing advice service a bit more. And our aim in ARA is that everybody is entitled to receive this housing advice regardless of where you live. When we started in 2009 to give out these grants, we only gave them to housing companies that had, like we call this ARA building, that they had built, for example, houses with our ARA grants. So we only gave this grant to housing advisors to these housing companies. But now, since last year, we have given grants to municipalities, and that every single person who lives in that municipality is entitled to this housing advising service, regardless if you own your own home, if you live on the private market, or if you live in a housing company. So everybody can have this service. So a bit more of the housing advisors. So housing advisors, they can work in the municipalities, or they can work in the housing companies, like they started in 2002. But most of the time, they have a bachelor's degree in social services. If there's Swedish people here, socionom is the most used degree. That's what I have as well, and I used to be a housing advisor for many years before. And they work in municipalities, NGOs, or in housing companies. It varies a lot in different municipalities. Some municipalities have, for example, in Turku, the city where I live, there's 4 housing advisors in the housing company, and then 3 housing advisors in the municipality. So the housing company advisors help only the clients who live in that housing company's homes, and the municipality ones are helping on people who live on the private market or own their own home, for example. And housing advisors aim to help clients before the problems need to be addressed by the social work. So before you have a client, you have already your own social worker, or you are already a client of the social services. So housing advisors then try to help before it becomes a huge crisis. On the other hand, housing advisors might find clients who are in need of a more severe intervention, and that's why referrals or different services are a lot of what housing advisors do, and housing advisors, they are networking a lot with social services, and they do a lot of cooperation with social services, for example, and or NGOs and different kind of services. So housing advisors work together with the client, housing providers, NGOs, and social work. And most of the time we say that housing advisors, their role is to be a bridge builder between the client and the landlord, and in between that way that housing advisors can help, and that way to help prevent evictions. So here are a bit of examples of the reasons for seeking help from a housing advisor. And here you can, for example, rental debt. There is a lot of what we have seen. What we have seen is that working-aged men who live alone are the clientele that is mostly housing advisors help with, is the biggest clientele. And most of the time the situation is that they got divorced, and the wife moved away with the children, and then you have a drinking problem or a gambling problem, and then everything goes a bit wrong. And then housing advisors try to help with that. A lot of mental and substance abuse problems is also seeing in housing advising work. Also gambling is a big problem, especially with rental debt. And just problems maintaining finances. There's been a lot of things, like I have been in the seminars here talking about youth, and there's things that young people moved to our own home and they didn't know how to pay rent, didn't know what to do, or immigrants didn't know where to pay rent, and that's why, because of this mixed up, they didn't get the help that they needed, and they had rental debt. So in these kind of situations, housing advisor can help. Also, there's a lot of taking care of your home. There might be some health problems, mental health problems regarding, for example, hoarding, or just old age, that you're too old to, especially the people who are owning their own home, that they cannot take care of the home anymore, they cannot clean it anymore, and that's why it's a problem for the neighbors, and that's why they might get evicted because of that, or early onset dementia or something that they cannot help take care of their home, so housing advisors can help with that. But yeah, there's a lot of different reasons, and there's a few, like rental debt, I think, is the biggest, and then taking care of your home, and just applying for a home is also something that housing advisors, if you live in a home that is not good for you, if you have broken a leg and there's no elevator in your house, and that's why you need or your family is growing and you don't know where to seek for a home because you don't speak the language, or you don't know how to use the internet. So housing advisors can help with that as well. Here is our study that we did in 2018. And the most common reason for seeking help from a housing advisor is the rental payment problems and rental debt. That is the most biggest. And the third one is needing help finding a new home. So that are the biggest ones. And housing disorders and eviction threat. Eviction threat and rental payment problems go a bit hand in hand sometimes, but these are the most common ones. And also homeless people, even though housing advisors are trying to prevent homelessness, still there are still homeless people in Finland, even though we don't want that, but still they are. So homeless people can seek help from a housing advisor, and then housing advisor can try to help them get the service that they needed and try to get them to find a new home. Yes.
Okay. Here we have a statistic of all the evictions in Finland. So in red, you have the number of pending evictions, and in pink, the number of actualized evictions, and in gray, cancelled evictions. We recently visited the Kronofogden here in Sweden, and the Swedes have a lot less evictions than in Finland. even though they have a lot bigger population. So this is something we want to dig more into. And this has a lot to do with what Mirka said about housing advisors working to prevent evictions. So we want to find out, why are there so many evictions in Finland? What are the reasons behind it? How could we reach these people who actually have a home already, but are at risk of losing it or have lost it? So we made a study about how much an eviction costs in Finland for the housing company. So this is also something that we want to motivate the housing companies and municipalities to hire housing advisors and work preventively and look at the processes, like how are they handling these evictions and rental debt problems. And we wanted to show them that, look, with just like this little investment of hiring a housing advisor, or maybe doing some tweaks in your process, you can save so much money. So we are both giving grants to the municipalities to hire these housing advisors, and then we are also showing them how much they will save by hiring these housing advisors. And this is because we really want to we both want to give the people who are homeless the support and the housing that they need, but also to end homelessness, we need to also end it at the other end, so stop new homeless people from emerging. And this is why it is so important to make the number of evictions smaller and really like catch these people who are at the risk of being evicted and find out the problems, make sure that if they are actually evicted, they will be taken care of and will find a new home, and then also that the problem will not come back again, and make like a cycle of it, so that they will just get evicted over and over again because of the gambling problem or whatever there is. So in this cost, we did this in cooperation with the housing companies in Finland. We received an answer from almost 300 housing companies who told us about the costs of their evictions and how their processes go. And we found out that the average cost of a very average eviction equals 6,300 euros. And then this is like the all the bureaucracy and the cleaning and maybe they need to change the locks and renovate the place. And then if you count in the average rental debt, because most of the evictions are due to rental debt, the average rental debt is 4,300 euros. So the whole of the eviction means a loss of over 10,000 euros for the housing company. And also this means that the process is very, very long, also due to the queues of these legal systems, and this varies a lot in Finland. It can take up to 8 months to first have this person evicted and then find a new tenant to the apartment. So it's not a quick solution and it's not an easy solution. Of course, it's a very big tragedy for the person who is evicted or the family who is evicted, but also it's a significant loss for the housing company. So there are also these like economic incentives that we want to bring out. Yes, that was all.
Yeah, so then I used to work as a housing advisor for many years, and before I came to ARA, and that's why I have this one case example of showing like what does the actual housing advisors do. And I would like to say like how, like for example, this is a 30-year-old man who was living alone, and the church owned his apartment. He had a permanent job and he had a moderate rent. In Finland, there is moderate rent regulations to every single municipality and city, and every single year they look at them and maybe change them, and that's why they have like moderate rents. And And it's quite rare that he had a permanent job and a moderate rent, but still he had a rental debt of 3,000 euros, which is quite a lot. And how did he find me? Because he was living in a church-owned apartment. I worked for the municipality. I worked in the social services. Well, not inside the social services, but kind of like in the social service area. And then I was doing a lot of marketing as a housing advisor. I was sending out leaflets and pamphlets, and with the church, I knew that the church owned a lot of houses and in my city, so we made an arrangement with the church that every time they sent out a letter to a client who had a tenant who had a rental debt or who was in a risk of getting evicted, they sent out a letter, and on the letter said that if you need any help, here's the housing advisor's name and number, please call her if you need help. And that's how this 30-year-old man found me. That he got a letter to his home that says, you have a rental debt problem, you are in a risk of losing your home. If you need help with sorting this out, please call this housing advisor in your municipality. So he called me, and then we started talking, and how we did, I was like, okay, the first thing that housing advisors do with rental debt problems is like, what is the root reason? How do you say it? What is causing all of this? Because if you don't cure the root reason, then it just happens again. And then I talked with him, and then we checked like how much debt does he have. I was calling the church and then working in between the client and the church, and then asking like, okay, how much debt do you have in general, and how much money do you make? And then we started the calculations, and could we make a payment plan, for example. And then I think we met like 5 times before he admitted that he's suffering from a gambling problem. So it took quite a while that he started to trust me, that I'm actually trying to help him. And he said like, okay, because I was bamboozled, like you have money, like you should have to be able to pay your rent, but I didn't know like, why do you have rental debt? And that was the key moment. I was like, okay, now I know why, let's treat this and let's not get you evicted. So I started collaborating with the church and the social work, and the church promised that, okay, we're not gonna evict him now that you are helping him, because we were doing a lot of work together with the church. And the social work promised that, okay, I was hosting this rental debt group, and that if he goes to the group and commits all 5 times, that we will pay off his rental debt completely. And he did. He came to my group. Inside the group, there were only men, working age men, like I said before. And then we were just in the group. Most of the time we just talk about the root reasons, and then just in general, because a lot of the time they were never taught at home how to use your money. They were never taught at home like, always pay your rent first, never pay your debt first. And so we did just this normal stuff, trying to pay your rent first, and then we calculated their budgets, and then we make like, okay, these are a few tips on how to save money in everyday life. And he came all 5 times. He was really committed that he didn't want to lose his home. And then social work paid off the rental debt, and I got him referred to a gambling addiction facility. And that was 3 years ago, and he has never gotten rental debt again. So I think the group, and it doesn't always have to be this rental debt group. Sometimes social work in Finland can pay off the rent, and that is like once in a lifetime thing, that social work can pay off your rent from that rental debt. And it's really rare, but sometimes they can. And then you don't always have to be a part of this group. This group was just one example, and sometimes housing advisors help clients like one-on-one, and sometimes they go to these groups, or sometimes they just help one-on-one and meet together with the social worker and the client and housing advisor, for example, and they figure out, can we make a payment plan, or do you need help with some income, and do you need help that we can pay off this rent that you can stay living in your home. So this is just one example of the housing advisor finding the root problem and then seeking help with the social services, and got the client refer to the service that he needed for the root problem. So like Vilja said before, that we have trying to halve and eradicate homelessness by 2027, and we think that housing advice is one key method for doing this. And we have a 5-year law about this housing advice. And the law makes it possible to give housing advice to everyone, regardless or where or how they live. Like I said before, it doesn't matter if it's your own apartment or just public or just private market. And the Ministry of Environment that we are part of, they drafted a 5-year law for housing advice. It started this year, and it's up till 2027. And the aim is to improve the availability of housing advice in Finland with our grants, that with the grants we are giving to municipalities, that every single person in Finland will receive this housing advice help, or they can get housing advice help if they need it. And this is part of the program of Prime Minister Marin's government. At the moment, providing this housing advice is voluntary for municipalities, but we offer 80% of the housing advice's salary that we can pay, and the grant is 80% to the municipalities. And we are hoping that by 2028, this will be that it's not voluntary anymore, that in every single municipality in Finland will have a housing advisor. So that is our goal, but this 5-year law is trying to go to that direction. So we were talking a bit yesterday as well with Nordic colleagues here that, well, how do we support these housing advisors? We have training sessions open for all housing advisors. Sessions consist of housing advisors presenting their working methods or expert lectures, depending on what housing advisors have been asking for us. We have these training sessions 4 times a year, and they are in teams, so everybody across Finland, even though we're a small population, but we are quite long, so nobody has to travel 6 hours to come to this 4-hour training session, so that's why it's all in teams. And subjects are determined by the housing advisors themselves, so they can always tell us what subjects they want, and then we arrange those kind of trainings. We have had trainings about collaboration with the social workers. Like I said, that is a big part of housing advising work, that they do a lot of collaboration with social workers and social counselors. And then we had a training with clients with mental and substance abuse problems, etc. And then most of the time we ask other housing advisors to train the other housing advisors. So that's why we have created this network of housing advisors, and we facilitate it. And we also have a team of housing advisors who are facilitated with me. And the goal is that all housing advisors get to know each other and change ideas, that you don't have to think everything from scratch, because some other municipality has to be like, hey, we have done this group. For example, the group, like I told before, another bigger city did it before me, and I was like, hey, you are doing this group, I want to do it too. And then I asked them to help me, and then I created in my municipality the same kind of group. And the network is just for that the housing advisors can change ideas and they can get help from each other. And just housing advisors mostly work alone, so the network is that they get peer support as well. And also, when a new municipality gets our grant and hires a new housing advisor, I always train them, because I used to work as a housing advisor, and I trained them on the simple housing advice stuff. And then, like I said before, like we talked yesterday with colleagues here, Nordic colleagues, that I'm not a lawyer. So that's why and housing advisors, they are not lawyers. So if there's something about like how do I read this housing rental law, then I'm like no, we have unions that you can call and ask the legal help, because housing advisors, they have a degree of social work or something similar. So that's why they're They are not lawyers, and they don't have to be lawyers, because there's a lot of unions in different places in our government that you can call and ask for help. But yeah, this is what how we support the housing advisors and the community around them. Yes, this is our team. And our Sina Rasilainen is probably a lot of people know. She's a part of our team. She is not here today, but you can contact us if you have. Now we can take questions as well, but if you have any more specific ones, you can always email us. This is our common email, asumisneuvonta. This is housing advice in Finnish. And but if that is too hard to write, then just first name dot surname at ara.fi is one way to contact us, and we'll be happy to help if you need anything. Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? We would love to answer any questions you have.
We have 10 minutes, yes.
Yeah, there's 2 questions there at least.
Since we're streaming, talking to this.
To this
Yes.
one.
You talked about the number of evictions, and you said you wanted to find out what is the reason for the high number, because when you look at Germany, where I come from, we had in 2021 we had 29,000 eviction, and we have a much bigger population, and we have much more rented flats. About 50% of the flats are rented. So did you find out why there are so many evictions? I understand it's the same like in Germany. You have to go to a court to
it's the
get
same.
this. It's the same in Germany, and even when we have social services who pay the debt, it sometimes cannot be, as we say, healed, because the landlord can give an ordinary eviction following the combined with an extraordinary eviction. Because the contract is violated, and that is a reason to end the tenancy agreement. But can you say why there are so many?
Yes, we don't know. Oh, we know that part of the evictions there are 2 reasons you can get evicted. So one is this rental debt, and the other one is if you violate the contract. So if you mikä on asunnon siis häirintä? Like
if you're having parties every weekend and you're not
you're
not being quiet.
and
we are a quiet people.
Most of the evictions are because of this rental debt, but also a lot of these cases have this, not this partying problem, but like other problems behind it. But it is easier for the housing company to show that there is rental debt, and this will like lead to the eviction more clearly than if there are parties. Then you need to like have a note from the police and have a note from the neighbors and this sort of thing. But we don't know yet why there are so many of these like rental debt cases. So that is something we need to look into.
Yeah, when we are trying, we saw some colleagues here in Sweden, and then they had this really nice model, and now we're trying to get it to Finland as well. But we are just starting it, so maybe next year we'll talk about that again together with the Swedes.
Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Rick from Homeless Link in the UK. First of all, well done on your pronunciation of facilitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A question about confidentiality, because I mean there are rules around these things, but it seems to me to be an effective housing advisor, you need to speak to lots of different agencies on behalf of the person and maybe share information about them.
Yes.
So that confidentiality could be a problem.
Yes.
A problem.
It is.
So how do you deal with that issue of confidentiality?
Okay. So yeah, it is a problem. Good question. Most of the time, of course, when you meet the client who has, for example, rental debt, then you need to ask permission by writing that can I contact your landlord? Can I contact the social worker? Can I contact etc. 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 But for example, like that the example I told about, that the housing company sent the letter to the client, that is kind of like I go around it a bit, because then the client has to call me That because the housing company cannot call the housing advisor if the housing advisor doesn't work for the housing company. If the housing advisor works for the municipality, the housing company cannot call like, hello, we have this person who has rental debt, can you help? Because that is a violation of that. So that's how we kind of go around it, that we market a lot of the housing advice in social media and television, in newspapers, that people find their way themselves to housing advisors, and like this kind of cooperation with the housing companies that send out letters or text like, hey, if you have rental debt, like call this person. And then when you get in contact with the person, then you ask all the permits, like, can I call this person, and ask for assistance. So that's how we have figured this out. Thank you.
Other question?
Hello, I'm Jakub. I'm from Polish National Umbrella NGO. I was wondering about the ways your clients can find out about you. Obviously, you just said that you're sending the letters, but I'm guessing you're sending the letters to people who are already in some kind of debt.
Yes.
So I was wondering whether you have any other channels. For example, do you advertise your services as well?
Yes.
And whether this works also with individual landlords, like a person who has their home and just one more home to let, not a housing company, but an individual landlord, whether they use your services as well.
Yeah, we do a lot of advertising, and like I said, like newspapers, televisions, and social media is quite big right now, so we're trying to advertise in the social media as well, and like that's how, like, to get everybody to get to know about this new service in that municipality. Like, it's a big news, and it's a good news, that so everybody could know that this service is available for every single person living in that area. And with the private landlords, yes, we do some collaboration with them, not as much as the housing companies, because it's way easier to work together with housing companies. But yeah, with private landlords, there is this union in Finland with private landlords that they can, I don't know, remember how many members they are, but housing advisors go there regularly and tell the private housing owners, like, hey, we have this service. And of course, again, there's the same thing that you cannot, the private landlords cannot call directly to the housing advisor, but they can say to their tenants, like, hello, I see you have rental debt, can you call this person? But yeah, the goal is that what we say every time, but in every single ad we say like call us if you have only 1 month's rent debt, or even if you know, like, okay, I cannot pay my rent this month, then call us in advance. Like, if you call a housing advisor when you have, like, this person who had 3,000 euros, it was really hard for me to help him. But if he would have called me when he had only 1 month's rent or just 200 euros in debt, it would be way easier to help them. So we are trying in advertising and everywhere, like pamphlets and newspapers and everywhere, that people get to know this service, and they will call as soon as they can they know that they will need help.
And also, like, it's not only this rental that, like, if you are not able to pay your rent, but also, like, just like, is there something that worries you about your housing or your situation? Call the housing advisor. And it's also good because the housing advisors, it's sort of like different from being a social worker. It doesn't have like this. So people might think that, oh, but I don't have any problems, I don't need a social worker, or there might be stigma, or they might have heard some stories from their friends that went wrong. So this housing advisor is like neutral. And also some housing companies might do this, that when somebody moves in to the flat, they send this like welcome letter, and also like, if you ever have any problems, we have a housing advisor. So it's sort of like, you can call with any issue or any problem, and it doesn't have to be this like I am already in a crisis.
Yeah, we are trying to get there, but it's still a bit of a struggle. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the interesting presentation. I also have a question regarding the example of the 30-year-old man you mentioned. You said that social work paid off the rental debt in the end. And I was wondering, where does that money come from, or which funds were being used can be used for paying off rental debt of clients? Is it money that comes from the municipality or from?
Yeah, they come from the money comes from the municipality, and then every single municipality get their share from the government. Do I say that in English? Yes, sosiaali- ja terveysministeriöstä.
Yes, the Ministry of Social.
Yeah, the Ministry of, and that's how you get the money from the government to the municipalities, and the municipalities decide how to use that money for example, rental debts or some other, like if somebody else needs help with something else.
Okay, thanks.
You know that Finland is quoted everywhere. We speak about you every day.
Yes.
We admire you. My question is the following. Is it also a national pride? You know that all over the world we think of you, we dream of you as the model, or nobody, the common Finnish person doesn't know anything about the Finnish miracle?
Well, it's a huge pride, at least among us homelessness workers. And I don't know how many common Finns know about this miracle. Not everybody in Finland, but at least we are super proud.
So we'll make your advertisement.
Yes. Thank you. Do we have
Thank you. The last question.
One more question, yes?
One more question. Other two? The last three?
Last three, okay.
We move to the other speakers and then, okay.
Thank you. I have a question about this. You say the debts are being paid by the social work.
Yes.
But if they have a kind of an addiction problem, and you pay their rent, and then they start all over again, what do you do then?
Well, like I said, when social worker pays off the rental debt, and now we're talking about only about rental debt, it's once in a lifetime most of the time. So that's why the housing advisors, they need to solve the root problem before getting paid the rental debt, because if it's like addiction problem, then you need to rearrange the client to an addiction clinic and trying to get him the help that they need, that the issue won't come again. So that's why. And sometimes, even though whatever we try, it comes again, and and then the situation is really hard for the housing advisor to help, because the social work doesn't help anymore, because they already paid once, like half a year ago or a year ago. So,
you make that they do need to do something for recovery.
Yes, most of the time, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then what there?
Thank you. Super interesting presentation. What I'm hearing is that what you're doing is very innovative. There's a lot of special cases. The housing, the workers like you have to improvise in many cases.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, how much research are you doing to sort of figure out what works better? Is this getting codified into a manual? In this situation, this is what you should do. What evidence base are you building? Thank you.
You can answer better than me.
Good question.
Well, until now, most of the methods and ways of working, it's been very much tied to the individual housing advisors, and for instance, some bigger municipalities and bigger housing companies might have been able to do some research, and of course housing advisors do gather data on their clientele and what are the what has been done with them and what has the end result been. But it's been sort of like a very hands-on approach, so and also very much project-based. So in the recent years, we've also given out grants to develop the services. So they might have just had a few years of a program or a project of how to work with youth or how to work with immigrants or this sort of thing, but it's not codified in nationwide yet. But this is also something that we want to do with like the network and the trainings, that housing advisors can share their methods and also get some feedback from others on what might work.
Thank you. Thank you. Was one last question was here? Yes.
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Really interesting. I'm really interested in the fact that the offer is available to anybody at all, which seems fantastic. Over time, I'm just interested whether you've got any challenges. So is the intervention time limited? And do you have sufficient partners that you can refer people on to when they need longer term support to enable you to be ready for the next person?
Oh, yeah, well, that depends a lot on the municipalities, on what kind of service do they offer. But of course, by the law in Finland, every municipality has to have the same social services. So that's why now there's a big change in Finland with the social workers and social offices. So now it's proven a bit of a problem to get the clients right now, because a big change hasn't quite adapted yet. So that's why it's a bit of an issue to get the clients if they need some help, if they need their own social worker, if they need to get to a
I don't know, maybe supported housing.
Like supported housing, if they need to get into the supported housing, but housing advisors from day one had worked with social services really tightly, and a lot of cooperation with them. So I think that comes quite naturally, and that will stay on.
And also, like, well, you ask about the time, so there is no limits.
No.
This is like very little amount of regulations and limits, and a lot of trusting the housing advisors to know best what to do. So also it's a very adaptable and like how do you say, like client-based, or the housing advisor needs to see like what does this client need, and for someone it might be just like a couple of phone calls and the whole thing is okay, and then for instance in these rental debt cases it might take many years, that maybe they will only be in contact via WhatsApp or something and check like, hey, is everything okay, every few months, but as a time it is a long time. And another thing I was going to also about this like this change, that it's not only the rental housing companies anymore, but like all the citizens. So of course, like in the bigger cities, they need more housing advisors and more resources because there are more people who need this service. But also we think that it's like the people have problems no matter where they live, and they might be the same problems. They might be concentrated in these like public housing companies, but actually a lot of the public housing companies already have really good processes and really good ways of working and taking care of their tenants, but then the like market-based housing companies might not. So it is like if we don't take care of the people where they are now, then in the end, after years and years and problems, they will end up in the public housing company. So it's rather like, in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Thank you again for this beautiful discussion. And I invite, thank you, the Finnish colleagues, and I invite Heidi Walter from Away Home Canada to presentation. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Heidi Walter, and I'm from Away Home Canada. I live in Calgary, Alberta, but Away Home Canada is based out of Toronto, Ontario. So I'm here to share with you today about our family and natural supports programs. Before I get too far, I want to be able to explain to everybody what we mean about family and what we mean about natural supports, because those are very big words and they mean a lot of things. And so one of the most important things for us to talk about is that family is whoever the youth defines as family. Who they see as their people is who we accept as their people. Their people could be biological, they could be their moms and dads, they could be their aunties and uncles, they could be their friends, they could be their football coaches, they could be their, their cousins, it could be anybody. So the word family, we allow the young person to define who it is. And the reason that we chose the word natural supports is because they're not paid professionals. So I'm going to talk a lot today about why we need to have more non-paid professionals in young people's lives and not paid professionals in order to prevent youth homelessness. I also have to change my own slides. I forgot about that. So one of the other big misconceptions that I want to share with everybody is the goal of family and natural supports. So family and natural supports, I'm going to just say the word family, but again, it's chosen family. It's whoever the youth defines as their family. The goal of the family and natural supports approach is to actually prevent youth homelessness. It is not for young people to have to go and live back with their family. Does that make sense? Okay. So what we're doing within this model is preventing youth from ever experiencing homelessness. We're going so far upstream that they never touch an emergency service and they never need to come into supports. Back in 2016, I was working for an organization in Calgary that was part of what we called the Change Collective, and it was 7 large organizations in Calgary. And what we started to do is we started to take a look at our data in Canada. If people know who Steve Gates is, we have lots of data. All we do is data and research. And so we have lots of data. And so one of the things that we started to do is we started to look at our data and we started to see what the outcomes for young people were. And one of the things that we saw, and one of the things most importantly, is we started to listen to young people. We sat them down, we had focus groups, we did one-to-one interviews, but we also started interviewing the young people's family. And we started to listen to them. And one of the things that we heard was that we actually weren't doing good work. Young people were accessing shelter. Young people were accessing group homes, young people were accessing foster care, young people were accessing Housing First for Youth programs, and we were so focused on making sure that they got housing, making sure that they got employment, making sure that they got education, that we weren't focused on their community. We weren't focused on what was going to happen once we weren't in their lives. Who did they have to rely on once we were gone? Does that make sense? So young people actually told us that what we were doing was not best practice, because what we thought was best practice was not best for young people and families. And so what we started to do is we started to take into consideration our 16 and 17 and 18-year-olds. And one of the biggest things, and I talk a lot about this, but one of the biggest things that we did was we had to apologize. And we also had to stop assuming that we were the expert. I was actually just paid for my job. There was somebody that knew this young person that was coming into shelter 16 years more than I did. So for me to think that I knew best for this young person was wrong. So one of the things that we did was we started to, well, first of all, we left our egos at the door. We admitted that we were wrong, because we were wrong. And we started acting like paid professionals and not experts. I did not know these young people as well as their family did. And so we started taking apart all of our policy and procedures. We started talking to young people even more and more. And we started to critically look at our organization and how it wasn't best set up for young people and their families. And so what we said was, if we actually want to do best practices for young people, then we needed to do what was best for young people and their families. So here you can see that research has demonstrated that youth with strong community ties, family support, and positive role models are more likely to successfully navigate the transition from youth to adulthood than youth with limited social supports. A lot of our systems, even including Housing First for Youth, which is why we're taking a close look at it, and also like child protection, foster care, all of these models that we look to, they actually promote independence and self-sufficiency. And one of the conversations that we're having is none of us are self-sufficient. We all have people in our lives. And so why are we expecting young people to be independent and self-sufficient when I have a mortgage, when I have family, when I have neighbors? And so let's stop asking kids to be something that we're not being ourselves. Does that make sense? Am I making you mad? Okay. Okay. I'm about to talk about Maslow's hierarchy and take him down. So if you're not mad yet, you might get mad now. So one of the other things is, one of the things that we also started to look at, you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy? No? So Maslow's hierarchy is a system where it says every individual needs food, shelter, and clothing. And those are your basic needs. And then the second need is that we all need education. We all need a home. We all need, health, all of those things. But the third level in the Maslow's hierarchy is belonging. And so one of the things that we're really understanding from young people and families is that it's actually as important to belong, to have community, to know where you have purpose, as it is to give out biscuits and coffee. And so one of the things, we have a rule in some of my programs, is that we focus on belonging as much as we do basic needs. We actually see belonging and community as important as juice boxes and cookies. And so when we are handing young people food, we are saying, who did you talk to today? Who did you spend time with? Who is your people? And we're starting to really look to young people to help us understand what that means. So yes, research, lots and lots of research. I have to grab some water, I'm sorry. Okay, so what we do know in Canada is that over 40% of young people have had their first experience with homelessness before the age of 16. So that means in Canada, we are working with young people much sooner than 16, which means a lot of those young people are actually still at home. They still have some kind of family involvement. And so we are not just the upstream model, but we're working very far upstream to understand how we can support these young people and how we can support them, their families. What we know now through our research and through young people and families is that we have to provide services and supports well before the age of 16 if we're actually going to end youth homelessness. Family and natural supports. So I'm going to take you very, very quickly through what the 5 core principles are around family and natural supports. One of the things is what we know to be true is that family and natural supports are our number one protective factor from young people experiencing homelessness. Again, remember, family and natural supports can be absolutely anybody and that they identify as their people. One of the things around family is that we do not choose who the young person's people are. That's very difficult as somebody who used to be in service delivery, because sometimes young people are hanging out with unhealthy people. But if I determine who unhealthy is, that makes me the expert again. And so my job as a service provider is to provide opportunities for the young person to explore who's healthy for them, who serves purpose in their life, who they want to have around them. One of the things that we've learned from families is we speak to a lot about families, and there's a lot of humility in families, but service providers are often scared to talk to families, or our systems, specifically children's services or children protection, has taught us that families are bad. And the word family actually is very dangerous for us to use, because there might have been one or two individuals in that young person's family that might not have been good, but there's no way that all 20 of those individuals in their family are bad. And so we have to really take apart that word family, and we have to dig in, and we have to be curious about who family is and if there are other individuals within that family. You can see here, these are our services and our models that we operate within Canada across our 13 provinces and territories. Family and natural supports is at the very beginning. So what we define as prevention is this. You can see where Housing First for Youth is. It's the farthest on our continuum. We want to do all of these things before we actually have to access Housing First for Youth. So we are working very far upstream now to help young people and their families. We no longer see just the youth as the client. We now see the youth and their family as the client, and we are serving all of them. In order for us to end youth homelessness, we actually need to provide the same level of supports and resources to the young person and their family, and that's how we're actually going to prevent youth homelessness. Does that make sense? Not mad at me yet? This is a lot of work. One of the things, I was just actually in Oklahoma last week, and I was doing family and natural supports training for the State Department there. And a young person with lived experience was in the foster care system, and he was sitting in my class for those 5 days that I was teaching. And he actually was able to go through his journey of foster care and child protection, and he was able to identify 7 different times that somebody could have intervened that wouldn't have made him experience homelessness. And so we are hearing directly from young people that we need to intervene and put in these types of supports. Young people are telling us throughout the country that the major reason that they are having to leave home is because of family conflict and miscommunication. That doesn't happen overnight. So what we are seeing when young people have to finally access emergency services is that bad words have been said, horrible things have happened, there's been violence, there's been abuse, but young people are able to say it started with miscommunication and it started with conflict. And so if we can get into those family homes and support the family while it's still at conflict, that again, this is how we're going to stop young people from having to come into our care. One of the big questions that I often get asked around family and natural supports is it a model or is it a philosophy? And I'm really excited to share this because Steve finally agrees. I finally had to convince him that I was right. And he agreed, is that family and natural supports can actually be a standalone model, just like Housing First for Youth, but it can also be a philosophy. And so now one of our core principles is that whether you are working in shelter diversion, Housing First for Youth, upstream, or Youth Reconnect, you have to have family and natural supports training because it's actually the foundation of all of the work we do. If you're familiar with the Housing First for Youth core principles, the 5th core principle is social inclusion and community integration. That whole core principle is family and natural supports. We should not be exiting or discharging young people into any type of program or independence until they have an entire community that can support them for as long as they need, that are not paid. These are our 5 core principles. So connection first, youth and family at the center, autonomy and accountability go hand in hand, skill building that leads to growth, individual, flexible, non-judgmental practice. So, connection first. I usually do this like over 3 days, and I'm about to do it in 7 minutes. So here we go. Ready? Okay. Connection first. Our job is to explore and learn about the young people and their family. Even when the young person tells us they have no one, because if anybody has done youth work in this room, they say, I have no family. That is a lie. They texted somebody that day, they Instagrammed somebody that day, they Snapchatted somebody that day. Don't take that as an answer. Go dig in, ask them, who are you talking to? Who did you see right before you came to the shelter? Did somebody else drop you off here? Who can I call to let them know that you are safe? I don't know, is there lots of parents that are in this room? People? Okay. Parents that are in this room, think about that for one moment. Your child shows up at the shelter and somebody else starts to parent them. Whether you are healthy or whether you are not, that parent deserves some level of respect to say your child is safe. If we don't call that parent, we assume that that parent is bad. And we don't actually know that to be true. So we have to stop making assumptions, because assumptions are very dangerous. Not all young people are coming from families that were abusive or that were violent. A lot of young people are telling us that they're coming from families where there was conflict and they just didn't want to be at home anymore. So let's not assume that all families are bad. So we ask uncomfortable questions, and service providers, those frontline folks that are doing a lot of the work, they feel discomfort, and we talk a lot about this. They say, I don't want to traumatize the young person. I don't want to make them upset by asking about their family. I don't want to pry. I don't want to, I don't want to upset them. But what young people have now told us is that you're upsetting me by not asking me. You're upsetting me by not making the space safe to talk about the hard things. And if we are actually wanting to be doing the best for young people, we need to create that safe space for them to talk about the hard things. Does that make sense? Okay. I always want to make sure that I'm not talking too fast and that my language is translating properly. So, number 2, we need to work from a place of young people, assuming that young people are connected and that young people have somebody. We have a statistic in Canada that over 78% of young people are in contact with their family. But none of us know that because they were told in children's services that their family was bad. So they're hiding it from all of us now. And then we're not asking about them. And then the youth isn't telling us about them. And so we need to stop that. We need to stop that cycle. So we say, seek out and be consistent. We have to acknowledge that this is what I say to my staff all the time. We do not do one and done. So do not ask the young people about their family just at intake and never ask about them again. We are constantly asking them about their people. We are being curious. We are creating that safe space for them to be able to talk about their people. And then our job is to seek them out. Our job is to pick up the phone, and our job is to phone their families, their natural supports, their chosen supports, and say, hi, how are you? My name is Heidi, and I just want to let you know that I'm also here to support you as well. It goes wild, just so you know, when you pick up the phone. They're either going to yell at you, or they're going to be like, holy smokes, Children's Services has never called me before in my life to ask me how I'm doing. And so that's one of our big learnings that we've had about engaging families. One of the big things, though, Children's Services in Canada is not awesome. It's horrible. And so one of the things that we do is we have to show up really differently than Children's Services. So a lot of the things that we do, we bring families coffee, we bring them donuts, we go and sit at their house with them, we sit on their front step with them, because Children's Services would never do anything like that. And as much as important it is for us to be building the relationship with the young person, it's as important to build relationship with the parents or their families. Number 3 is autonomy and accountability that go hand in hand. So again, we are not the experts. I say this about 20 times a day when my staff say, but I think I know what to do. And I was like, but you don't know what to do because it's not you, and we're making assumptions. So we are not the experts. We are paid professionals. We went to school, we got a degree, but we are not the experts in these families, and we are not the experts in these child's lives. Some families are going to want us, some are going to be supportive, but what we do is we want to empower the family. We want to look at strengths. We want to find things where we can really bring that family along and say, you know what, things are hard right now, but they don't always have to be hard. We really, really want to understand that being a parent in 2023 is really hard. One of the questions that I get asked a lot is, to be a family natural supports worker, do you need to have had a child? And I truly believe that the answer is no. I think that all of us know how important family is, and I think all of us know how important belonging is and how important community is. So I don't think you have to be a parent in order to know that none of us can walk in this world by ourselves. And so why are we asking our young people to do that? Loneliness, we have statistics in Canada that loneliness is killing young people at the rate of 15 cigarettes a day. So we know that if we put them in housing and leave them all by themselves, like, we want to talk about why we have guest management problems. I would throw a party too to have somebody come over to my house because I'm lonely. Like, that's what's going on for our young people, and that's what they're telling us, is that they don't know how to be by themselves. And so the whole shelter goes with them when we house a young person, and then the holes happen in the wall because they don't want to be alone. And so, again, going back to the 5th core principle, relationships take time. There is no time limits on anything we do in Canada. We are time limit free. If it takes 5 years, it takes 5 years. Because relationships, trust, undoing all of the things that have happened in those families takes time. Again, one of the things that we find is that we have to build the safety, we have to build the trust with those families, and mending relationships and being able to come back together overnight takes a long time. I have lots of family members that I have taken a lot of time to build relationships with, and it doesn't happen overnight. One of our key languages that we've really changed here is the coach approach. So we no longer see ourselves as mediators. We want to see ourselves on the sidelines and not in the middle of the relationship between the young person and their people, whoever their people are. Because a mediator is not something that they are going to have for the rest of their life. So what we want to do is we want to coach from the sidelines. We want to be able to teach them those skills, give them opportunities to be successful, give them opportunities to successfully fail, and to be able to try. Because young people have shared with us that when we were supporting previously in different models, we were doing so much for them that they weren't learning the skills that they needed once they turned 30 and 40, because we were always doing for them. So now we're stepping to the side, we're cheering them on, we're giving them opportunities, we're giving them life lessons, but we're getting out of the way. We are not mediators. We are literally trying to help coach them along on the journey. So we are very flexible. Well, we try to be. Sometimes it's a lot of work to be flexible. But again, we remember that this is not a one and done. So we are very curious. The one thing that I share with my staff team a lot is that curiosity and certainty cannot coexist. So the more that we are certain about something, the less curious we become. The more certain we're something, the more ego we have. So we need to remain curious. And that helps us with that non-judgmental practice. I was a single parent for 15 years, and I loved it. But when Fridays came, and my son would come home from school, and he would tell me that he was having a sleepover, I would get very excited because I didn't have to parent. I got to wake up on Saturday morning by myself. I didn't have to worry about feeding somebody breakfast. I didn't have to worry about anybody else but myself. And that's me being honest about how hard it is to be a parent. And so when young people are not living at home with their families, those families have told us that it's sometimes kind of nice because there's no sibling fights, there's no dirty dishes in the bedroom, the dishwasher got loaded the way that it was supposed to get loaded, nobody drank the last of the milk, there's a lot of peace in the house. But what we know to be true is that the longer that young people stay apart from each other with their families, the harder it is to bring them back together. So we don't judge families for wanting peace and quiet in their homes. What we help them to realize is that the services that we're providing in Canada, they're not protective. We don't protect our young people. We can only do what we can, but we don't actually look after them 24/7. They're out there, they're doing their own things. And so one of the things that we've been educating families on is that they believe that when their young people get apprehended or brought into children's services, that they're going to somewhere better. Parents believe that. Children's services in Canada is not better. And so we have to start being honest with parents that let's do the work here, because a group home is not better than somewhere else that you could provide your young person. And so we're providing this like false sense of security. Does that make sense? And parents didn't know that because they had these professionals coming in from child protection saying, we're taking away your child because you can't be at home. So the parents automatically assumed that they were going to somewhere better, and it's not better. And so we need to help better over here because better is not going to happen here in Canada. I talk a lot about this, protection versus connection. We have a lot of young people. We're currently doing a demonstration site in Canada. It's a year-long project, research project across 10 different provinces. It's 10 different programs, family and natural supports programs. We have over 200 young people and over 200 family members that we're engaged in. And I have the privilege of speaking to those family members and speaking to those young people to be able to talk to them and learn from them about what our intervention is doing and how it's supporting them. And so one of the things that we've been really clear about is that we are no longer assuming the role of expert, and we're no longer protecting young people. We're going to focus on connection, because connecting actually is protecting young people. It's creating that safety net for them. So when they are in times of trouble, they will have people and they will have a community to rely on. Things that we need to take into account is safety. And we talk a lot about safety. Safety is another big word. Whose safety are we talking about? I actually, we ask this a lot, is what does safety mean to you? And we hear a lot of different answers, where some people will say safety means financial security, money in the bank. Some people say it's a house alarm. Some people say that it is having family. And some people say it's about meeting basic needs. And so everybody has a different version of what safety means. So when we say sentences like, be safe out there, like, what does that even mean? Like, young people have a very different version of safety than we do. Are they putting their seatbelt on? Are they not putting their seatbelt on? Like, what does it mean? And so we have many policy and procedures and agencies in our social systems, and so we need to just be careful about whose definition of safety are we using, because I just recently spoke to a parent who her children were investigated by child protection. She had 3 children. She was working 3 jobs at night. Children protection investigated her because she was leaving her children alone at night. But she was a single parent and she was working 3 jobs. She wasn't facing eviction. She wasn't doing any harm to her children, but she was leaving them alone at night. But before she went to work, she bathed them, she fed them, she tucked them into bed, she set the alarm on the house, she closed the blinds, and she reminded them that they weren't allowed to answer the door. So that mom thought she was being safe for her kids while she met their basic needs. And Children Protection told her that that wasn't safety. Who's right? Because that mom's doing everything she can to protect her kids and to keep them safe. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I told you I'm trying. Harm reduction. This is our other big learning. This is our other big moment. We see family and natural supports as harm reduction. We are very big in harm reduction. The definition of harm reduction is kind and compassionate supports that opens the door to provide guidance for people who use substances. It's very hard to find a definition of harm reduction that doesn't talk about clean supplies or substance usage. But a harm reduction approach aims to reduce the negative consequences of using psychoactive substances without necessarily reducing the substance itself. So we all agree what harm reduction is? So if we take away the language of substances and we say a harm reduction approach, again, expanding our traditional ideas, what happens when we are given, if we take the language of substances out and we say we are going to replace that with family natural support. So we're not asking the young people to not engage their families. We're providing them opportunities to engage their families safely. We're not going to say to young people that your families are bad. We're going to allow them to realize how they want those family members to show up. Young people have shared with us that for so long, they were loving people that they were told were bad. And it's like, why can't those two things coexist, right? Sometimes there are unhealthy people in our family members, but we still love them. And that's something that we need to be teaching young people, is that just because they weren't great for you doesn't mean that you don't get to love them. But you get to set new boundaries. You get to set your own rules if you want to have those relationships. And so we really see a harm reduction approach when we're supporting young people and families. We also talk a lot about grief and loss. Society tells us what moms are supposed to look like. They look great all the time. They have it all under control. Sometimes they work, sometimes they stay at home, they make dinners, they put up Christmas trees, they make Thanksgiving turkeys, they do all of the great things. Dads, they are amazing, they mow the lawn, they do all of the things around the house, they have hammers, they have nails. This is what society tells us, our families. I have a leaf blower. I don't have a hammer and a nail, I have a leaf blower. But what we've been learning from young people is that they need space to be able to grieve the parent that they didn't get. Does that make sense? So sometimes young people will still be in contact with their biological families, and we need to be able to create space for them to grieve the relationships they thought they deserved, but they don't actually have, and to be able to create space for them to have relationships that will work for them. And so we're really talking about grief and loss in an absolutely different way, especially when those people still are on this earth with them, because young people have so much hope. They have so much incredible hope that one day they're going to run into their families at the grocery store, or that they're going to have picnics together, or what have you. And so really creating space for young people to be able to grieve what they feel like they deserved or didn't have. This whole slide, we can talk about this one for forever, but I have to rush because I'm out of time, is that this is who we used to be and this is who we are now. So number one, professional supports, us paid professionals, we are not sustainable. There is not one of us in this room that is going to be with these young people for the next 95% of their life. If we are with young people for only 4 years of their life, that is 95% of their life that they still need to do without us. So we need to stop thinking that professionals are the answer, because we're not sustainable. Number two, this is about Maslow's hierarchy again. So basic needs, we need to treat belonging, community, and connection as important as basic needs. And then number three, again, that protection versus connection. And number four is capacity, and really about strengthening the family capacity and really seeking out the networks to support the young persons and their goals. This is a new statistic that just came in from our research that we're doing. 77% of all of the young people that we are supporting said that they would like to improve relationships and contact with their family, however they define family. So what we know is that this is actually the right work to do, because young people are needing supports and opportunities to reconnect to who are going to be their forever people, or however long they want them. So this is a long question, but a question that I get a lot of times, FNS should be used everywhere. There is no limits to where we should be using the Family Natural Supports philosophy. Anywhere that you are supporting young people and anywhere you are supporting family members should be used with an FNS approach. And this is what we're doing right now. We've got our demonstration sites going. We do FNS training. We're currently revising our FNS model guide, so you can watch. We have one out right now, but you can watch for a new one by the end of the year. And we also do fidelity reviews across the country to make sure that folks are staying true to the model. So that's us.
Thank you. Any question for? Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thanks, Heidi. That was such an engaging and inspiring presentation. Really great. These insights that you've learned about human connection.
Yeah.
What does it mean for adult homelessness services?
Yeah. So we've been having this conversation, is that Family Natural Supports actually just isn't for youth. And so my goal is to bust into the adult homelessness, and I'm gonna bust. But we're having conversations with the folks at the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, where they're focused on adult homelessness and veteran homelessness, to help them understand the Family Natural Supports, and they're really seeing it. We've had conversations with Sam Simbaris, and he really sees it too, because what happened is our youth turned 60. And then now they say 60 years ago, I had this, right? And it happens in a blink of an eye. And so we believe that Family Natural Supports, Chosen Family, is for everybody who's experiencing homelessness, because all of us need community. We all need community. We all need a safety net. So I don't think there's any limitations to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other question?
Firstly, the best presentation of the day. And I'm not just saying that because it's you, Heidi. Genuinely, I've learned lots. Jules Policy Scotland. I just wonder when is a case ever closed, and when is what, or how does that look, and what does good look like as
it's a good question,
closure?
Jules. Because we're changing a system, right? This is not a traditional model anymore. So we're also having to re-educate families that we're not their forever people, that eventually they're going to need to do this on their own. So we don't push them out. So we do a really long transition where we might only talk to them once a week or once every 2 weeks, right? But then we check in with them and say, look at you go. Look at you solving those issues, right? Look at the crises becoming lower and lower. The average, we don't have necessarily an average just yet, but it's somewhere around the 1 year mark that families are saying they need a certain level of engagement. We do close files, but we'll reopen them if they just need a check-in or just a vent. Do you know what I mean? But if we're doing our job right, they're now talking to their neighbor, not me. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I get it. I get it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Julia Schratz, Austria. Maybe I just didn't get it in the beginning, but what was the initial click or something? How did this whole transformation process initiate?
Yeah.
And maybe you said it and it was just so much that I didn't get it. Right. Was this research-based, organizational-based, individual? Where did the impulse come from, and where was the surrounding that made it possible, this shift? And congratulations, it was really
that's a really good question. And it like happened because young people kept accessing shelters. We kept seeing the same kids over and over again, but yet we were like, we're doing best practices, right? Like we were saying these things. We're like, we're strength-based. We're ending youth homelessness, but the same kids kept coming in. And we're like, that's not best practice. Like we're not ending homelessness by this. And so what really took place was we started to see repetition, and then we were like, what's wrong? Like, what's happening here? So we started to look at data. We didn't have a lot of research back then, but we started to look at the data, and we realized that we weren't doing a good job. And when we started talking to the young people, they were like, you sent me out the door, you gave me a house, you helped me get a job, but I don't have anything else besides that, and I don't know how to like live by myself, right? And it's like it's bigger than providing them supports on how to live by themselves. It's like we weren't giving them that connection, that belonging, that purpose. We weren't helping them explore their roots, right? And so they were trying to navigate this on their own, and basically like I don't have any nice way to say this to you. Young people told us that we were doing a shitty job. And so then we were like, well, we're lying to everybody if we're saying best practice. And so we took it all apart. It was really hard. We lost almost an entire staff team, just so you know. The change management process was hard because everybody was like, nope, families are bad. And we're like, I don't think so. Because 77% of kids are going back to their families after they leave child protection.
One moment, please.
Thank you. I'm Hanna from Slovenia. I want to share something and then I have a question, but you just answered it a little bit. We do kind of a supporting program for families. I won't tell you what we do, but we have a similar philosophy. So everything what you said, like, oh, that is controversial, I was like, no, that's perfect, because we have the same. Like the example that you gave with the mother leaving children, we had like the same, and we had to convince like social services and child protection services that she's not a bad mother.
Mm-hmm.
So now we are in this point that we are in a way in this situation that child protection services are like saying, what the hell are you doing? So we are on the different shores.
Mm-hmm.
And actually happened that we didn't get finance for some of the program because they say, you know, like you said, families are bad and we have to force them to be cooperative and this kind of traditional stupid ways. And my question to you is, how do you manage to be so positive and fight this rebellious, like you said?
I've never been asked that question before. I think, you know why? Because I think I love my job. I have the best job in the whole world. But because I get to talk to the young people and I get to talk to the families, that I can see the impact. I can hear them. And I think I've been in the youth homelessness sector for 22 years now, and I feel like this is the first time that I'm listening to learn instead of listening to respond. I actually have an opportunity for the families to make change, not me to make change. So I think I took myself out of the equation and said, how can I support? You tell me what that looks like. So I think it relieved a lot of stress off of me when I started to realize that the families were an important key and that they held a lot of the answers, and I didn't have to be the one that had to know everything anymore. So yeah. But I also get to come to Sweden, so that makes me pretty happy.
Well, yeah. And how did you convince to to get funds for that because that is also our problem, you know.
Oh,
No.
have you met Melanie and Steve?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I didn't do that. Melanie Redman and Steve Gates are, they're my bosses. And so they convinced the government. And then I took the money and went and...
Yeah, we are also like doing researches now, evidence-based researches that is needed.
Yes, absolutely. Everything is evidence-based. Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Other question?
I'm afraid it's a silly question, but I can't resist. Does it happen that sometimes a young person and her parents or his parents unite against you and thanks to you?
Yes, it happened last week.
And it's good news or bad news? It's good news.
Because that's what that's what I want to have happen. So a mother and her daughter at one of the programs that I support, we put in place some rules to be easy, and she was like, no, and she ran to her mom's house, and we were like, you went the right direction. But yeah, so they do gang up on us, which is fine, because I'm paid. I'm paid for people to gang up on me, right? I have to have thick skin.
Thank you for such an inspiring presentation. I'm curious to know if you have done any efforts to actually have a dialogue with the child protection authorities about this whole philosophy and where you are in that process, because I mean it's wonderful the approach that you have, but how can we you know, make it more sustainable by integrating it into training programs that also reaches the authorities that actually are going to work in this field for very many years ahead?
That's a really good question. We're making small headway because we're really loud. Well, I'm really loud. Children's Services knows that this is happening now, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. So in Hamilton, actually, is where the Children's Aid Society they're just about at this place where they think that they want family and natural supports training, and I think that that's going to flip the way I'll maybe email all of you and let you know how it goes if I'm still alive, because I don't know how it's going to go, but Hamilton is starting to be curious. Their Children's Aid Society is starting to be curious. In Alberta, where I live, they've got too much ego. They think that what they're doing is good. Because for Children's Services in Canada, for Children's Services to have to do something like this means that they have to admit that they were wrong. And that's going to be a hard day for them to admit that what they're doing is wrong. So, but I think we're getting closer. So, yeah. They do refer young people, just so you know. Children's Services refers young people to FNS. So they know what we're doing is working, but they won't say thank you yet. Yes. Steve's not here, but yes, research plays a very important role. Yeah. We do a lot of research. We're doing, I work with 5 researchers every single day. And so every single day, the researchers are talking to the young people and they're talking to the family members, and we're constantly collecting data. So we don't do a lot of paper surveys. We pick up the phone, or we meet with the young people and the families in person. Yeah.
Thanks so much for the very inspiring words. Maybe a naive question, but you said at the very beginning you realized you really need to intervene early. How do you make that initial connection?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of different ways that that's happening. We have some really great models that are happening within Canada. A couple of them are called Upstream. And then we have 2 programs in Canada that are doing some phenomenal work around upstream. And then also we have a Youth Reconnect. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but those are both education-based. They're set in education systems. And so one of the things that I think that we're learning is that young people at that age are spending most of their day in school. And so really playing a key role in those education systems is helping us to become more connected with those young people. But we actually just, we received from some feedback, which was really great feedback, but also scary, from a partner in Toronto that said we actually need to take this model outside of the homelessness sector and actually make it more widespread. So we need medical offices to understand it. We need law, like, those jurisdictions to understand it. We need all levels of municipalities and such that you have within your systems to be able to know that this exists, because rich people are also having a hard time parenting their kids, right? And so, and they don't always have the resources, or they don't always know where to turn to. And so I think we've started with the schools, but we've just been given some feedback to take it outside of just vulnerable young people, and spread it. But I'm only one person, so we can't spread it too far just yet.
Thank you. Another question. The last question.
It just raises, I think, a very important question when we talk about prevention in general. And it raises for me also, like you just said, a very practical problem. How to actually work with, not within this homelessness sector, but, on a more general level, and how to actually organize that practically, because how can we actually manage to gain enough resources to actually, go out in all these different environments where these hidden problems might be found, but how to localize them, have you got any thoughts on that?
That's a big question. I don't. Can I email you? I would like to give it more thought, to be honest, because I think that I have lots of ideas, but I think I would maybe like to think them through a little bit, because one of the things that we're seeing is, because we're not just talking about prevention in a like, it's not just a word for us in Canada. It's the way that we're actually moving our supports and our resources forward, that we're really gaining momentum, and more people are doing it. But I don't know if we have a plan necessarily to go into, like, if I say mainstream, does that make sense? Like, outside of homelessness. So I don't know if we have a plan to do that. But I can tell you, within those 2 upstream programs that we have the opportunity to learn from, is that there's a lot of parents that didn't know that resources existed like us, or like those programs. And it wasn't maybe necessarily that they ever saw their young person becoming homeless, but they were just having so much problems like, they weren't attending school. Parents were saying things like, my child is lazy, they don't get up, they don't follow the rules, they're always fighting with their, right? And that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And finally the parents say, get out of here, right? And that's when it gets really bad. And so a lot of the families are just saying, like, go further that way. But I think we just need big team. Like, it just sounds so simple, but I just think we need big teams to just move that, because I think I really truly believe in my heart it's the right work. Like, we're seeing it work. We're seeing it work. So I'll email you, Anna. I'll think about it on my way home from Canada tomorrow.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 10 minutes in the end of the session, and we try to open the discussion with other experience. And we have prepared some few questions for the participants. And please show the second slide, please. Okay, any more in the room work on the prevention and want to tell about your experience? Yes, from Poland. Slovenia, sorry. No, sorry, yes.
Yeah, for me it's very interesting that I'm in this session now because, like I said, we work also with families, but we also do the things that you do in Finland, and it's quite similar, but we do it like we are NGO organization and we are social workers, but we are doing this eviction prevention program. So it's quite similar. Some things are a little bit different. Like you said, that social work is divided from the housing advisors. We are in one person, but we are like NGO approach. And then we work closely with, we say, Center for Social Work. So it's like public social work. So yes, we do quite similar, but we were just talking here that we are 3 people that are employed on this program, not 66 like at your place. So we don't put leaflets and everything outside because we are already fully overloaded with the work. But yeah, and how we do it is that we really closely work together with housing funds of City Ljubljana and Maribor, and now also public housing funds. So usually they refer people to us. So they say we have these tenants, they have debts, they are hoarders. So everything what you said, it's the same in Slovenia, all the reasons. Also like single men is also like, especially men that were living with mothers and mothers died and they are now alone in these big apartments. So this is also our experiences. So we do it like that housing fund said, okay, we have this tenant, or they tell the tenant, you have this debt, we have Kings of the Street, and they have this eviction prevention program. You can call them, contact them, and yeah, people come to us. So it's quite similar, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you too. The name? Present yourself.
Hana, yeah, Hana, Kings of the Street, Slovenia.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're from Wales, and Wales has got we've got homelessness prevention in law. So anyone who is within 56 days of becoming homeless is legally entitled to a level of help from the local authority to prevent them from becoming homeless. It's broadly worked quite well. It's very challenging times and we don't have enough housing and the housing's too expensive. So it is, there are big challenges. But we have changed a lot of how we've provided, so our support services now, or advice services as they would be called in Finland, they're much more about homelessness prevention now than they used to be. And we've also got our social landlords, are doing a lot more than they used to keep people in their homes. So going back 10 years, we're an advice-giving agency in Shelter Cymru, and we help people who are at risk of homelessness or facing eviction. We used to get lots of casework from social landlords, and now we get very little. And so there's been a big culture change where the social landlords are really are doing a lot of that support themselves, or they are, recognizing when people need help and supporting them to bring that help in and not just evicting. And we think that there's a lot of really good practice there, and we've got some reports on our website that people can look at if you want to go on the Shelter Cymru website. There's some good reports in our policy library. So yeah, I think Wales has done some really interesting work around homelessness prevention. We've still got lots to learn and a good way to go, but yeah, we have made it a really central part of what we do, and especially when times are so difficult and homelessness services are so busy, we found it's been essential not to just do the crisis work, but to get upstream and do the early stuff too.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anton Huber. I work for the Austrian Federal Ministry of Social Affairs. And in Austria, since March of last year, there is an eviction prevention program in place. We started off with 24 million euros, and since then it's gotten quite big. We now have 164 million euros till the year of 2026 for eviction prevention. And there's two types of support are possible. First, if a household has a rental debt, the household can get counseling and financial support payment that covers the rental debt completely in order to prevent the eviction. And that's the first option of support. And the second option of support is if it turns out that the current apartment is not affordable because it's too expensive, the household can get a lump sum payment in order to move to a more suitable, affordable apartment. And yeah, so far it's been quite successful, I would say. The more than close to 60% of the supported persons are women. There's a very large amount of single parent women with children. And yeah, just wanted to mention that in the context of prevention.
Thank you. Other two experience from
Scotland. You've probably heard a lot from us today, but new stuff coming up is we've got a new housing bill that's going to stage 1 in November. And just so new things happening is we have a homelessness definition just now that means that if you would be classed as being homeless within 2 months in the run-up to homelessness. We're going to change that to 6 months to really enable us to kind of help kind of get in there as fast as possible. We are changing to have a model that has public bodies involved in ask and act. So everybody probably, we don't know all the detail yet, but probably across health, education, etc., there will be a responsibility to ask and act on what's your housing situation. We're really pushing for evictions to be, so the legislation is going to be much stronger around evictions and rent controls. And the other fourth kind of biggie within it is a bit of a pick and mix, this housing bill. It should be about 6 housing bills. That's a different discussion. And the other one is for domestic abuse policy. Every social landlord, every social housing provider in Scotland will be expected to have a domestic abuse policy. That has been, a lot of work has gone in place to really set the standard on that to make sure it's not a Google exercise, but actually people aren't really working towards the perpetrator of domestic abuse to retain the property, mum and children to leave, and us to turn that on its head so that we can be preventing the family becoming homeless. That's some of our wee bits going on.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks for the excellent presentations. My name is Gusta. I'm from the Netherlands. I work as the CEO of a foundation working on homelessness. I want to talk a little bit about the other end of the spectrum of prevention, and that's to build like neighborhoods around people. We learned in 2016 that 50% of the people who were in our shelters had previously been homeless before, and loneliness is one of the main causes for that. So helping them with a house doesn't help them at the root cause. So we build neighborhoods with the social housing service, and they become mixed living projects. And we see that the success rate is like 95%. And we as professionals, I think we play a far too big role by the story of Wendy, so I'm taking that in. But it's our goal to be able to leave in like 3 years and the neighborhood sustains itself. And it's a mix of people who choose to live there by heart, and it's people who need to live there because it's a new chance for them. So it's the other spectrum, other side, but also in programming houses, programming neighborhoods, you can also do a lot of prevention work.
Thank you. Okay, we have another. The last minutes. The last one is from
Belgium, from CAW, Center for General Welfare. We are organized in Flanders with 11 organizations. Prevention is one of our biggest topics in our offer. So we are contacted by the social landlords when there are problems or when there is an excavation. We try to prevent it with a guidance of 6 months, but yeah, we can realize a lot of exclusions, but yeah, we encounter a lot of other problems that comes with the debts or with the problems about living in the house. So after 6 months, we can save the house, but we have to conclude that there are a lot of other problems behind the first demand of the people. Some years ago, we did an impact surgery to see how we can manage it, how good it is. So yeah, we try to make it better, but it's difficult because yeah, there are a lot of other problems. It's only the top of the iceberg that we see, and then we have to look for other solutions. It's not every day
it's a
easy.
challenge.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And it's enough, I think. Yes, we can conclude the session in 5 minutes delay. Okay, thank you too much to the speakers. Thank you so much. And thank you to the participants.
go.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this last session of the FEANTSA Forum. My name is Michele Calandrino, and I am team leader for homelessness at the European Commission in the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. So we got in a sense, the worst slot of the day, and I guess we're all a bit low in energy, but luckily we have two excellent speakers presenting two very good papers. We have Professor Owen O'Sullivan from Trinity College Dublin and Professor Peter Mackey from Cardiff University. So before I give the floor to our two colleagues here, I would like to give a bit of a background to the two papers that you will hear about today. As you saw in the presentation of the workshop, these papers were presented for two mutual learning events that we organized in the context of the European Platform on Combating Homelessness. This morning you heard from both Stephen Olson and Yves Leterme the organization and a few explanations about the platform that was founded and launched 2 years ago in June 2021. As you heard again this morning, the work program of the platform is divided into three work strands. The first one being on mutual learning. So the purpose of mutual learning event was to support member states to design and improve national homelessness strategy. So the first mutual learning event that we organized was the one on the overview and of strategies, the key element that should be included, and that is the paper that Owen will present today. The framework for homelessness strategy that he sort of designed, also using material research he had done together with other colleagues, is sort of divided into different stages. So we first, which are logical stage, not necessarily temporal stages. So the first element is prevention, so which is the most cost-effective and most effective policy anyway. So prevent people to become homeless in the first place. Secondly, there's all the policies related to the supports of people that are already in a situation of homelessness. And then we have policies that would help to exit from homelessness. And then finally, there is, of course, the more analytical framework of monitoring and evaluating policies. So as I said, Owen, Professor O'Sullivan did the first paper, and Peter Mackey prepared the second paper for the second mutual learning on prevention policies. That mutual learning took place at a period where the cost of living crisis was at the max. The prices were, for the energy prices and utility, were growing and growing, and sort of reached a peak at that stage. So at that point, the issue of prevention in terms of avoiding eviction, supporting people for the forthcoming winter was one of our top priority. The cost of living crisis is still there. Energy prices have gone down, but the impact and of inflation is still affecting many people. So we look forward also to see a sort of updated vision on prevention policies. The third mutual learning that we did, as I said, followed the third logical step in homelessness strategy, and it was about services. both health services and social services, so how to support and help people that were already in a situation of homelessness. And on Wednesday and Thursday, we had the fourth mutual learning organized by the platform that focused on specific group, in particular migrant and EU mobile citizens. The Lisbon Declaration, which launched the European platform, states that we want to promote integrated, person-centered, housing-led approaches to homelessness, and hence the need to look at the specific group. So the first, which was in our case the third, so the mutual learning that we had on services looked at how to help in a sort of horizontal way all different groups. And then yesterday and Wednesday we focused more specifically on these two groups. We still have two mutual learning events to go. So following the roadmap that Owen set for us, one will be on exiting housing-led and all other policies to support people to sustainably exit from homelessness. And the other mutual learning will be, although the topic have not been set in stone yet, will be on data monitoring and evaluation. So this is for the first pillar, which is on mutual learning. And just to inform you, in case you haven't seen it, this first cycle of sort of more bird view of homelessness strategies will finish in the beginning of 24 with the Belgian presidency. And we have now launched an action grant for a project and actions to support the platform through capacity and knowledge building, including through mutual learning. So the deadline will be next week on the 6th of June. And the idea is that the consortium that will carry out this grant will follow on the activity of the mutual learning, but possibly with a more bottom-up approach, so bringing together also the experience that we have today in this room, because this call was reserved for NGO, civil society organization with whom the Commission has a partnership agreement. The second pillar of the platform is on data. And again, in today and in the previous days, this is something which has come up over and over again. We cannot have effective policies if we don't know the extent of the problem and how to measure it. And to this purpose, we are supporting a project by the OECD that will sort of map the data available, monitoring strategies, and will eventually also design a policy toolkit. And also we have launched a call for tender for a project on a pilot project on a European homeless count that was initiated by the European Parliament. The deadline for that call has expired, and we are now in the process of evaluating the proposal that we received, and we aim at launching this pilot project at the end of the year that will focus on a number of cities. So first, it'll be 2 rounds. In the first year, it will focus on a more restricted number of cities. It will experiment on the methodology. And then in the second stage, the idea is to increase this count. Now, the interest of this project is twofold. One is sort of methodological. We have heard that in many cities, in many member states, there are already, of course, a lot of homelessness counts. The idea here is to see what sort of methodology can be applied, what common denominator can be used, what methodological approach could work in all member states, and of course, and in the cities. And the first step is, of course, by looking at what is already available there. So the OECD work will feed into this. And also, we hope on the Commission side, that we can have a more kind of detailed look at the migration issue within the homeless population. This is something, as I said, that we looked into the recent mutual learning. And what we heard from member states, of course, is that the number of migrants and refugees is substantial and is increasing within the homeless population. And particular especially in a number of member states, the Ukrainian refugees constitute a large number and is expected in certain member states to increase quite substantially since the last count that they did. So I will be very clear. Of course, migrants can be homeless, so we can have homeless migrants, we can have homeless refugees. So the idea is not to exclude. What we have put in the call is a request to see how these groups can be identified, because there is no point in searching for the holy grail of the headline number of how many homeless people are if we don't know what is behind this number. So clearly, these different populations, including refugees, migrants, the EU nationals and so on and so forth, there are different drivers. Clearly, to go back to the example of Ukraine, is the case of the war. So they have different drivers, they have different policy. Refugees are responsibility of different ministries, and we see member states, certain member states have a target to reduce or eliminate homelessness, and there are certain departments, like Department of Housing, that are responsible to achieve this target, but they don't have the policy levers because, as I said, there is a huge number of people in a situation of asylum seeking or refugees, and of course, housing departments don't have the competency and the responsibility for this type of policy. And then, last but not least, there is the third strand is on access to finance. And you already heard this morning that the European Commission is chairing with the Council of Euro Development Bank a work group within the platform to look at what funding is available at European level, national level, what funding instrument can be proposed, how loan can be combined with grants. So looking at all the issue of blending. So at the beginning, this group is quite small, operational. We have a number of cities. In fact, we have more cities than member states because the local level is the one that has biggest responsibility in delivering project for the homeless people. But the idea of the group is to open it up to all the expertise and knowledge where relevant in the course of the work. So this is also an invitation to all of you through FEANTSA to contribute where relevant to the work on finance. And then just to finish, because it's also related to the issue of research, the Commission will launch a social innovation call at the end of the year. That will be the biggest call that we have had on homelessness. Is a multi-million project, and as you probably have seen or can see in the work program of the ESF Plus, that is going to fund the easy strand of the ESF Plus, which is going to fund this project. One of the focus that we want to put is to promote and piloting social innovation, but in a sense of true social experimentation. So the idea of piloting new projects, new initiatives, but accompanied by a thorough evaluation. So I'm saying this one because we always hear from the research community that what is lacking at European level is a proper evaluation of what works and what doesn't work, and we always have to refer to the more Anglo-Saxon, North American, even Australian research community to have proper and sound evaluation. Well, now the ball is in your field, and we will see what we can have in terms of also good evaluation when it comes to social innovation. Now, without any further ado, I'll give the floor to Professor O'Sullivan for the first presentation. Eon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michele. Okay, so what I've been asked to present on is kind of a summary and an update of this paper, which is available on the EPOC website, which, as Michele said, kicked off the mutual learning exercise last June in Brussels. And the objective is to provide a kind of a conceptual framework of the dynamics of homelessness, drawing on key lessons from research and how these lessons can inform through mutual learning collaboration the configuration of practices and policies in member states while reflecting their diversity in devising integrated strategies to end homelessness. And it was really about looking at where we can prevent homelessness from occurring for those that enter homelessness to minimize their duration by ensuring rapid exits to secure accommodation. So in brief, the conceptual model looks something like this, was drawn very much building on the work of Pete and Suzanne Fitzpatrick and colleagues, and was trying to think of homelessness as this dynamic process that people go through and exit at different points. So in the first part, we want to try to prevent homelessness, and there are different stages of prevention, universal, upstream, crisis, emergency. And as you go along, the populations get smaller because hopefully you're stopping a lot of people at different stages. When we get then to emergency prevention, and we conceptualize in that way that quite often we think of shelters in a different way. In this way, we're thinking about shelters as preventing something, as preventing rough sleeping. And we'll come later to the significant limitations of shelters, but one important role they do play is to minimize the number of people who do need to rough sleep. And then when we look at entries to homelessness, how do we reduce dependency in shelters? How do we minimize duration in homeless accommodation? And how do we exit people to secure tenancies? And then finally, at the end, repeat prevention, so that how do we ensure that people who do exit homelessness don't come back into the system again? So that was broadly kind of the flow model, trying to think through the different stages of a homeless person. Like, what are the different stages that you can prevent them coming into emergency accommodation? When they do enter, how do we reduce that dependency on shelters, minimize that duration, and ensure rapid exits to secure tenancies? And then on top of all this, what kind of governance structure do we need to have in place to manage that system? We've become increasingly aware of the systemic nature of our responses, that it has to be an integrated response. So what governance structures need to be in place? And then at the bottom, how we evaluate, as Michele was saying, all those different stages to ensure that we know what's working best for what different populations. So that was the broad way we conceptualized how we would respond to homelessness in terms of devising strategies. This simply gives us a broad indication of trends. We avoided at any cost putting numbers in this, partly because, as you're all aware, every country has a different definition. They count homelessness in different ways. But if we take them on their own terms, we just treat it as an index. It tells us whether homelessness is increasing or decreasing by that country's terms over that period, roughly from, we took 2008 to 2022, where we do have reasonably good time series data. I move to the next slide very quickly because that top line, unfortunately, kind of distorts it. That top line, regrettably, is my own country, Ireland. Sorry. Get my makeup done properly. So when we look at, if we exclude Ireland, it makes it a bit easier to see. So we do see, as the point was made by Ruth Owen this morning, there are a number of examples. So when we get pessimistic, is it possible to end homelessness by 2030, as set out in the Lisbon Declaration? We have to say, well, it is, because we do have a number of examples. In this case, we see it's Norway and Finland, and then the yellow line in Denmark, which has seen a reduction in recent years. So there are examples across the member states where, over a longish period of time, there have been reductions achieved in homelessness. Same in the Netherlands up the top, but it had been increasing rapidly. But in the other countries where we do have a decent time series, regrettably, the trend is upwards. But there are enough examples there to say, well, what are those countries doing that they can reduce their numbers? So it's not an entirely pessimistic picture. And one of the issues relating to that data was, well, it's all point-in-time data, so it tells us a little bit about the demographics and disabilities of those experiencing homelessness. It really doesn't tell us anything about the dynamics of homelessness. And the profile of those who experience homelessness over time is very different from the profile of people at a point in time. I said you're capturing those with more complex needs when you look at homelessness at a point in time. And regrettably, most countries, it is point-in-time data. Most media coverage of homelessness fixed on covers or reports on surveys that look at homelessness at a point in time and gives us a very distorted picture of homelessness. So that we argue that the dynamics of homelessness, we need to understand that if we are to have intelligent policy design. And in the intervening period from when I drafted that to today, as Michele pointed out, there has been a call that is closed for a European Homelessness Council. This is an extraordinary shift forward in the sense that we will now have the basis of a kind of a comparative account of homelessness across the European Union using a common definition and a common methodology. And that will play out over 2024 and 2025. So certainly by 2026, we'll have a much better idea. And it was a fairly obvious first step because when we looked at the initial Lisbon Declaration of ending homelessness by 2030, the first question was, well, how will we know if we've achieved it when we don't have any accurate data in the majority of member states? And in the majority of countries that do have data, it's not very accurate anyway. So this is a really important development. And I suppose a lot of what framed our discussions of that conceptual framework was the lessons we'd learned, I suppose, in the last decade or so from increasingly sophisticated social science research. And we were specific about social science research. Probably the biggest bulk of research in homelessness comes to the medical community. And for those who are interested, there's quite a detailed paper in a recent edition of the European Journal of Homelessness, which talks about the distorting effect of that medical research. It gives us a completely distorted understanding of homelessness, mainly because of inadequate methodologies in terms of using cross-sectional designs, convenient sampling. Every rudimentary mistake a social scientist would say, you can't do it that way. The medics do it all the time. So we get a very distorted picture of homelessness from medical research. So this is very much based on the state of the art of social science research. So we talk about homelessness as a dynamic process and the outcome of the interaction between macro and micro circumstances. And some of the key lessons we've learned in the last decade, and we picked the last decade because back in 2010, under the Belgian presidency, the Commission had funded a consensus conference on homelessness in Europe, and we produced a review of the state of the knowledge of homelessness at that time in 2010. So it was really updating what we knew in the last decade. And some of the key things we thought emerged of that decade was firstly that those who experience homelessness are not randomly distributed across the population. So this idea we're all 2 paychecks away from homelessness or there for the grace of God go I, it's not true. But those who experience homelessness are part of a larger population of disadvantaged households for whom housing insecurity is pervasive and a semi-permanent feature of their lives. So again, one of these myths that we're all 2 paychecks away, we're not all at risk of homelessness. The size of that disadvantaged population is driven by the extent of poverty and social exclusion, housing affordability, and the degree to which labour markets are constrained. So, in other words, the larger the population of disadvantaged households, the greater the number of people or households who will experience homelessness over time. And we'll come back to the dynamics of that. And the other thing that became really clear from the really important results from the Journeys Home study in Australia, which is probably the most methodologically robust set of data we have on homelessness, was all of their data consistently highlighted the low predictive power of personal characteristics in explaining homeless entries. And again, a constant myth is, well, those who enter homelessness because of a range of disabilities and dysfunctions and various other things like that. It's not a good predictor of those who will enter homelessness. Personal characteristics are not a good predictor. Equally, we know not all disadvantaged households will experience homelessness, and we're still a bit unclear why that may be the case. It may be determined by the stock of social or financial or emotional resources to to disadvantage individuals and households who find themselves in objectively similar structural circumstances but may have stocks of various forms of capital that provide a buffer against them entering homelessness. It's equally quite difficult to predict the households from that larger group who will enter homelessness. But we do know, for example, that single-parent households are less likely than dual-parent households to have the financial capital to buffer them against unexpected events. So they are more likely. And it's because of that reason. It's not because they're lone parents. It's because they simply don't have the financial capital to provide that buffer. And also, to be clear, individual level risky behaviours, such as excessive or persistent use of psychopharmacological substances, also increases the risk of homelessness. And I think Dan O'Flaherty, an American economist, some of his formulations, I think, have become increasingly important. And his argument is that those who experience homelessness are those who experience a conjunction of adverse structural and personal circumstances. That is, in other words, he said, it's been the wrong person in the wrong place. If you're the wrong person with certain personal difficulties, then in the wrong place where there's a tight labour market or lack of access to housing, then that's what will trigger your episode of homelessness. As I said, for those who do enter emergency accommodation or do experience homelessness, it's a process of entering various forms of residential instability, such as using emergency accommodation or staying with family and friends. The duration does vary, but for the majority, and it's really important to understand that the majority of people who enter homelessness, their experience is once-off and brief. Probably a good example is my own country, Ireland, where in the last 9 years, the number of people experiencing homelessness at a point in time has increased. So it's about 8,000 adults or so at the moment. But over the last 9 years, 50,000 unique adults entered our emergency accommodation service. So clearly the vast majority of people who entered had a short, brief, and probably relatively unpleasant stay in emergency accommodation, but exited again and never returned. So the majority of households experiencing homeless will exit, but some will experience a cycle of repeated, often short spells, and for others, an experience of prolonged homelessness. And all of the evidence really over the last decade or so, and it was there probably more implicit rather than explicitly previous, that the single and most important public policy response is simply the adequate supply of affordable and secure housing. There is no other way. You can play around with every other thing, but in the absence of that, of the absence of secure, an adequate supply of affordable and secure housing, you will never end homelessness. And the provision of that supply can substantially reduce the number of households who will experience homelessness in the first instance, and for those who do, to ensure a rapid exit. Again, this is a quote from Dan O'Flaherty. I suppose there was a decade ago a contention that for those with complex needs, most people were too sick to be housed. He said, look, the evidence at this stage, and Eric and colleagues there, and Tim Aubrey, their research from the Shea Swass study kind of demonstrate emphatically people with complex needs can be housed and they can remain housed. So that idea that most homeless people were too sick to be housed is no longer a credible proposition. In terms of prevention, I'll run through that very quickly because that's going to be the topic of Pete's talk. But there is evidence that there are a range of interventions that have the potential to significantly reduce the flow into homelessness. But again, all effective interventions require a sufficient level of secure and affordable housing. Otherwise, it becomes a form of gatekeeping. And that is a danger. Without that adequate supply, you're simply rationing a limited supply of housing for those who require it. In terms of entry to homeless services, for the majority of people, it's either sofa surfing or doubling up or into emergency accommodation. And Pete has done an extensive piece of work on this. But I said, despite endless and extensive critiques of emergency or congregate emergency accommodation as a response to the residential stability that people experience, and there's very little positive work that comes from any evaluation of those interventions, it is still probably the most significant intervention in the lives of the majority of people experiencing homelessness in the majority of member states. It's also extraordinarily expensive, and for a minority of shelter users, they also make extensive use of other expensive emergency health and criminal justice services as they traverse through what Kim Hopper called the institutional circuit of short stays in various services without ever resolving their residential instability. But for the majority of people, their experience in shelters is generally an unpleasant stay in unpleasant circumstances. But unfortunately, for a number of member states, it will remain the case that emergency accommodation will be a standard response to homelessness in the short to medium term. But I said it can also be conceptualized as a form of emergency prevention in that it ensures the majority of those who lose access to housing don't at least find themselves unsheltered. What else has become clear is that that in all member states, there are a range of individual and collective acts of kindness and compassion towards those experiencing homelessness. They're largely well-intentioned, but I think we're very clear at this stage they are also largely hopelessly ineffective, and in fact, in some cases, can be counterproductive. And that purposeful, assertive street outreach with the provision of suitable accommodation is an effective means of meeting the needs of entrenched rough sleepers. Soup and sandwiches and various forms of suits and wheelie bins and various other things conjured up by entrepreneurs will not end homelessness. It is purposeful assertive street outreach with housing will work. All the other things will not. In terms of duration, Dennis Culhane and his colleagues had kind of established this pattern that has now been replicated in a number of other countries, that the duration of homelessness is typically either long-term, episodic, or transitory. But crucially, about 80% of shelter users are transitional users, in that they use shelters for a very short period of time or a single episode and did not return. And the remaining 20% are divided between episodic and long-term users. And again, the issue here is that when we look at our point-in-time data, when countries use that measure, you're capturing that 20% by and large. You're not capturing the 80% who are coming in or come into emergency accommodation and exit again quickly. So you get a very distorted picture of homelessness when you use point-in-time data. More dynamic data gives a very, very different picture of who those who are experiencing homelessness are. For those who get stuck in emergency accommodation, explanations also often focus on the individual characteristics of those in emergency accommodation, or that the longer spells of homelessness simply reduce the likelihood of exiting, or it's simply bad luck why you get stuck. But to date, researchers haven't really been able to disentangle those explanations empirically. But again, based on the Journeys Home data from Australia, the individual risk factors commonly associated with entering homelessness, they argue, are completely unrelated to the length of time people are likely to remain without adequate housing. In terms of exits, we conceptualize them in three different ways: secure, quasi-secure exits and insecure exits. The first one, secure exits, that is those exiting to social housing tenancies provided either by not-for-profit bodies or municipal authorities. And those who exit to that form of tenancy are unlikely to return, mainly due to the high level of secure occupancy, that is, security of tenure, fixed rents, etc. So those who exit to that form of a tenancy are unlikely to return to emergency accommodation. Quasi-secure exits are to tenancies provided in the private rental sector, where security of tenure, depending on the country you're in, is weak to moderate. So there's a kind of moderate likelihood of you returning to emergency accommodation if you exit to that form of a tenancy. And finally, insecure tenancies, that is returning to families, staying with friends or families, or moving to other institutions. So they're positive in one sense that they exit, but there's a very strong likelihood that those who exit to insecure exits will simply end up back in emergency accommodation again. I think what we've also learned is that while some households will require supports to maintain their tenancy, for the majority, no additional supports other than financial ones are necessary. They don't need caseworkers, they don't need care workers, they don't need anything other than the financial support to maintain their tenancies. The small number do, but the majority do not. And for those with the complex needs, Housing First has demonstrated a high level of housing retention, and we're all fairly familiar with the work of, as I said, of Tim and his colleagues in Canada. And again, the research demonstrates that that concurred that whatever interaction of personal and structural factors that lead to their entry into homelessness, by and large, do not predict their likelihood of exiting homelessness. and they argue for the relative importance of tenure and support over personal circumstances. In terms of governance, the top line in that conceptual model, it's not surprising we argue that given the recent area of research is focused on changing the homeless system rather than changing people. That seems to be the important lesson that we've learned. It's about changing the system of governance of homelessness rather than changing people's behaviours. And this is driven by an evidence-based understanding that homelessness is a solvable issue rather than an unresolvable, wicked social problem. And that crucial to ending homelessness, designing integrated models of service provision, especially housing and funding. And the objective effective homeless systems should be to prevent entries to homelessness in the first instance. And for those who do experience homelessness, the objective is to minimize the duration of that experience by rapidly exiting households to secure affordable habitation with support if required, thus reducing the likelihood of a further experience of homelessness and allowing for the reduction of costly emergency accommodation and the alleviation of the individual trauma associated with a spell of homelessness. And there would appear to be across the European Union a consensus that integrated strategic approaches are effective at successfully preventing homelessness and responding to it rapidly when it does occur. The formulation of national or local strategies should involve all stakeholders and ensure that all stakeholders buy in. And from work doing with Tim and colleagues across North America and a number of countries in Europe, given a negotiated process of consensus building among stakeholders, in particular those with lived experience, is crucial to developing and sustaining what can often be difficult and complex journeys of systems transformation. And further key issues seem to us to be governance issues must be stable and consistent. That really came across from the Finnish experience. The strategies need to be sustained as well as comprehensive and integrated. That housing-led and housing-first services are less effective outside an integrated strategy. And the importance of leadership, stability and continuity within relevant homeless governance structures are important for evidence-based policy. So that's a very quick run through the paper. Those of you who are particularly interested can look at the detail of it, but I hope to take any questions after Pete gives his talk, so thank you very much.
So I think it would be best to have the debate afterwards because the two papers are, somehow linked. But before we pass the floor to Pete, are there like a couple of very quick factual clarification that you want to ask for the paper, or we leave it? Yes, one question here.
Stakeholder buy-in. Around the table in some countries, the stakeholders are the private rented sector, and I was really interested by your identification of the issues in terms of tenure, really, and the likelihood of repeat homelessness. So I was just interested in your view on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think there are plenty of examples where there has been positive engagement with the private sector with either individual landlords or clusters or associations of landlords. While, as I said, they are really an insecure exit, but nonetheless, for some people, it'll be in the short to medium term, we will need the private rental sector to provide those tendencies. So yes, I think they're an important stakeholder in the overall formulation of a policy to end homelessness.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands, and before I give the floor to Pete, I want to abuse my position just to make a couple of comments myself. So the point that Owen did on the dynamic and flow is taken is absolutely important. There are, of course, a lot of challenges, and when it comes to European level, one of the biggest challenges, of course, the issue of having some sort of consistent and common definition. So this is, for us, the starting point, which will be already a very big challenge. But we hope that maybe with the other projects that we will launch, this is a sort of analysis that we can have a member state level where there is a more homogeneous institutional framework, definitions, and so on and so forth. Just to also say that next year, so there is field work now. Next year we will have the results of the module on housing deprivation by the EU SILC, which is a survey on income and living conditions. And what the survey does is to look at past experiences of homelessness. Now, we can have a whole day of debates on the limitations, the pros and cons of this type of data. But it will be yet another piece into this puzzle, and it will help to highlight certain things that Owen mentioned in terms of this idea of flow and people coming out from from homelessness. And to finish my brief intermezzo, one word on the issue of handy homelessness, because we often talk about it, and often it is seen as sort of wishful thinking by politicians. We say, well, homelessness is going up and so on and so forth. So I would like to invite you all to refer to the Lisbon Declaration. You do an internet search, Lisbon Declaration, homelessness, and you will see that actually the objective of ending homelessness is quite well defined, is not perfect, is not super operational, but at European level we really like to take into account different dimensions, including those that Owen said. So we say that we want to reduce to zero rough sleeping, and that is true, because it's the most extreme form of homelessness, for sort of voluntary, in a sense, rough sleeping. Policymakers have acknowledged that they cannot in a sense, solve every problem. That there are certain things, certain personal factors that happen that are outside the control. Then the second element of the target is about duration. So we do look, and the idea is to keep the duration of homelessness as short as possible. Then there is the issue of deinstitutionalization. So everybody leaving prison, hospital, or care, they should have an offer of accommodation. There is the issue of eviction, and this links with the presentation by Pete. So the idea of the eviction should be prevented, and when it happens, people should be offered alternative accommodation, and then discrimination. So, this to show that indeed we need data, but we also need to have some more also qualitative thinking and analysis of the situation. Sorry for robbing a couple of minutes, and the floor is yours.
Great. Everybody wanted to stay longer anyway. I'm not cutting anything. Right. Prynawn da, good afternoon, and diolch yn fawr, thank you very much. It's 5:45, you're still here. Half of you are either my Welsh family or my Canadian, North American, Irish family. The other half, particularly well done for sticking around. So here we go, we're going to go on a little whirlwind tour of homelessness prevention and hopefully keep you awake, though they are blinding us with these lights to probably stop us seeing Steve Gates falling asleep at the back. So here we go. And apologies to have to turn a little bit to see the slides. But the aim of the presentation and the task given to me for the mutual learning platform was to take a look across prevention and to, rather than talk about the big strategic cross-cutting goals, to kind of look at more concrete examples of prevention where prevention has worked, to put out a few concrete examples. But there are a few caveats to make in a presentation about what works in homelessness prevention. First one, we're really bad at defining homelessness prevention. I could go around all of you that haven't been to one of my presentations before and we'd get a different definition. That's one thing. We're also really bad, as Michele says, at evaluation, and I mean robust, rigorous evaluation of even our mainstream kind of crisis interventions, let alone our prevention interventions, where you're trying to measure something that didn't happen. And then the second critique is, look, this was a fairly quick exercise, lit review, and my own knowledge, there are other more robust pieces of work out there, but I'll give you a decent overview. This is also not, I'm not going into the detail of every country and telling you which country is doing something well. If you're interested in kind of the nitty-gritty of which countries are doing different things, Isabel Baptista and colleagues have done an awesome piece of work that is worth having a look at. So that gives you a kind of country-by-country allocation of some of these things. So what am I going to do? I'll give you the definition that you've been waiting for, and then talk about two main parts of our definition. I'll talk about upstream intervention, and I'll talk about crisis prevention. Then I'm going to give you just one slide on prevention during crises, and this was just something I was asked to include. It's not something you really see much in the literature, so it's mostly just some reflections. And at the end, we'll just reflect across some of the evidence and what it tells us about the enablers and the barriers, the things that enable us to do good prevention, and actually the things that stop us doing it too. So that's what we're going to do. Right. So here's the common message. You can read it from people with lived experience of homelessness. Any interview I've ever done, where I often use what we call the housing pathways approach, you talk about a journey. Any interview I've ever done, the message that has come back is, you could have intervened here, you could have intervened here, here, and here. And by the way, I was probably homeless 3 times before I asked anyone for help. Right? So there are so many opportunities missed in every journey we hear. In Isabel Baptista's report, where they did a review of country by country, here's just a little bit of context. 5 countries reported a lack of any prevention services. It was 2019, so things have moved a little bit, but not much. 15 countries, very limited provision. 5 reported preventative measures, which can't be considered as extensive, and then 9 which said they had comprehensive systems. That's not a great state of affairs across Europe. And I actually think if you applied our typology to those countries, it would look even worse. Okay, so let's get on with the story. So the very starting point, I'm going to talk you through a typology that we didn't develop. We've advanced it and used it. It came from local authorities and people in practice. Suzanne Fitzpatrick, Jenny Wood and I have worked with it. The first point in our temporal typology, time-based typology, is universal prevention. That's the stuff we do population-wide. It's the things that really matter and that we've heard so much about already. We need primarily housing that is affordable and is in places where people want to live. Those that have heard me give this talk before know how important that caveat is, because too often we've got, in some places, some member states, you've got affordable housing, but nobody wants to live there. Right? So it has to be in places where people want to live. And the other one is that people have an income, so poverty reduction. The evidence tells us you do those 2 things and you bring homelessness right down. So that's our universal prevention. I'm not going to talk any more about that today. It's been said enough. But it's the foundation, the keystone of prevention efforts. Then we get onto the typology and we get onto part 2, upstream prevention. We have loads of data and evidence that tells us there are particular population groups who are at greater risk of becoming homeless. And we know that often that relates to transitions from some of our failing institutions. Yeah, our prisons, our care system, our asylum system, all of these different systems that we know people become homeless from, that's upstream prevention. The populations we know at risk and we can intervene. Then we get to what we call crisis prevention. This is where homelessness is foreseeable in the future. Or homelessness is likely to occur in the foreseeable future. Now, in the UK context, when we use this, we've traditionally used 56 days. We love days and not months in the UK because we use the law, so you have to be more precise. And we use that because an eviction notice gives you 2 months to get out. So, but in your state, in your country, it will be whatever. If your eviction notice, then homelessness is foreseeable. That's what we're talking about here. We've got enough time to do some pretty good stuff around prevention if we find out at that point. Then we get to what we call emergency prevention. Emergency prevention is if I do not do something today, this person is going to be homeless tomorrow. Now, of course, you should be getting the sense that we want to be moving further upstream in this typology, because if we only have today to find the solution, there aren't many good solutions available to us. We don't have time to mediate with a landlord, with parents and family. This is, our options are really limited. And then at the very end, the one that's kind of a bit of an outlier, we've got repeat prevention, or tertiary prevention in the public health model. This is stopping it happening again, but homelessness has already occurred. Most of the presentations I have been to in this session and in most conferences I go to talk about emergency and repeat prevention. Hands up who's heard of Housing First? This was a rhetorical question. Your hands should all be up, right? Everyone's heard of Housing First. That's where we've been told this is our paradigm. This is the shift. We should all be going for Housing First. That's under kind of emergency and repeat prevention. I'm not even going to touch it because we need to be further upstream. Yeah, that's the shift that we need, is to be far, far earlier. That's not to belittle the value and the impacts of Housing First. We need that emergency, but we've got to shift our eyes up. So I'm going to talk through a few of these. So upstream prevention, and I'll talk a little bit about institutional settings. Drawing on a systematic review by Jennifer Hanratty, they looked at a whole load of different discharge programs. They looked at the outcomes, did a meta-analysis of the outcomes. And look, they found that some of these interventions have pretty positive impacts on housing stability, but evidence base was a little bit limited and a little bit sparse. And the crucial thing is that the characteristic of these interventions in institutions is timing and duration. So timing, do we intervene in the prison, for instance, before somebody's going to be released, work with these individuals, and then provide support ongoing into the community? And then how long do we stay with that person providing support? And that's what you see, huge variation in the kind of the nature of the interventions. Critical time interventions are the best evidenced form of intervention in these institutional settings. There's the most evidence there. That doesn't mean it's the best, it just means there's the most evidence on it. And it says, look, it works. Critical time interventions involve an intervention in prison, for instance, and then it's phased out over 9 months of phasing out of support. 3 months, really intensive support. 3 months, we phase out, it's handing over to the community, and in the last 3 months, very light touch over fully to community supports. Critical time interventions, though, we're trying to pilot one in England and Wales, or Crisis are doing the pilot, we're doing the evaluation. And would you believe it? The prisons are facing exact same problems that we are in homelessness services. They are totally overstretched and they are working at crisis point. So despite the fact that you're trying to get a worker in there to do all the planning for discharge so that somebody does not go into even emergency accommodation, you just cannot get the staff to engage and work with you because they are so busy dealing with crises in prisons with huge caseloads, exactly as our frontline staff are. So we can have these great models, these great interventions, but if we're not staffing within these institutions where we're trying to stop homelessness occurring, then we've got this massive barrier. We're not going to succeed. And of course, there are examples where we're doing far more effective things. Finland always comes up. I'm not going to give Finland any more kudos today. You can go and read about it. Right. Then we go, carrying on in institutional settings to talk about aging out of care. Now, this is one where those of you who have seen me speak will know this is coming, but I find it really important to do. I went to a session yesterday on youth homelessness, and we were talking about care leavers. Hands up if you've heard of the term care leavers. Do answer this one, care leavers. Yeah, is that a common term where everyone is? Yeah, care leavers. We had this poet who came to give a talk in Wales called Lem Cisse, brilliant, has been through the care system, and he says to us, you've got to stop that. Stop calling people care leavers. They don't leave care. Care leaves them. And it's so important. It's so important because that's what we do. Care just stops. Care leaves them. And we talk about care leavers. So this is aging out of care. I aged and care left me. Again, it's a major main route into homelessness, and it's an area that we know we can do work to prevent it. Again, looking at a systematic review, findings incredibly mixed from the evidence base, and they even find that with interventions, some of these interventions that are looking to make planned transitions from care into housing, it's still normal to become homeless in some of those contexts, even with the intervention in. Like normal, more than 50% will become homeless. So it's an area where we're failing miserably. We have Housing First for Youth. We have approaches that we know can work. There's a really good emerging evidence base around Housing First for Youth, particularly in the Canadian context. There are pilots in Europe, but we're still failing in a major way with this population group. I gave this presentation in the US, and somebody came to see me after and says, well, actually, you don't talk about chosen families and the role of chosen families. We lean more towards these institutional responses, like charities and others providing accommodation. All I've done is, because again, the evidence base is only just emerging, is to flag it. This idea of chosen families, that for some young people, the solution isn't another institutional setting or another charity-run setting. It can be chosen families. But again, as I say, there isn't really an evidence base to talk to on that. Then, staying on upstream, unapologetically staying as early as we can. Another area where there's emerging practice, but the evidence base is, again, still embryonic, is the use of screening tools. And everyone's like, oh no, predictive analytics. And you should be saying that because there's all sorts of concerns around ethics that we need to engage with. But I'm just going to highlight three. I'll start at the bottom, just to mix it up. So the Veterans Health Administration, they basically have two questions. When veterans come in for health checks, they have two questions that basically find out, are you homeless now? Are you likely to be homeless in the next few months? They haven't evaluated it. They can't tell cause and effect. But they know in the US, when they've been asking these questions, they've seen a reduction in homelessness because there's then an intervention after that screening. You can imagine that playing out in any of our health settings, not just with veterans, but in other health settings. What if we just routinely asked these simple questions and then acted, of course? Second one, Maidstone Borough Council, OneView. They basically pool all the data they've got around rent arrears, other forms of debt, any issues that are flagging up in their this is council, municipal authority data sets. They merge them, they can identify people, and then they basically message them and say, look, can we help? They've seen a reduction. They report a massive reduction in the number of people then presenting to the homelessness system. Again, it's not been academically or rigorously evaluated, but it's showing really, really impressive promise. It's something we should be looking into. And then my favourite is this second one, the Geelong project from Australia, also called Upstream in Canada, Wales, England, Scotland, the US, and now Belgium. Yeah, and Denmark is coming too. So the Upstream project, no, I called it a project. I always swore I'd never call it a project. The upstream approach intervention, because it can't be a project, it needs to be just a thing that we do routinely, is a screening tool in schools. And so we would basically survey you. If you were my class, I would survey you, so it's universal. We're not discriminating and just pulling you out for your intervention. We're just screening everybody, and we ask you about how home life is and a few other things. And some of those questions let me know that you are at risk of homelessness. They're really simple things and early indicators. And that then leads to an intervention. Here's a little bit, we've got time, so let's wake you up a bit. How would I know? You're my class. How would I know that you are homeless? How am I going to know? Because here's the thing. You try and sell this to we know who the homeless kids are. We know who they are in my class. How do we know? Hands up. How would I know that one of you was at risk? Oh, you're a cheat. Okay, yes, there's conflicts at parents. I can't see that in my class. How do I visually know that you are at risk? Or, yeah, behavior. Yeah, good. You cheated. You've jumped to my next slide. Right, behavior. How else? This side. How else might I know that somebody in this class is homeless? Yeah, you're tired. You're sleeping. Yeah. Absent. Give me one more. Hungry. Brilliant. And not performing. These are all the things that teachers say, we know who the kids are. Youth workers say, we know who they are. And you know, that is true. A lot of those things are true for about 50%. But for the other 50% in the class, school is the safe place. I keep coming, I keep doing just fine, and I'm just getting on. And you do not know about me. You do not know that I'm having conflict at home with my parents, and that last week I had to sleep away from home because things weren't going well in the house. And we asked that in the survey. And that enables you to have a conversation. And it's not dogmatically saying, you answered the survey in this way, therefore you get the intervention. The coordinator for this in Wales articulates it beautifully. And he says, the survey is the whisper before the conversation. That's his words, not mine. The whisper before the conversation. The survey lets you know there might be something, but then you sit down and you have a conversation and you just find out what's going on. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get an intervention. But if there is conflict at home, then there's a mediation offer. So these things are emerging. The evidence base is just emerging. We need to do way more and far more robust evaluation. Evictions. I'm going to fly through this because this is probably a bit more familiar. Kenner et al. Did a review and they basically identify 3 kind of types of approach that we get around evictions. And one, legal requirements to notify authorities and act. We're in the right place to be talking about this. The two main examples are Austria and Belgium. One, where there's a duty to notify. The other, where there's a duty to notify and take action to do something about it. I cannot understand how that good practice has not traveled across the entirety of the world. Like, why do we not do that everywhere, routinely? And we did. I used to have a colleague that said, good practice travels slow. And this is one of those examples where it really does. Short-term financial assistance, that's kind of the everyday of kind of eviction prevention, isn't it? Let's pay off debt. Let's pay rent in advance or whatever. And then legal support, advice, representation. Again, that's the mainstream of organizations like Shelter. But we don't have evaluations. There's some evidence. This was US evidence. But we lack robust evaluations of these interventions. But they're out there. And then, of course, other forms of crisis prevention. We look at things like relationship breakdown and domestic abuse in particular. And here's another. There's quite a lot of innovation in the space around domestic abuse. And again, we know very little about what works for whom in what context. I have a wonderful PhD student who's just completed, who looked at this, experiences of domestic abuse and homelessness, and spoke with mostly women about their pathways and their journeys. And we were really interested in prevention, what works. And of course, there's a shift towards what we call in the UK target hardening. So where women would be enabled to remain in the home and it becomes the perpetrator that would leave and you're able to remain. And that's kind of been embraced as this great thing to do, but actually with some of the women, they felt less at home in this environment than they did when they eventually then moved to a refuge because of what she described as complicit community. So other members of the community complicit in this abuse. So we just need to problematize some of these things, these interventions that we think are great, and actually just listen to the people who we're being offered to. But again, the message is there are innovations out there, but we don't have a great evidence base on what works. Then we've got crisis prevention. So remembering this is the kind of homelessness is foreseeable. The one that I like to flag is Wales, where this is one thing that I think we've done well, and those that went to the spotlight on Wales will know all about this from Ruth. But we have the Housing Wales Act 2014, or as the Canadians call it, Duty to Assist. Thanks, Steve. It's a way better name. In short, this duty is placed on all local authorities, and local authorities are required to take what we call reasonable steps. So if you turn up at the local authority and you're at risk of homelessness, that foreseeable period, the local authority has to try and prevent your homelessness. It's supposed to be centered on the individual needs. You're supposed to develop a plan. There's lots of suppose because it doesn't quite work as it's intended to, but it's made a radical shift in how we've responded to homelessness. Again, if you're interested, we can talk more about that after. We're nearly there. Oh my goodness, yeah. Prevention during crisis. So just like one slide, just to say, the main takeaway. Nicholas Pleece did a wee review on this. Was that those countries, those municipalities, those cities, who had systems, homelessness service responses and systems that were largely housing-led, where everybody was already getting accommodation, that were self-contained, they were way more resilient to the COVID pandemic than the other countries that were so reliant on this really poor quality emergency accommodation that proliferates in so many places. And the UK is the best example of that. It was a natural experiment. So Scotland, you had an entitlement to accommodation. England and Wales, it was temporary accommodation. In England in particular, lots of shared space accommodation. The leap that we had to take in England and Wales to get everybody accommodated, we were commissioning every sort of accommodation you could imagine, much like other member states. In Scotland, it was like, we need 3 or 4 extra rooms for people. Scotland was like, we need 3 or 4 extra rooms for people who otherwise didn't have recourse to public funds, because their system was far more housing-led. And I suspect the same would be true in Finland. Our response to Ukrainian refugees, I think what this showed is how reactive we're having to be. We didn't have a plan. We have no idea of the unintended consequences of some of our actions in our response. And I think we'll be seeing the implications of it for years to come. But again, it was just a quick pause. So the last slide before we go for questions was to reflect on, when you look across the evidence base of what evidence there is about what works in prevention, we can draw out 3 or 4 points about enablers and barriers. The first one is to come back to that first part of the typology. We could get really obsessed with cool innovations in universal and crisis prevention because they're things that we can do as a sector. Those are things we get, but actually we can't take our eyes off the universal prevention efforts. We can do all we like around these innovations, but if we don't have enough housing and folk don't have enough income, then we're not going to fix anything. So all of this, we still need effective universal prevention. Political will and resources, oh my goodness. If we want to make this shift away from a system that is based on temporary accommodation, hostels, where whole financial models are based on this system, people's jobs are based on this system, it takes a really big political will and associated finance, because for a while you're going to have to double fund. You're going to have to keep funding the emergency crisis response whilst you go heavy on prevention. It's going to be double until you see fewer people ending up in emergency situations. That takes political will. And Leilani Farha, previous UN rapporteur, says that, we need governments to show up. That was her phrase, and I think that's the point there. Systematic integration. So one of the barriers to real change is that we treat prevention as if it's like they are projects, which is why I was so annoyed that I used the word project. They're projects, they're little innovations, they're sporadic, they're working just with particular groups. It's very rare that we see it really systematically addressed. Now, I think some of the strategies that are emerging now that have prevention in, they're a good sign that we're maybe getting more systematic about our approach to prevention. And then the fourth point, collaboration and buy-in, is a crucial one. And I've said this to many folk. The more we're doing around prevention, the more I'm doing around prevention, the more I spend my time talking to schools, health, criminal justice. They're the folk that I'm engaging with as much as I'm engaging with you guys, because that's where our efforts have to be. And sometimes we're like the weaker party, aren't we? Housing is always the weaker friend. The minister is kind of, in England, the minister, you get them for like, my socks last longer, right? They're in and they're out. It's not a portfolio anyone wants. So, this has been recorded. Hello, minister. That buy-in, often as housing, we don't have the power around the table. Health has the power and others. Right? But they're the people that we need around the table. We need them taking responsibility and seeing homelessness prevention as their job. And then the last one is an important one, is about equal or equitable access. If we do all of this and just make it available, and we think it's universally available to everyone, we'll probably fail. Because generally we fail marginalized, racialized, LGBTQI plus groups if that's all we do. So we have to have our eye on that too and have to deliberately design these systems and services. That's it. The conclusion just repeats that. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for two very stimulating presentations. I immediately open the floor for questions. I suggest we take 2-3 questions so that maybe certain elements can be answered together. So the floor is open. Here.
Hi, thanks for two excellent presentations as always. I think I'm conscious of the fact that a lot of the progress we make and a lot of progress we've seen in Ireland always happens 6 months too late, because it tends to be driven by crisis. And what I think Owen's central point is that without the housing, all the other bits really struggle to succeed. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't at least put that infrastructure in place. I think it's a really important question. But how do we maintain momentum when it's so hard to get the housing in place? Or is it a call to say, well, actually we need to prioritize housing for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness to the, not the detriment, but to the prioritize over and above anything else if we're going to get ahead of this crisis, and that'll help us to build the momentum. So I think it's kind of a general sort of, what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. May I ask maybe to introduce yourself? We heard that this is from Ireland, but maybe if you want to say...
Wayne Stanley from the Simon Communities of Ireland.
If there's no more question for the moment, if you want to...
take it. Don't pass it to me. That was a question for you. Go for it. Go on, have a shot.
I suppose it's a two-pointer question. How do you maintain... Well, I take the second one first. And this has come up quite a bit in Ireland. One easy way to reduce the numbers of people in emergency accommodation, you prioritise them for access for social housing. I'm kind of reluctant to advocate for that because I think it goes back to the central point. In the absence of an adequate supply, we end up in a distributional war between who is deserving, who's undeserving, and who should get what. So I'm very reluctant to do that because we've seen it in recent months in Ireland with new people coming into the country about, again, who's entitled to accommodation. So I think if you get into that system, and I think most countries have a system of prioritisation for access to social housing tenancies, and I think usually built into those allocation systems are weightings for those who are in emergency accommodation rather than creating a parallel system. So there is a temptation to say, yeah, look, for the next 6 to 9 months, all new social housing allocations go to those in emergency accommodation. I'm less concerned about what economists are really nervous about something like that is that does it create a distorting effect that people will enter homelessness in order to rapidly. The only piece of evidence I'm aware is a piece of work that Dan O'Flaherty did in New York, and he argued that that wasn't the case when they did provide more and more accommodation for families, I think particularly, and they provided housing vouchers to get them out. So he said, yes, there was an increase in families who came into emergency accommodation, probably driven by the lure of the vouchers, but the vouchers got far more people out than brought in. I think the ratio, he got 7 families out for every one it brought in. I think it was his calculation at the end. So he said, yes, there is a trade-off, but it's probably worth it in that case. But I'd be less concerned about that argument rather than, I just think across Europe at the moment, things are so politically fraught around distributional issues about who gets what, and particularly with migration. I just think it's I'd be kind of very wary about going down that road at the moment.
I think one of the big, wouldn't it be good if we could actually just understand what proportions of allocations went to homeless households? If we just talk about allocations to homeless households, even within the UK, there's massive variation. I mean, massive variation, and the data's not great. In Wales is the worst data on this. We can't really work it out. But from what we've got, it looks like we allocate 15 to 20% less of our stock to people experiencing homelessness. And it just takes one authority to go, I tell you what, for a period of time, we're going to match the rate that they do in Scotland. And you can make a massive impact on the challenge that we've all been hearing around people in temporary accommodation or in really insecure accommodation. So I think it's definitely a tool that we need to be looking at, allocations personally. The other point to make in this is, oh my goodness, it's hard. We're both lucky we're academics. We don't actually have to do the doing. We can just say, here's a good idea. But here's the thing. If the duty isn't on government to do this, to find the housing, to source the housing through whatever it is, where does that responsibility lie? It lies with the individual. They can't build housing. They're not going to get it. So my view is, unless that duty lies on government, and it is awkward, you won't get the housing built. So again, it's horrid, and I can't imagine the frustrations. And the frustrations are felt by the frontline staff and the managers of those services, potentially not by the elected officials who are saying no to more housing. But for me, it has to be onto the state, personally.
Other questions? One more here. A reflection. Is that a question there? No.
Yeah, more of a reflection than the question. But yeah, as I was listening to your presentations, I think that was exactly the point that I was going back to, is where does this fit with, we're involved in a campaign for right to adequate housing in Wales. Where does it fit with that? Because actually we just every conversation keeps coming back to supply, really. So the other challenge that you touched on, Pete, was just how pressurised the system is. And I don't know how the extent to which this reads across to other countries, but when you're dealing with kind of public sector services and third sector services, which commonly describe themselves as on their knees, then actually achieving transformation is really problematic. And the political will to take risks and take radical decisions is not there. So again, I'm just interested in any reflections that you might have on that.
You saw we need government to show up. It's one of our main barriers. That I just agree with you. If governments don't show up, we can't do this, I don't think. Although maybe there's somebody out there in the private sector, some benevolent, who knows? But I think this is a government responsibility. If you're going to pursue a market, markets are not designed to meet the needs of the poorest and the most vulnerable. They're not. That's what government's job is to do, is to step in if you're going to pursue a market economy, which we all do. Yeah.
No, I think that was a central point in my paper, that without an adequate supply of so secure and affordable housing, we will end up in the kind of situation that Wayne had alluded to. Like, do we end up in those kind of fights about who gets what? Because you're fighting for a scarce resource and you create all sorts of difficulties. I suppose one thing I have been reflecting on, because there's almost certainly in Ireland, and I think a couple of other countries, and particularly in the UK, a consensus that we need to go back building lots of social housing. And I was reflecting on some historical work I was doing, but that I'm trying to think of the English author who wrote the book, but just a line jumped out at me. He said, what brought about the demise of social housing in England was the allocation system that gave homeless people access, and that brought it about because they brought stigmatisation. And the same thing happened in Ireland. We had, for the first time in the late 80s, we had a surplus stock, and people who traditionally wouldn't have got social housing for the first time. Now, it was about estate management, but it created a stigmatisation of social housing that almost people have forgotten about at this stage, who are now calling for mass social housing. 30 years ago, they're calling, so this is the worst thing that we ever did. So there's kind of very short memories on some of these projects or some of these debates.
There's also how they built. So it was estates. Yeah. It was everyone in the same place, whereas the model is now, well, it's mostly different. Yeah.
Any more questions? I just want to, while you think about the extra question, a comment. I mean, what we see also in our mutual learning program with member states is that definitely a supply of affordable quality housing is a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient one. The problem is that we see more. I mean, we see two problems. That the homelessness agenda has been hijacked a bit about sort of housing, because housing is more sort of middle class. It attracts more political consensus, and so you know, a very strong focus on building housing supply, which is important, needs to be there. But then there is the question of allocation, so how this is allocated, and then how you kind of reach out and you support people in transition. Even within a housing first model, you really need to have an accompanying. And on the governance side, we've been, I mean, you and you know, the homelessness world, I don't know how to put it, has been so effective that in certain member states, homelessness policies have passed to housing departments. And so now they have to meet, you know, these ambitious targets of ending homelessness, however you define it. This is the case, for example, in Germany. But they don't have, is what I was referring to before, the policy levers, because the social ministry is not there, the home office is not there in relation to, for example, asylum seekers, refugees. So, you know, I think, you know, as you said, sort of housing first, housing supply, housing led. I think there is a broad consensus. We shouldn't, this is my view, go too far in that direction, and also think about, you know, the other support policies. But then, of course, yeah, we need houses. Any question there?
Great, thanks for great presentations. Tim Aubrey, University of Ottawa. Actually, that's quite a lineup of prevention possibilities. So I actually had two questions. They're kind of related. One is around the allocation issue, because we're not going to get all of those prevention interventions funded right away. Which would you prioritize? And then the second one is just around the research part. You pointed out that, you know, the research base it's quite variable when it comes to these prevention interventions. So which ones would you prioritize to do research on?
Since we are approaching the end, if there is one more question, I would suggest we take it now. Then we go with this question. And
do you want to take one of them and I'll take the other one?
I think both for you.
No, come on, let's share it out. We're democratic. Tim, that's a great question. You're just trying to give me your next funding bid. Which one do you want to take? Which intervention you prioritise? You can take the research one. Go on.
No, you go first.
Okay, so intervention, that seems fair. You did it last time. So intervention, I'm already prioritising the upstream intervention. It's the youth homelessness one. Yeah, go team. I'm doing that for free and have been for like 2 years. So that's the one I'd prioritise. It's the one that just, in Australia, it led to the evaluation is a little bit opaque, and that's what I mean about quality of. But it showed a 40% reduction in the number of young people presenting at homelessness services. If you can get anywhere near that, think that the number, again, Talog, the coordinator for the intervention in Wales, talks about it. He's like, imagine, because you're acting, his job was a mediator at 16, 17 when they were at crisis and appearing at our homelessness services and they'd been kicked out. He's like, I'm now doing the same job, but 3 or 4 years earlier with these youngsters, and I'm removing this from the journey. Like, how powerful is that? So that's the one that I am prioritising but would love the help, Tim. You can do the evaluation one.
Tim, I'm afraid I switched off and I heard him saying prevention, so I didn't listen to the second part of your
evaluation.
question.
What would you evaluate? What would you evaluate?
Around prevention?
Yeah.
I think I would focus on some of those things around emergency prevention, those who do enter, and how you prevent those at that kind of just at that last stage getting in, because we know a bit more about those that are closer to the system, but we still don't know what the trigger is for a cohort of people that are all in objectively a similar situation. They have a notice of termination, etc. Because we know, I'm fairly familiar with the Irish data, we know the majority don't tip into emergency accommodation. So what is it about? Is it some personal characteristics? Is it that issue I raised about social or human capital or financial support? Or what is it that stops some people from making that final stage into emergency accommodation, because we know there's a much larger population who are at the cusp of entering emergency accommodation, but the majority don't. We just don't know enough about what's going on there at that very final stage. So something along there, I think, would be very helpful.
The CTI seems to me to be just waiting to be evaluated, that critical time intervention for people coming out of prison. Like, it seems to me that's very doable. You know, coming out of hospital, quite frankly, even coming out of care, you know, that's because it's a model, you know, and it's very systematic, it's very specific, you know.
We are almost at the end, 6:30. If there is one last burning question, I think we can still take it. Otherwise, I would like to thank you all. First of all, thank Eon and Pete for, again, excellent presentation. You will also find their papers on the website of the European Platform on Combating Homelessness. And thanks for the last intervention. Keep your eyes open for the Social Innovation Call, and we'll be there waiting for your suggestions, your applications, your ideas to really put in place sound evaluation, sound innovation in the field of homelessness. Thank you very much, and safe journey home, and have a nice evening.